Chapter 1394. The two of you stay in the palace for the next few days and don't go out. Before leaving, Lu Ziyue said to the two of them. The two arrogant young men nodded. Lu Ziyue left just like that. After sending Lu Ziyue away, Lin Fei finally had time to size up the two of them. Their auras were very strong, peak celestial emperor strength, and they had top-grade treasures on them. There are still rooms in the palace, choose one. When the time is right, I will bring you in. This was a deal. Lin Fei didn't need to do anything to them. When the Land of War opened, bringing the two of them in would be considered as completing the mission. Wait. Seeing that Di Tian was about to leave, one of the young men said coldly, I have something to do. Lin Fei stopped. He was quite curious. There was hatred in this person's eyes. Di Tian, no matter why Miss Lu is close to you, you have to know that you are just a small world lord. Even if you are an expert on the wind and cloud list in front of that person, you are still nothing. Don't cause trouble because of things that you shouldn't. Be a good world lord. The young man said coldly. Lin Fei smiled. In front of this emperor, you better not speak nonsense. The power of the great Tao surged out, transforming into a palm that held up the sky. Celestial light shone brightly, and the palm sent the young man flying. He smashed into the stone pillar of the palace and fell down. Just this once. Next time this emperor doesn't mind killing you with one punch. If you don't believe me, you can try. Lin Fei turned and left, not looking at the two of them. After cultivating for hundreds of millions of years, Lin Fei's status was different. Even if the two of them were related to Tianyun Tower, he didn't need to give them face. As long as they didn't kill each other, Tianyun Tower would at most turn a blind eye. This bastard! The young man got up and spat out a mouthful of blood. He quickly swallowed a celestial pill. Don't act recklessly. The outside world said that Di Tian is tyrannical and cruel. We are about to enter the Land of War. We can't anger him. The other young man said hurriedly. This isn't over. The young man rolled his eyes and snorted coldly. Let's go. The opening of the Land of War was getting closer and closer. The Sky Palace had to receive many powerful immortals every day. Every day there would be all kinds of news coming out, but there was no fighting. Fighting was not allowed in the Sky Palace, and violators would be killed without mercy. In front of the powerful Absolute Heaven Palace, no immortal dared to act recklessly. On the other side, Lin Fei stayed in the palace every day. Apart from the occasional visit to the Sky Demon Realm Lord's palace, he barely left the palace. The two youths that Lu Ziyue brought never appeared again after that day. Lin Fei stayed in the palace for more than 10 days. It was only when the Sky Demon Realm Lord and the other two found out that the Land of War was about to open that they left the palace and brought the two of them with them. Lin Fei and the Sky Demon Realm Lord arrived at the plaza of Sky Absolute Palace. At this moment, a large number of immortal experts were gathered in the public square. Every immortal expert exuded a powerful aura, as though they were the rulers of the world, domineering over the heavens. The Sky Demon Realm Lord was more knowledgeable than Lin Fei, so he kept introducing them along the way. That's where the people of the three palaces are. No one else has the right to approach. To the east are the immortals from the four sects. Lin Fei silently memorized what he saw. The three palaces, the four sects, the 5 emperors, and the 6 demons were all here. This was the first time Lin Fei saw the top forces of all the realms appear. Apart from them, the realm lords of all the realms also appeared. This showed the importance of the Land of War. I wonder where the door to the Land of War is. Lin Fei secretly sized up the experts in the public square. He even saw that the top 50 young experts on the wind cloud list all had extremely powerful auras, and their great Tao power had also entered the 3rd stage. Lin Fei had no doubt that the top 10 of the wind cloud list were all geniuses who could fight against immortal venerables. Wow! When everyone gathered in the public square, while Lin Fei was still guessing, a huge hand appeared in the sky. This was a hand filled with a mighty aura, as vast and boundless as the ocean. The huge hand that suddenly appeared grabbed lightly. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. They couldn't move. Whether they were in the 2nd stage, the 3rd stage, or even the 4th stage immortals, they couldn't move at this time. Everyone fell into the huge hand. They only felt their vision blur. And then they passed through the void. The ruler made a move. Only the ruler of Tianjue can display such powerful strength. Everyone fell on the huge hand. The huge hand passed through the void and entered the void 10th heaven. Only the ruler of Tianjue realized who made a move. Is this the power of the ruler? This was the first time Lin Fei saw the ruler make a move. With one move, everyone lost control, fell into the ruler's hand, and passed through the void 10th heaven. The void 10th heaven, which outsiders said was filled with void beasts, was wiped out with a light touch from the ruler. Whether it was 1 or 100 of them, they were all killed. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the giant palm carried them out of the void 10 heavens, and they appeared in a quiet void. We can't sense the realms. What is this place? I can't sense it either. Everyone's expressions changed again. Under this starry sky they couldn't sense the realms, especially the realm lord. It was hard to imagine that there was such a strange place outside the realms. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the ruler's hand flipped, and everyone fell under the starry sky. What are you panicking for? This place has always been like this. And you call yourselves experts? Geniuses? You're a disgrace. Many of the experts who had been here before scolded them. Soon everyone quieted down. The door to the battlefield is under the starry sky. The Sky Demon Realm Lord had been here once. When immortal sovereigns and rulers fought, their power was too strong, enough to destroy the realms. So, during that battle they opened up a space. Lin Fei could feel the ruler's strength. No wonder no one could shake the position of the two palaces. With the ruler in charge, any immortal sovereigns would be weak in front of the two palaces. If the ruler wanted to kill them, he could do so with a thought. He's here, the ruler is here. Under the starry sky, a middle-aged man in white appeared. He stood very close, but no one could see what the ruler looked like. It felt like he was thousands of miles away. The middle-aged man in white stood under the starry sky, as if he was the starry sky. Brother Fingyu, you're late. Under the starry sky, another cold-looking middle-aged man walked out, his body emitting a mighty aura. His figure constantly changed in the space, making it impossible to lock onto his position. It's time. Let's open the battlefield together. Okay. No one could hear the voices of the two. Go. The middle-aged man in white stretched out his hand toward the starry sky. With a loud rumble, the starry sky was torn apart, and the entire starry sky completely collapsed. Chapter 1395. Boom boom boom. The vast starry sky was as fragile as a baby in front of the ruler. The starry sky was easily torn apart. A monstrous black vortex appeared from the shattered starry sky. At this moment the black vortex was like a giant black eye. Everyone was shocked. There was actually such a terrifying existence hidden in the starry sky. The Eye of Annihilation. Many powerful immortals were shocked, as they recognized the origin of the black vortex. This black vortex was the famous Eye of Annihilation. It was suppressed by the starry sky and lost its starry sky, revealing its true form and emitting a monstrous aura. In front of this aura, they seemed extremely insignificant. The Eye of Annihilation was no longer suppressed, and its range expanded to devour the starry sky. Open. Ruler Windrain was expressionless. He pointed a finger at the center of the Eye of Annihilation, and a tyrannical power crushed out, opening a path to the center of the vortex. At this time, a black door opened at the bottom of the vortex. The path is open. You may enter with your invitation. Ruler Skyen's voice echoed throughout the starry sky. You will have 100 years to explore. 100 years from now the path will close. Remember. Those who had never been here would never have thought that the door was hidden within the Eye of Annihilation. Unless a ruler took action, ordinary people could not enter. Even if someone knew, they could forget about entering the Eye of Annihilation hidden beneath the starry sky. I never thought that the Warland would be hidden within the Eye of Annihilation. Lin Fei was equally shocked. If he had not seen it for himself, he would not have believed it. The Eye of Annihilation was a special existence born from the starry sky world. It was born to devour everything in the starry sky, eventually destroying a large area of the starry sky world until not even a blade of grass remained. Then it began to devour other starry sky worlds. A ruler could only suppress it, not destroy it. This showed the power of the Eye of Annihilation. When we first came here, we were also shocked. Sky Monster Realm Lord was still shocked. The Heavenly Dao's mysteries are beyond our imagination, especially for such a special existence. Lin Fei felt a terrifying destructive power from the Eye of Annihilation. Let's get ready. We can enter the Warland at any time. 10 Chaos Years, I'm really looking forward to it. Sky Monster Realm Lord and the other two's eyes lit up. In the starry sky, Ruler Skyend and Ruler Windrain stood side by side. Another 10 primordial chaos. I wonder how many people will come out alive this time, and how many of them will break through to the celestial prime realm. The two hegemons spoke one after the other. The Immortal Court should have made their move too. The Skyend hegemon said. I never imagined that the prophecy would actually come true. That person has become a hegemon as well, and is in control of the starry sky divine artifact that is the Immortal Court. Currently, our side still has the upper hand. The people of the Immortal Court and the forsaken land of immortals are not united. Sooner or later something will happen. Perhaps that will be our chance. The two of them quickly fell silent. His figure disappeared under the starry sky, leaving behind an open passage. The passageway opened. Several people with tyrannical auras charged in. The aura wasn't as powerful as the aura of a sovereign, but it was still overwhelming. Shockingly, it was the aura of a celestial paragon. The immortal primogenitor went in first. In an instant, 8 immortal sovereigns charged into the battlefield with invincible auras. It was only when there were no more immortal paragons that everyone entered the passageway unhurriedly. After entering the passageway, they were astonished by the power of a ruler. He was actually able to open a passageway in the Eye of Annihilation. The people who entered the passageway were in groups of 3 to 5. They weren't alone. Lin Fei's group was at the back of the line. They weren't in a hurry, and they weren't in a hurry either. The battlefield was vast and boundless, and a moment like this didn't matter. Before long, it was Lin Fei's group's turn. The two of you follow me, Lin Fei said calmly. He took the lead and flew into the passageway. The two youths looked at him with disdain, but they still followed. The moment they entered the door, the invitation transformed into a jingguang, wrapped around the three of them, and flew into the door. You can leave now. The jingguang wrapped around the three of them, and they arrived in a world filled with an aura of death. They stood on a stretch of ruins. Ditian, we will meet again sooner or later, and that day won't be too far away. The youth who had been taught a lesson earlier said. After saying this, he immediately turned and flew away, as if he was worried that he would attack them. Lin Fei didn't take their words seriously. Hua 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 at this moment. An aura of death surged over, filling the space. Once the aura of death came in contact, it tried to corrode Lin Fei's flesh. Lin Fei shook lightly, and a large amount of the aura of death was shattered. Not far away, a few peak celestial emperors let out miserable cries of despair. They had no choice but to transform into their undying bodies and flee. They dared to enter with just their peak strength. They are simply courting death. How can they resist this world-exterminating aura of death? The Sky Demon Realm Lord and the other two also entered, and they appeared near Lin Fei. They all revealed disdainful expressions, as if this place wasn't something they should be in. We are in the Eye of Extermination? Lin Fei asked. That's right. We are in the world of the Eye of Extermination. This aura of death is the result of the Eye of Extermination. It has killed countless immortals, and it is extremely poisonous. Can even corrode an undying body. Fortunately, we are in the outermost layer. The Black Horn Realm Lord said. This wasn't the first time the three of them had come here, but it was the first time for Lin Fei. The Sky Demon Realm Lord took out a copy of the map and handed it to Lin Fei. This is the map of the World Extermination Ground. Our goal is to go to the Immortal Venerables region. 30 years later, we will meet in the Immortal Venerables region. Everyone came in with their own goals. The few of them hit it off and discussed the date of their meeting. They left the ruins one after another, each searching for their own opportunities. People kept coming in from the outside. The Sky Demon Realm Lord and the others left one after another, and people kept coming in from the outside. Lin Fei transformed into a beam of light and left, searching for a seemingly safe place. Let me take a look at the map of this World Extermination Ground. Lin Fei didn't know much about this place. Originally, he wanted to get a copy from Lu Ziyue, but he forgot about it because of other matters. Fortunately, the Sky Demon Realm Lord gave him a copy. Lin Fei opened the map and looked at it. Not long after, Lin Fei had a rough understanding of the World Extermination Ground. This place was divided into a few regions, one region after another. The deeper one went, the more dangerous it would be. The battlefields of immortal venerables and rulers were all in the depths. I'm currently at the outermost region, which is the first region. According to Daoist Sky Demon 30 years later, we will meet in the 5th region. That region is the main battleground of immortal venerables. Lin Fei analyzed and digested the information. He took out another map. This map was obtained from trading with Lu Ziyue. On the map, there was nothing else but the star stones that Lin Fei currently needed the most. The World Extermination Ground had a huge mountain of star stones. The Eye of Extermination was constantly devouring the star land. Even though this was a place filled with World Extermination Death Chi, there were large amounts of special materials and even supreme-grade materials. For the sake of the heavenly star stones, Lin Fei took out 2 slots and brought them in. When the box was opened, the last layer of the seal was undone. Lin Fei could see the map clearly. Lu Ziyue had placed a seal on it. As long as Lin Fei reached the World Extermination Ground, he would be able to see the markings on the map clearly. Let me see where the star stones are. Currently, Lin Fei valued the star stones very much. They could improve the strength of his physical body and secret techniques. If there was a huge mountain of star stones, Lin Fei could definitely upgrade his secret technique to the 4th or even the 5th level. He would then be able to display the battle prowess of an immortal venerate. He opened the map and looked at it. It was an ancient map with various regions clearly marked on it. The nearest mountain of star stones is actually in the 3rd region. Lin Fei kept the map and squinted his eyes. The 3rd region is not far. The 1st region was filled with a huge amount of World Extermination Death Chi. Lin Fei chose to ignore it. He followed the direction on the map and flew towards the 2nd region. According to the map, the 1st region was not dangerous. It took Lin Fei 2 years to reach the 2nd region. During this time, he met the undead soldiers formed by the World Extermination Death Chi. They were all peak-stage immortal emperors and were unkillable. Unless one's strength was a level higher, he would not be able to kill them. 2 years later, Lin Fei killed a group of undead soldiers and entered the 2nd region. Hua hua hua. The moment he entered the 2nd region, the World Extermination Death Chis might instantly increase by more than 30 times. These people must have died under the World Extermination Death Chi. Not long after, Lin Fei found a few corpses. They were all immortal corpses. Without looking, he knew that they must have been peak-stage immortal emperors. Unfortunately, the moment they entered the 2nd region, they were killed by the World Extermination Death Chi. The World Extermination Ground is really dangerous. Just the World Extermination Death Chi alone has killed many arrogant immortals. Lin Fei shook his head and flew forward carefully. The World Extermination Death Chi was dangerous enough, but it might not be just this. Just as Lin Fei turned around, the immortal corpses on the ground glowed with scarlet light. A layer of strange shriveled skin grew on their bodies. They opened their mouths and spat a World Extermination Death Chi at Lin Fei. The other immortals spat out World Extermination Death Chi one after another, which turned into long sabers. In an instant, more than 10 World Extermination sabers flew towards Lin Fei. Humph, still causing trouble after death. Lin Fei snorted coldly and punched back. The fist radiance imbued with great Dao power landed on the 10 World Extermination sabers, shattering them into pieces. Lin Fei punched out once more, smashing the immortal's corpse into pieces. The 2nd region is indeed much more dangerous than the 1st region. After dealing with the corpses, Lin Fei flew forward again. The 2nd region was originally a wasteland, but the environment was completely different from before. There were many collapsed palaces. Chapter 1396. As mentioned earlier, the World Extermination Land was formed when the Eye of Extermination devoured the Star Land. Naturally, it was hundreds of chaos years or even tens of millions of chaos years. Within the World Extermination Land, ruins of buildings and even palaces appeared. It was no longer strange, it was simply ordinary. In the 2nd region, Lin Fei used his physical body to shatter the deathly aura. He moved unhindered until he finally found a towering tree growing out of the ruins. This tree was 50,000 feet tall. It was completely black and emitted deathly aura. Lin Fei was attracted, not because of the towering tree, but because of the black fruits hanging from the tree. They were about the size of a fist. There were 18 black fruits hanging from such a towering tree. Such powerful great Tao energy. Lin Fei could sense the great Tao energy coming from the black fruits. This was an ancient great Tao energy. It was a vast and ancient aura. The great Tao of true self in his body sent out a devouring thought. The great Tao of true self was his only power now. Lin Fei was not surprised. After all, the great Tao of true self that he cultivated was not an ordinary great Tao energy. This was a power more domineering than ordinary great Tao energy. Lin Fei turned into a stream of light and rushed forward, reaching out to grab the nearest fruit. Just as he was about to reach it, the 50,000 feet tall tree spewed out deathly aura, turning into a black undead giant. It slapped down with a mighty palm. This palm instantly covered an area of billions of miles. This palm contained an ancient power. It's actually the remnant great Tao energy attacking me. Lin Fei was not in a hurry. He slapped upwards with one hand to meet this ancient power. Boom! The two palms collided. A terrifying power surged out. All the ruins were instantly reduced to dust. Only the black tree remained standing. Lin Fei's body flickered. He took a step forward and appeared under the black tree. He reached out and a fruit landed in his hand. The world extermination land is filled with danger. When the fruit landed in his hand, Lin Fei could feel the great Tao energy contained within it. With a thought, Lin Fei's great Tao of true self turned into a golden vine. It wrapped around the black fruit and absorbed all the great Tao energy within. The stagnant Tao tree began to grow once again. There's such a good thing. Encountering a treasure that could strengthen the great Tao of truth so quickly, Lin Fei waved his hand, and the remaining 17 fruits landed in Lin Fei's hand. Hua hua hua. After eating the 17 fruits, the great Tao of true self became much stronger. Good stuff. In such a short time my great Tao energy has increased by quite a bit. If I can find enough of these fruits in the land of extermination, my great Tao energy might even break through to the 4th level. Lin Fei thought to himself. No wonder the top-notch experts are risking their lives to come here. They are afraid of missing this opportunity. The fruits were all harvested. Lin Fei kept thinking about this big tree. He always suspected that there must be something extraordinary about a big tree that could grow this kind of fruit. Come out. Grabbing the tree with both hands, Lin Fei began to pull it up. The surrounding area was shaking, but the big tree did not move at all. Lin Fei's expression changed. His body shook, and he turned into a million-zhang tall giant. At the same time he spread out his 6 arms. I don't believe that I can't pull this tree out with my strength. Boom boom boom. Lin Fei's body shook, and his strength multiplied. With a pull of his 6 arms, the motionless big tree was uprooted. The thick roots underneath actually wrapped around the huge skeleton. Break! Lin Fei pulled hard, and a large number of roots broke. Finally the big tree was uprooted. Once the big tree was uprooted, it quickly turned into a puddle of black water and disappeared without a trace. What a waste of effort! Lin Fei was dumbfounded. With a thought, the great Tao obliteration sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed downwards. After a few slashes he dug out a skeleton. So it was like this. This skeleton was the skeleton of an expert. It was dark gold in color. This was a sign that one's strength had reached an extremely high level. It was at least 300,000 zhang tall. At that moment there was a fist-sized fragment in the middle of the skeleton. This is actually a fragment of the Tao tree. Although it was only the size of a fist, the fragment of the Tao tree continued to emit the aura of an expert. It was left behind after being smashed by someone, resulting in the black fruit growing. Lin Fei could still recognize it. Good stuff, really good stuff. Lin Fei was overjoyed. I'm going to find another way to raise my strength. Lin Fei absorbed the fragment of the Tao tree, and the Tao tree in his body grew rapidly again. It was not far from breaking through to a height of 60 million zhang. In the second region he encountered a fragment of the Tao tree. Lin Fei immediately slowed down and began searching. The power of a great Tao was not easy to raise. Lin Fei had originally planned on taking a shortcut. He would first cultivate a powerful secret art before slowly cultivating the great Tao of true self. Now that the great Tao of true self had improved, Lin Fei knew how to improve it. Lin Fei searched everywhere. Relying on his 40 times heavenly Tao speed, he searched along the way. However, he did not get lucky. Instead, he constantly encountered the attacks of death spirit warlords. Helpless, Lin Fei gave up searching and headed for the third region. Perhaps there would be such fragments of the Tao tree in that region. It would not be as sparse as here. It took Lin Fei 5 years to get from the second region to the third region. The second region was simply too big. It took him 7 years to get there in 100 years. In those 7 years, Lin Fei did not gain much apart from constantly fighting the death spirit warlords. As for immortals, he did not encounter them at all. When it was almost the 8th year, Lin Fei entered the third region. The moment he stepped into the third region, a vast and boundless deathly aura rolled over, constantly assaulting Lin Fei's body. Even with the power of a great Tao, it could not shatter the deathly aura. What a powerful deathly aura! Lin Fei did not use the power of a great Tao. He was confident in his body. The deathly aura in this region could not affect him for the time being. When he reached the third region, Lin Fei felt different. There were complete palaces everywhere. It was not like the previous region, which was almost completely in ruins. Here one could see complete palaces that did not shatter under the attack of the deathly aura. Lin Fei was not very interested in this. He took out a map and checked the corresponding locations of star stones. When he reached the third region, Lin Fei was looking for star stones. On this level, there were a total of 2 places where the star stones formed a mountain. The 2 places were not far from each other. Not long after Lin Fei flew out, 3 figures appeared in front of him. They appeared to be in a panic, as though they were being targeted by some powerful existence. Don't kill me. My master is the eldest disciple of Limitless Immortal Supremacy. If you dare to kill me, you will be going against Limitless Immortal Supremacy. Limitless Immortal Supremacy will hunt you down no matter where you go. Of the 3 figures, one of them landed at the back. Who does Limitless Immortal Supremacy think he is? It's useless to use him to threaten me. A nonchalant voice came from behind. You guys are too weak. Your days are too easy. How dare you come to the land of extermination with such little strength? Now let me crush you to death. Chapter 1397. That giant palm was filled with destructive power. As this palm descended, the disciple of Limitless Immortal Supremacy was blasted into pieces. The person in the back opened his mouth and swallowed all the fragments in one gulp, revealing his true body. It was an imposing figure with a naked upper body and a beast's skin wrapped around his lower body. The most eye-catching thing was the black axe on his back. The people outside are too weak. After swallowing all the fragments in one gulp, the imposing figure shook his head in dissatisfaction. Seeing that the person in the back died, the faces of the 2 figures in front turned even paler. The 2 reached an agreement. In front of the imposing figure, one to the left and the other to the right, desperately fleeing. In front of me, all of you will die. The imposing figure laughed loudly. He shuttled through the void and appeared behind the immortal on the left. With a punch, the immortal exploded into pieces. He didn't even have time to use his undying body. He swallowed everything in his mouth and shuttled through the void again. Just like before, he killed the other immortal. From start to finish, everything happened in a flash. 3 powerful peak immortal emperors were killed one after another. People from the forsaken immortal land. Lin Fei saw all of this and immediately recognized the origin of this person. He was from the forsaken immortal land. According to the information, there was no immortal energy in the forsaken immortal land and cultivation was extremely slow. The biggest characteristic of the people from the forsaken immortal land was that they would absorb immortals and plunder all their essence. Apart from that, Lin Fei also sensed a ruthless, savage, and barbaric aura from this imposing figure. You are quite bold. Your blood and chi are actually so powerful. Just nice, let me have a good meal. The imposing figure shot a cruel gaze over and a destructive power exploded through the void. The imposing figure charged over. This was the first time Lin Fei met an expert from the forsaken immortal land. The only thing he didn't expect was that they were even more savage than he imagined. No wonder they were exiled to the forsaken immortal land. Compared to them, the villains on the list were two extremes. The two punched each other through the void. I didn't expect there to be an expert like you in the myriad worlds. The imposing figure charged over again. The destructive power of the great Tao soared into the sky. His palm was like a world, shattering the surrounding palaces. Lin Fei also wanted to see how powerful the experts of the Forsaken Immortal Land were. The two of them fought fiercely in this area. One possessed the power of the great Tao of destruction, while the other possessed the unique great Tao of truth. Boom boom boom. Lin Fei fought faster and faster. With the support of the great Tao of true self, his fists were like mountains. One punch after another, and in the blink of an eye, more than 1,000 punches had been thrown. You people from the Forsaken Land of Immortals are only this strong. Lin Fei threw over 100 punches in a row. The imposing figure was blasted away and smashed into a palace. Lin Fei was relaxed, but his heart was not. The experts of the Forsaken Immortal Land really couldn't be judged by normal standards. For example, this man before them was only at the second level of the Great Tao, but his physique was so strong that it wasn't inferior to the Heaven Hatred Devil Emperor. His cultivation level of the Great Tao wasn't high, but his accumulation was incomparably deep. That was why he could easily kill 3 peak stage immortal emperors. If Lin Fei had not fused with the power of the Great Tao, he might not have been able to defeat this expert from the Forsaken Immortal Land. At most, he would have been able to fight to a draw. Good, I finally found a powerful immortal. After eating you, my strength will rise to another level. The imposing figure climbed out of the rubble and took out the black axe on his back. His aura rose steadily, and he revealed a malevolent expression as he cleaved the axe through the air. In an instant, only this blade light was left between heaven and earth. Chaotic Axe 33. The imposing figure soared into the sky, and the axe in his hand continued to cleave, each strike more ferocious and tyrannical than the one before. I'm not playing with you anymore. Lin Fei's heart stirred. He no longer planned to play with this imposing figure. They were about the same in terms of strength. It was just that his physique was stronger, and his accumulation was more profound. Great Sword Chi secret technique. Lin Fei grabbed with his hand, and 5 Great Sword Chi appeared in his hand. This secret technique had reached the peak of the 3rd level. The imposing figure's expression changed greatly when the 5 Great Sword Chi slashed down. You are pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Once the Great Sword Chi secret technique was used, the imposing figure used his axe to cleave out over 100 attacks, and his entire body shot away. He didn't dare to fight anymore. The people of the myriad worlds really didn't have good intentions. Whoosh! The 5 Great Sword Chi destroyed all the attacks with a single slash. The first slash landed on the imposing figure, causing him to spit out blood. The second and third Great Sword Chi arrived one after another, and the imposing figure was sliced into countless pieces. No matter how strong his physique was, it was indeed difficult to resist in the face of this level of power. No primordial spirit, and no undying body. Lin Fei was about to attack again, but the imposing figure was already dead. He didn't use his undying body. It seems that after such a long time, the cultivation techniques of the Forsaken Immortals have changed. Lin Fei thought. He lost his undying body in exchange for a tyrannical physique. Unfortunately, he met me. The imposing figure's physique was very strong. Ordinary 3rd level strength might not be able to kill him. However, Lin Fei's Great Sword Chi secret technique was different. Lin Fei waved his hand and shattered the corpse's fragments. He found the storage ring and used his divine sense to look inside. Not long after, Lin Fei released his divine sense and pondered. This imposing figure is actually a disciple of an immortal venerable. This immortal venerable is called Immortal Venerable Yao Yu. He brought a total of 32 peak immortal emperors. This guy is only ranked in the middle, not the strongest. The Forsaken Immortals sent a total of 23 immortal venerables this time. Can be said that they came in full force. The 3 strongest immortal venerables Dao Sha, immortal venerables Rong Zhan, and immortal venerables Wu Yin are all here. This unexpected news made Lin Fei suck in a breath of cold air. The Immortal Court actually had the ability to bring out the experts of the Forsaken Immortals. Little did they know that the Immortal Court was a cosmic divine weapon that could travel in all directions. This was also the main reason why the rulers of the two palaces couldn't take down the remnants of the immortal court. The cosmic divine weapon was too strong. Luckily, the 3 strongest immortal venerables and the 23 immortal venerables are all targeting the 5th region, or even the depths of the land of extermination. Apart from their disciples, there's no need to worry too much. Lin Fei kept the interspatial ring. Although this imposing figure was very strong and could kill 3 peak stage immortal emperors with his bare hands, he didn't seem to have any treasures on him. He was extremely poor and there wasn't a single treasure that caught his eye. How poor was he? After Lin Fei killed immortal venerable Yao Yu's disciples, he followed the route on the map and headed straight for the Heavenly Star Mountain. Collecting the Heavenly Star Stones was more important. The 3rd region was more dangerous than the previous one. World-destroying death chi gathered and death spirit warriors attacked continuously. Every once in a while a death spirit warrior would attack. Along the way, Lin Fei lost count of the number of death spirit warriors he killed. Even he couldn't remember how many death spirit warriors he killed. In any case, he killed them the moment they appeared. Death Spirit Demon Tree. Along the way, Lin Fei encountered another Death Spirit Demon Tree. This one was much bigger than the one he encountered before. It was 200,000 zhang tall and had 40 to 50 fruits hanging on it. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. This was good stuff. Just like the previous Death Spirit Demon Tree, Lin Fei encountered Great Dao power attacks. He attacked 3 times in a row but was easily blocked. He rushed to the bottom of the tree. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony and directly took all the fruits. Then he turned into a 3 million zhang tall giant and pulled out the Death Spirit Demon Tree. There was also a Dao tree fragment below, and it was much bigger than the fist from before. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Once the Dao tree fragment was in hand, there was the sound of something tearing through the air. Not good, someone beat us to it. It's Ditian. Ditian plucked all the Dao devil fruits and even took the Dao fruit fragment. There were a total of 8 people, and they were all from the myriad worlds. They recognized Ditian at a glance. Fellow Daoists, you're late. The things are all in this emperor's hands. Lin Fei kept the fruits and said to the 8 peak immortal emperors, Ditian, everyone who sees this has a share. Take out half and we won't cause trouble for you. The 8 peak immortal emperors weren't willing to miss out on such good stuff. The 8 of them had swept through the items that could raise the level of Great Dao power for a long time, but they didn't gain much. Seeing Ditian monopolizing all the Dao devil fruits, they were unhappy. That's right, we're the Heavenly Fiend Devil Emperor's men. Handing over half of the Dao devil fruits is already giving you face. They had all heard of their prowess. They didn't dare to underestimate the top 100 experts on the wind cloud list. Fortunately, they had powerful backgrounds as well. They were the 5 emperors, the subordinates of the Heavenly Fiend Devil Emperor. And the Heavenly Fiend Devil Emperor's Great Dao power had reached the peak of the 4th level, and he was just a step away from the immortal venerable realm. That was why they dared to threaten Ditian and make him hand over half of the Dao devil fruits. Lin Fei chuckled. Scram. Lin Fei knew of the Heavenly Fiend Devil Emperor. He was one of the 5 emperors. These 5 emperors were all at the peak of the 4th level, and they could be said to be the strongest experts under the immortal venerable realm. But Lin Fei wasn't someone afraid. If the Heavenly Fiend Devil Emperor came personally, he might have some fear. But they were far from it. The 8 peak immortal emperors were enraged. Ditian actually looked down on them. Ditian, you're too arrogant. We've been polite to you, but you don't appreciate it. Don't blame us for not appreciating it. The 8 peak immortal emperors decided to attack Ditian. You're only at the 2nd level. The 8 of us joining hands is enough to fight against experts at the 3rd level. You'll definitely lose. For the Dao devil fruits, everything was worth it. Kill. The 8 peak immortal emperors attacked. Immortal light shone brightly as they used their secret arts. They didn't dare to hold back against an expert like Ditian. Heavily injured Ditian first. Lin Fei looked at them coldly. Since they were courting death, then they couldn't blame him. Heavenly Fiend Devil Emperor? Scram to the side. World Storm. The 3rd level's World Storm descended on the 8 peak immortal emperors. At this level of power, Lin Fei could do it with a single thought. The 3rd level's World Storm enveloped them. Hua hua hua, the 8 peak immortal emperors turned into a bloody mess in the blink of an eye, revealing their white bones. They were all shocked. Even if they turned into 8 corpses, their undying bodies were useless. They couldn't block the world storm. You won't die if you don't court death. Chapter 1398. The power of the 3rd level is truly shocking. Serves you right for bumping into me. Even if you die, you will die in vain. Once the world storm was unleashed, it was a double attack on both the mind and the body. They couldn't even use their undying body, and were blasted into smithereens by the world storm. Lin Fei waved his hand and 8 storage rings flew over and landed in his hand. With a sweep of his divine sense, he discovered that there were a total of 18 Dao Devil fruits inside, which was equivalent to about 2 per person, which was not too much. No wonder they dared to make a move. They didn't have much to gain along the way, so they had their own ideas and thought that I was easy to deal with. Lin Fei bluntly absorbed the 18 Dao Devil fruits. The heavenly evil devil emperor had long been thrown beyond the 9 heavens by Lin Fei. An expert of this level would not come and cause trouble for him for the time being. Lin Fei turned into a black stream of light and flew away. 3 months later, Lin Fei found the location on the map. In the meantime, he had encountered a few ambushes. The result was obvious. They died and Lin Fei survived. The benefits also belonged to him. According to the location on the map, it should be in the heavenly river up ahead. Lin Fei kept the map and increased his speed. Not long later, a red heavenly river appeared in front of him. The heavenly river stretched across the ruins with no end in sight. The water of the heavenly river was red. The heavenly starstone was in a place upstream. Back then, the experts of the Tianyun Tower had accidentally passed by and recorded it down. Other than refining immortal equipment, the heavenly starstone did not have much use, and the price was not too high. There was no need to take the risk for a mountain of heavenly starstone. Lin Fei flew upstream. Kill. Beside the heavenly river, the world-exterminating death chi was dense. Large numbers of death spirit warriors had gathered in this area. Seeing that outsiders had barged in, they immediately surrounded them. No wonder the experts of the Tianyun Tower did not go to collect the mountain of heavenly star stone. With so many death spirit warriors, it's not easy to deal with them. Lin Fei did not retreat. World storm. A large hurricane swept across, and the death spirit warriors were torn to pieces on the spot. The black mass of death spirit warriors did not even have to make a move before they were killed. Lin Fei had a lot less trouble. A few days later, Lin Fei reached the upper reaches of the river. The upper reaches of the river was an open plain. There were a few mountains rising from the ground, looking very eye-catching. The red heavenly river flowed under the mountains. That is the Starstone Mountain. Lin Fei scanned the area with his sharp eyes and saw a mountain of star stones in front of him. This mountain of starstone was at least 10 times larger than the mountain of starstone that the Sky Demon Realm Lord had taken out. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Bringing 2 people in exchange for a mountain of starstones, this is not a bad deal. Lin Fei could totally imagine that this mountain of sky star stones could be exchanged for a large number of supreme grade points. His Great Sword Chi secret technique could be upgraded to the next level. The Sovereign Lord had left behind a few of the more powerful secret arts, and Lin Fei would be able to use them to improve his own strength. The progress of the Great Tao of Enlightenment was very slow. For the time being, Lin Fei didn't expect his Great Tao of Enlightenment to improve rapidly. To improve his combat strength, apart from his physical defense, the Sovereign Lord had left behind secret arts. Although he couldn't unleash the power of a sovereign, it was still a sovereign-level secret art. Rise! When Lin Fei landed, he turned into a giant and reached out to grab the Starstone Mountain. He wanted to uproot it before he could collect it. Boom boom boom, the earth shook. The red heavenly river surged into the sky and turned into a giant filled with death chi. It was expressionless and held a red heavenly river spear. With a raise of the spear, the heavenly river hung upside down. What the hell is this? Lin Fei slapped back and broke the red heavenly river. The red heavenly river rapidly recovered and surged up again, unaffected. Strange. A clone walked out from Lin Fei's side and attacked the giant formed by the heavenly river. Get up. The Starstone Mountain started to shake. Lin Fei used all his strength to uproot the Starstone Mountain. The 2 clones were very strong and their punches shocked the sky. However, they couldn't break through the heavenly river giant's attack. Lin Fei just wanted to buy some time. The heavenly river giant was stalled. Lin Fei used all his strength. The Starstone Mountain couldn't withstand his strength and was forcibly uprooted. However, the moment it was pulled out, a great Tao aura erupted from the bottom of the Starstone Mountain. At the bottom of the Starstone Mountain, a fragment the size of a washbasin appeared. Tao Tree Fragment. Lin Fei didn't have time to think. He put away the Starstone Mountain and grabbed at the Tao Tree Fragment. On the Tao Tree Fragment, a large amount of great Tao light blasted out. With this grab, his arm was shattered. So powerful. Lin Fei had used a divine ability arm, and its defense was not weak. However, it had been directly shattered. Lin Fei did not even think about it and switched to another arm. Great Tao energy slammed into his arm, and Lin Fei, who had not felt pain in a long time, once again felt pain. His arm was covered with cracks, and it looked like it was going to shatter. This must be the great Tao power left behind by an ancient expert. This heavenly river giant is probably formed from this great Tao power. Lin Fei grabbed with his other arm. Ignoring the great Tao power, he directly grabbed it. The true self great Tao blasted and healed his injuries. So heavy. With this grab, Lin Fei actually couldn't grab it. The Tao technique fragment didn't move at all. He could easily grab such a heavy mountain like the Starstone Mountain. The small Tao tree fragment below made Lin Fei suffer, and he couldn't pick it up. Not good, someone is coming. It must be the aura of the Tao tree fragment that attracted them. Lin Fei frowned. He sensed powerful auras flying from all directions. Among them, there were a few auras that weren't inferior to his. They were fellows at the third level of the great Tao power. Logically speaking, Lin Fei could have left after obtaining the heavenly Starstone Mountain. But this extraordinary Tao tree fragment was something that Lin Fei couldn't bear to give up. Perhaps after refining it, his true self great Tao could reach the peak of the third level. Lin Fei's true self great Tao poured into his arm. He just barely managed to grab the Tao tree fragment. Put down the ancient Tao tree fragment. Lin Fei grabbed the Tao tree fragment and sank down. A huge black palm that was millions of miles wide appeared in the sky and slammed down towards this small region. Someone attacked through space to snatch the Tao tree fragment. Lin Fei slapped out with a single hand to meet this terrifying palm. He used this opportunity to fly out. He didn't plan on fighting them. Boom! Their palms stirred up a huge wave. The heavenly river giant was half destroyed, but it didn't fall. It recovered in the blink of an eye. Its cold eyes flashed and it chased after Lin Fei. Didn't I just take a Tao tree fragment? Chapter 1399. I'm actually holding a fragment of the ancient Tao tree. With such a background, it's no wonder it's different from other Tao tree fragments. I can't grab it with my strength. Lin Fei exchanged a palm strike with that person, then grabbed the fragment and flew out. Hearing the name of the fragment, he immediately realized that it wasn't an ordinary Tao tree fragment. The ancient Tao tree fragment exuded the aura of the great Tao. Lin Fei tried several times to put it into his storage ring, but he couldn't do so. The ancient Tao tree fragment's tyrannical great Tao energy was constantly resisting the storage ring's suction force. Lin Fei did not doubt that if he forcefully stuffed the fragment into the storage ring would explode into pieces on the spot. The items inside would also be destroyed in an instant. Ignoring the fact that the ancient Tao tree fragment was stored in his storage ring, Lin Fei's great Tao power was constantly rebounding it. If it were someone with a weaker body, their body would have long been shattered. They could forget about grabbing the Tao tree fragment. Now isn't a good time to absorb it, but it's troublesome. I need to find a quiet place. If it was an ordinary Tao tree fragment, Lin Fei wasn't too worried. He could just put it away. There were no hidden dangers. But the one in his hand was different from before, and it would take some time to refine. More importantly, the celestial river giant was still chasing him, as if he had stolen something from it. Even with his powerful recovery ability, he couldn't kill the celestial river giant for a while. What Lin Fei needed to do now was to shake off the celestial river giant and the people behind him. Chase! That guy is just ahead. Behind the celestial river giant, 3 immortal emperors with powerful auras appeared. Their figures flashed, and they escaped into the void, continuing the chase. Leave behind the ancient Tao tree fragment, and I'll spare your life. A cold voice rang out in front of him. Space trembled and shattered as a battleship glowing with the light of treasures appeared. It contained heavenly might, and rumbling sounds could be heard. It was like a ferocious beast charging down a mountain, piercing through space and slamming into Lin Fei. The immense force of the collision sent him flying. What a tough warship! The strength of Lin Fei's physical body was rarely seen in the world. Apart from immortal venerables, there were not many that could be found. But now it was sent flying by a warship, and the warship was fine. It only shook up and down, but there was not a single crack. This person must have a powerful background. The black warship gradually became smaller and landed in the hands of a white-robed man. This white-robed man was obviously shocked by the strength of the other party's physique. Your physique is very strong, and your chi and blood are vigorous. You can actually block an attack from my fierce tiger warship. Which sex disciple are you from? Are you a disciple of the 2 palaces or 3 halls? The 4 sects and 5 emperors can't raise a disciple like you. Lin Fei's chi and blood were messed up by this collision, but he quickly recovered. Another person from the forsaken land of immortals. As soon as Lin Fei heard this, he knew the other's background. From his tone, he didn't think much of the 2 palaces and the 3 halls. Apart from those brutal fellows from the land of exile, he couldn't think of anyone else. After Lin Fei was hit by this collision, the person behind him caught up. The celestial river giant also caught up. The spear in his hand stabbed out, shattering the void, but it immediately recovered. This was a land of destruction. The strength of the void was unimaginable to ordinary people. Even a ruler couldn't break open the void. Devil Emperor Solar, I didn't expect you to come too. The black figure caught up and recognized the white-robed immortal emperor. After shattering the attack of the celestial river giant, he stopped advancing and formed a blockade. Devil Emperor Tianhen, since you are here, why can't I? Moreover, the ancient Dao tree shard is a good item. Who wouldn't be tempted by it? The white-robed Devil Emperor Solar laughed. It's just that this immortal emperor isn't easy to deal with. Even my fierce tiger warship can't kill him. If we want to obtain the shard, we will have to rely on our own methods. The black figure revealed himself. He was tall and sturdy, and the most eye-catching thing was the pair of black horns on his head. His eyes were scarlet red as he licked his lips. That's easy. Let's clean up these little bugs first so that they don't disturb our fun. Alright. Behind them, there were more figures breaking through the void. They were planning to run over and get a share of the loot. As soon as they arrived, they were attacked by 2 powerful experts. The sky collapsed, the earth split, and the void shattered. They were caught unprepared, and several corpses fell to the ground. Cries of alarm could be heard. They're demons from the forsaken land of immortals. Everyone run. They turned and fled, vanishing like a wisp of smoke. Little bugs from the myriad worlds, what a bunch of cowards. No wonder each one is more useless than the last. They couldn't even block 30% of my strength and were killed. Devil Emperor Solar mocked. Their days are peaceful. How can they be as cruel as us? Devil Emperor Tianhen swallowed a big mouthful. When there's nothing to do, we can still change our tastes. Clearly, the 2 of them didn't care about the immortal emperors from the myriad worlds. Their strength was at the 3rd level. In addition to their strong physique, they really didn't care about them. Devil Emperor Solar. Devil Emperor Tianhen, your appetite is really big. We haven't seen such good stuff in the past few years. As the saying goes, those who see it should have a share. Why don't we attack together and kill that brat? Then we can share it equally. It's better than the people from the immortal court outside. The 2 experts chased away the little bugs. Another figure appeared in the void. The moment Demon Emperor Thoreau and Demon Emperor Tianhen sensed the appearance of the figure, they joined hands and attacked together. Their divine arts were overwhelming and resplendent, pressuring the other party. The person who appeared from the void had a revolving ice heart in front of him. It gave off a cold aura and easily blocked all the attacks. Devil Emperor Luojiu, your nose is really sensitive like a dog. You always appear at the most crucial moment. Devil Emperor Tianhen sneered and stopped attacking. The 2 of them attacked together but couldn't do anything to the other party. Fear flashed in their eyes. We are all from the forsaken immortal land. We should stick together. We all know what we are capable of. Why don't we get rid of this celestial river giant first? Devil Emperor Luojiu laughed and his eyes were fierce. All right. The three of them were straightforward. Although the celestial river giant was strong, it couldn't withstand the frenzied attacks of the three. After more than 100 moves, the celestial river giant was blasted into nothingness. Only the four of them were left. Brat, I thought you would escape. Devil Emperor Tianhen's eyes landed on the other party. In fact, when the three experts from the Forsaken Immortal Land attacked the celestial river giant, their divine senses were locked onto the other party. As long as the other party dared to move, they would immediately stop and attack. Lin Fei smiled bitterly in his heart. Why did he have such fate with the people from the Forsaken Immortal Land? After killing Venerable Yao Yu's people, he encountered experts from the Forsaken Immortal Land. Each of them was an expert of the third level and all three of them were in the middle stage. The ancient Dao tree fragment in his hand was extremely heavy. Lin Fei had to mobilize a large portion of his great Dao of truth to hold it and prevent it from falling from his hand. Run. Why are you running? Lin Fei laughed at the three of them. Any one of the three Devil Emperor experts had the same strength as him, yet they dared to laugh. This was the first time he saw such a person. Take the initiative to hand over the ancient Dao tree fragment, and we will spare your life. To be able to block an attack from the fierce tiger warship, your status in the myriad world should not be low. We admire experts the most. Devil Emperor Solar said indifferently. Once we make a move, you won't have the chance to choose. People from the Forsaken Immortal Land are so arrogant outside. I've learned a lot. Lin Fei said. Devil Emperor Solar, you are a disciple of Venerable Guyu. Devil Emperor Tianhen, you are a disciple of Venerable Qing Ming. As for you, Devil Emperor Luojiu, you are a disciple of Venerable Heaven Trampling. Don't think that I don't know your origins. I just don't want to bicker with you. The three Devil Emperors' eyes flashed with doubt. How did this guy know their origins? This was the first time they came to the myriad worlds. Along the way they had killed many natives but no one could tell their origins. Yet, this young man in front of them knew. Who are you? Lin Fei laughed. I am a disciple of Venerable Rongzhan. As for my Dao name, you are not qualified to know. Venerable Rongzhan's disciple. The three were shocked. Venerable Rongzhan was one of the three strongest immortal venerables. He had a fiery temper and was very protective. He was famous in the Forsaken Immortal Land. Of course, when the Immortal Court entered the Forsaken Immortal Land, Venerable Rongzhan even fought with that ruler to vent his anger. Devil Emperor Tianhen rolled his eyes. Humph, you said you are a disciple of Venerable Rongzhan. Who knows? Moreover, we all know the experts in the Forsaken Immortal Land. He secretly transmitted to Devil Emperor Solar and Devil Emperor Luojiu. You too, there is something wrong with this kid's origin. If he is really a disciple of Venerable Rongzhan, we will not know. To prevent any accidents from happening, we must make a move now. Venerable Rongzhan was famous for being protective. Even their old ancestor Venerable had to lower his head in front of Venerable Rongzhan. Since you said you are a disciple of Venerable Rongzhan, then show us. Devil Emperor Solar let out a cold snort. The fierce tiger warship in his hand expanded with the wind and broke through the void, ramming over. Devil Emperor Solar loved to smash people into pieces. It was the same no matter who it was. He loved the sense of accomplishment when his enemy was smashed into pieces. I also want to see it. Devil Emperor Tianhen also made a move. He directly rushed forward with the great Dao energy filling the air. In an instant he blasted out hundreds of punches. The sky was filled with fist shadows, blocking all paths. The disciples of Venerable Rongzhan are all insufferably arrogant. I have long found them displeasing to the eye. Devil Emperor Luojiu chuckled. Today I will start with you. Devil Emperor Luojiu grew 3 heads and 6 arms. His 6 arms waved while his 3 heads let out a cold laugh. The 3 of them attacked at the same time. Lin Fei felt a sense of pressure. This made Lin Fei very excited. The experts of the 3rd level were from the Forsaken Immortal Land. They had deep accumulations and were the best opponents to fight. Open. Chapter 1400. Shameless fella. Demon Emperor Solar, who was controlling the blazing tiger warship, felt his body trembling. He nearly lost control of the warship and was sent flying tens of millions of miles away before smashing into a palace, turning it into ruins. How heavy was the ancient Tao tree fragment? One could only imagine the power behind this collision from Lin Fei. This thing is so useful. After sending the blazing tiger warship flying, Demon Emperor Tianhen charged over from behind Lin Fei. Over 100 punches landed on Lin Fei's body, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. Under the power of over 100 punches, Lin Fei's body was on the verge of exploding. Great Tao of True Self reinforce. The surging Great Tao of True Self stabilized his body. Just like that, Lin Fei withstood Demon Emperor Tianhen's attack. Go! The ancient Tao tree fragment was swung by Lin Fei. It smashed onto Demon Emperor Tianhen's body and sent him flying. Lin Fei closed in once more and continued to smash the ancient Tao tree fragment. Demon Emperor Tianhen's punches landed on Lin Fei, but they were all disintegrated by the great Tao energy of the ancient Tao tree fragment. Instead, he coughed out blood from the ancient Tao tree fragment. You're shameless! Demon Emperor Tianhen coughed out blood. Lin Fei realized how useful the ancient Tao tree fragment was. As long as his opponent attacked, it would be disintegrated by the ancient Tao tree fragment. What a great offensive treasure! Ha ha ha! Which one of us from the Forsaken Immortal Grounds isn't shameless? Aren't the three of you attacking me shamelessly? Lin Fei laughed as he activated the ancient Tao tree fragment. Multicolored light shot into the sky, smashing Demon Emperor Tianhen to the point that he coughed out blood. Everywhere he passed by was turned into ruins. Rumble! Demon Emperor Solar controlled the warship to attack again. Lin Fei didn't even turn his head as he smashed the ancient Tao tree fragment. Demon Emperor Solar trembled and was sent flying once more. Be *starred. Lin Fei relied on the ancient Tao tree fragment to gain the upper hand. Demon Emperor Luojiu, why aren't you attacking? Lin Fei flipped Demon Emperor Thoreau's battleship and grabbed the ancient Tao tree shard once more. Once again, he struck Demon Emperor Tianhen until he vomited blood and was constantly attacked by the great Tao energy. Demon Emperor Tianhen cursed the other party over 100 times. The great Tao energy of the ancient Tao tree fragment was too tyrannical and could disintegrate any attack. Even with Demon Emperor Tianhen's strength, he was unable to do anything to the other party. On the contrary, he was beaten to the point of spurting out blood non-stop. Even his powerful physical body was filled with cracks. What made Devil Monarch Tianhen want to vomit blood was that Devil Monarch Luojiu, that be *starred, actually didn't make a move. Demon Emperor Luojiu cupped his hands and said, Tao friend is strong. I admit my inferiority. Demon Emperor Tianhen and Demon Emperor Thoreau had both suffered at the hands of the other party. Even if the three of them joined forces, they might not be able to kill this fella. Demon Emperor Thoreau flew up again, no longer attacking. Fellow Taoist, you've hidden yourself well. The two of them weren't idiots. With the ancient Tao tree fragment in hand, the two of them couldn't deal with it. This bastard was too shameless, borrowing the power of the great Tao to attack them without affecting himself. Demon Emperor Tianhen took this opportunity to flee thousands of miles away. Tao friend, I admit that you are a disciple of immortal paragon Rongzhan. This fella was in the worst state. He was beaten to the point of spurting out blood, and his physical body was on the verge of being heavily injured. He didn't dare to continue fighting. This fella had taken out the ancient Tao tree fragment one after another. His physical body was even stronger than theirs. Lin Fei stopped. He smiled and said, Thanks for letting me win. These three fellas are truly cunning. They immediately stopped when they couldn't win the fight. Lin Fei thought to himself, the people from the Forsaken Immortal Land really can't be underestimated. If I didn't have the ancient Tao tree fragment, they would definitely swarm over to kill me and snatch away my treasures. Lin Fei had finally witnessed the character of the experts from the Forsaken Immortal Land. The others were probably the same as them. The three demon emperors were actually afraid of the ancient Tao tree fragment in the other party's hand. The ancient Tao energy that erupted from the fragment could disintegrate their attacks. For a short period of time they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. His physical body was also exceptionally strong. They were secretly shocked. Could this guy be a disciple secretly trained by Venerable Rongzhan? If it was true, Then all the immortal venerables in the forsaken immortal land had underestimated immortal venerable Rongzhan. He had actually nurtured such a genius disciple that could compete with them. The three of you are not leaving. Could it be that you still want to make a move? Lin Fei said sternly. Demon Emperor Luozhou laughed. Fellow Taoist, you must be joking. We're all from the forsaken land of immortals, so it's only natural that we stick together. Just now we didn't get to know each other without fighting. Besides, the forsaken land of immortals isn't the only one participating in this war. There are also the experts of the immortal court who have their eyes in the sky. They're the most vicious of all. And fellow Taoist is the disciple of immortal Exalt Rongzhan. It's hard to guarantee that they won't use a borrowed knife to kill you. Why don't the three of us act together? The reason why Lin Fei pretended to be a disciple of venerable immortal Rongzhan was that he did not want to fight with them. These three guys were not easy to kill. Even if he used his killer move Worldstorm, he might not be able to kill them. He could only seriously injure them. In the battlefield, Lin Fei didn't want to reveal his trump cards. Those weak immortal emperors didn't count. He's going to pull me along, Lin Fei thought. Demon Emperor Tianhen laughed. If the four of us work together, we can even kill experts of the 4th level. Their flesh and blood would be great nourishment for us. Coincidentally, we know that there's an underground palace in the 3rd region. It used to be the lair of an immortal venerable in the past. Many experts have already headed there. The four of us can go and wipe them all out in one fell swoop. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. The lair of an immortal venerable? This should be your goal, right? How can there be an immortal venerable's lair in the 3rd region? Do you think I'm so easily fooled? Lin Fei harumphed coldly and acted like he was about to attack. Do you believe that I won't kill all of you today? At least one of you will die. The 3 demon emperors cursed in their hearts. This bastard was too full of himself. Wasn't he just a disciple of venerable Rongzhan? They were also disciples of venerable Rongzhan. In front of venerable Rongzhan's disciple, they were naturally inferior. Moreover, this bastard was stronger than them. He withstood over 100 attacks from Demon Emperor Tianhen without any injuries on his body. This kind of physique wasn't something that small bugs in the universe could cultivate. Dao friend, please take a look. We found this from an immortal emperor of the 2 palaces. Demon Emperor Thoreau was unhappy, but he still took out a jade strip and threw it over. Lin Fei scanned it with his spiritual sense and his expression changed slightly. Indeed, there were records of immortal venerables. After scanning through the jade strip, Lin Fei roughly understood it. In the 3rd region there was an underground palace. It was the lair of an immortal venerable before his death, leaving behind the inheritance of the immortal venerable Tao tree. The disciples of the 2 palaces were ordered to investigate and confirm if it existed. Unfortunately, they were unlucky enough to encounter the experts from the forsaken land of immortals and were attacked by them. Dao friend, we wouldn't dare to lie to you. How can we let those small bugs take advantage of such a good thing? We might as well take advantage of it. Demon Emperor Luozhou chuckled. The fragment of the ancient Tao tree was already this amazing. Even if the Tao tree left behind by an immortal venerable was destroyed, it was still an amazing thing. Chapter 1401. Everyone hit it off. Immortal Venerable's lair. Everyone was tempted. There might be a immortal venerable's Tao tree shard there, which was priceless. It was a good item that could allow one to ascend to the heavens in a single step. However, in this war zone with 3 factions present, who would dare to go alone? Wasn't that just courting death? But now that the 4 of them joined forces, it was different. Among them, there was a disciple of immortal venerable Rongzhan, a person who could fight 3 alone. When they encountered a strong enemy, they would be targeted by the other party, allowing them to take advantage of the situation. It would be even better if they died. Such a person might even be stronger than them in the future. Then how should we split it? Lin Fei took the initiative to suggest it. Immortal Venerable's lair was very tempted. Facing these 3, they didn't dare to trust them. These 3 were all shameless fellows. As for how to split it, they decided first. There are 4 of us, each of you will take 20%, and I will take 40%. This is because I snatched this jade slip from the hands of 2 immortal emperors. Demon Emperor Thoreau directly asked for 40%. Demon Emperor Luojiao and Demon Emperor Tianhen were dissatisfied, but they couldn't find a satisfactory excuse to refute. They reluctantly agreed. Demon Emperor Luojiao transmitted to Demon Emperor Tianhen. Demon Emperor Thoreau is really a scum. Why don't we work together? Our immortal venerables have a good relationship. If we ask for 40%, then we won't have anything left. Why don't we wait until we snatch the immortal venerable's Dao tree shard? Then get rid of Demon Emperor Thoreau and immortal venerable Rongzhan's disciple. Then we can split it evenly half each. How great is that? Demon Emperor Tianhen was also dissatisfied with this distribution. He transmitted without batting an eyelid. Dao friend's words are exactly what I want. Demon Emperor Thoreau's appetite is too big. We should teach him a lesson. I also don't like that fellow. The two secretly came up with a plan. Lin Fei was unhappy. If it's just 20%, then forget it. The three of you aren't my match, and all of you were beaten to the point of vomiting blood. Going to such a dangerous place like Immortal Venerable's lair. What right do you have to take 20%? I should at least take 40%. The three demon emperors nearly vomited blood. You are too shameless. If not for the ancient Dao tree fragment, we would at most be able to fight to a draw, but you still have the nerve to say such things. Your skin is just too thick. Demon Emperor Thoreau thought to himself, the disciple of Venerable Immortal Rongzhan is indeed tyrannical. It wasn't easy for me to get my hands on this jade slip, and he wants to snatch 40% of it. Does he really think that I don't exist? This guy has a powerful background, so I'll bear with it for now. 40% is not enough. Demon Emperor Thoreau shook his head. At most, I'll give you 30%. I'll give you 10%, you and I 30%, and the other two 20%. Lin Fei shook his head. No, something like the Immortal Venerable's lair definitely needs someone to be the main force. Can't be you who goes, or even you. So, I must take 40%. Of course, I don't care who is willing to be the main force. I can even take 20%. Only a fool would become the main force. That was suicide. How could the three of them fall for such a trick? 40% was 40%. When the time comes, let's see if you have the ability to eat it. Just don't choke yourself to death. Soon everyone reached a rough distribution. Lin Fei wanted 40%, Demon Emperor Thoreau wanted 30%, and Demon Emperor Tianhen and Demon Emperor Luojiao each wanted 15%. They had temporarily reached a cooperative relationship. Dao friend, we are partners now. You should tell us your Dao name, right? Demon Emperor Luojiao said. Lin Fei smiled and said, my Dao name is Heaven the Arch. When the three demon emperors heard this, they almost rolled their eyes. This fellow was really arrogant. With such a domineering name, it was no wonder that he dared to ask for 40%. How is it? Is my Dao name domineering? It was named by Lord Celestial Reverend. Lin Fei said proudly. The three demon emperors were shocked again. There was such a thing? Did Celestial Reverend Rongzhan regard this Heaven the Arch so highly? Could it be that he had some sort of background? Celestial Reverend wasn't something that they could see. They were even more fearful of this Heaven the Arch. It was almost impossible for Celestial Reverend Rongzhan, one of the three strongest Celestial Reverends, to take a Dao name. They seemed to understand why they didn't know that such a person had appeared. This was definitely a secret expert that Celestial Reverend Rongzhan had secretly nurtured. They secretly rejoiced that they didn't use their full strength. If this Heaven the Arch had some secret trump card, they would be the ones to suffer. Dao Friend's reputation is very domineering. Lord Celestial Reverend's Dao name is indeed different. With our cooperation, the items in Celestial Reverend's nest will definitely fall into our hands. In order not to fall behind, Demon Emperor Thoreau took out the Fierce Tiger warship. Not only could the warship be used for battle, but it could also fly at 55 times the maximum speed of Heavenly Dao. Lin Fei didn't board the warship. Instead, he asked them to wait for him while he ran to pull out the other Star Stone Mountain. This time they didn't encounter the attack of the Celestial River Giant, nor did the ancient Dao tree fragment appear. This dispelled Lin Fei's beautiful dream. Such a good thing didn't come by every day. Dao friend Heaven the Arch, why are you collecting the Star Stones? It isn't popular to use Star Stones to refine immortal equipment now. Demon Emperor Thoreau controlled the Fierce Tiger warship. The entire warship turned into a ferocious tiger that charged forward. turning everything in its path into fragments. Nothing, just refining a little. Don't you feel that smashing people with a starstone mountain is a great achievement? If one doesn't work, then another. Lin Fei said with a smile and even gestured. Demon Emperor Thoreau thought, this guy is really not a good person. He always thinks of dirty tricks. Why would Celestial Reverend Rong Zhan hand over such a guy? Celestial Reverend's nest was in the 3rd region, in the central region. Even with 55 times the maximum speed of Heavenly Tao, it still took him a month to travel through the void. During this month, Lin Fei sat cross-legged without moving. Those 3 guys must be thinking of some harmful method again. Lin Fei opened his eyes to take a look, then closed his eyes again to secretly improve his Great Sword Chi Mystic Technique. He would take advantage of this time to improve the Great Sword Chi Mystic Technique as much as he could. It would be even better if he could improve it to the 4th level. That would be another powerful trump card. While improving the Great Sword Chi Mystic Technique, Lin Fei also secretly improved his physical body. From the 3 demon emperors, Lin Fei found out many things. He learned that in the Forsaken Immortal Land, every demon emperor had cultivated a powerful physical body. Could be said that they were the best. By relying on their physical bodies, few immortal emperors of the same realm could break through their defenses. They could challenge those of a higher realm and wouldn't be beaten to death. Their level of physical bodies wasn't considered the strongest in the Forsaken Immortal Land, but the Celestial Reverend experts in the Forsaken Immortal Land all had extremely powerful physical bodies that could destroy a star continent with a single punch. Because of this, Lin Fei decided to improve his physical body again. He would try to increase the number of gates from 800 to 1000, so that his physical defense would be a little better when facing the various enemies in the Immortal Reverend's nest. The 3 demon emperors' physical bodies were about the fusion of 600 gates, which was considered very powerful. It was indeed easy for them to kill immortal emperors in the myriad worlds. There are small worms in front again. Demon Emperor Thoreau, who had been controlling the fierce tiger battleship, transmitted a message to the few demon emperors who were in seclusion, informing them to come out. Small worms in the myriad worlds are the weakest. It's not interesting at all. Demon Emperor Tianhen had recovered his physical body, and his strength had improved a little. Small worms might be small, but they are still meat. Demon Emperor Luozhou laughed. Dao friend Heavenly Emperor, what do you think? Not interested. Lin Fei said coldly. In front of these 3 demon emperors, Lin Fei was very clear that he had to act arrogant. After all, Immortal Reverend Rong Zhan was one of the 3 Immortal Reverends. As his disciple, if he didn't act arrogant, how could he still be considered as Immortal Reverend Rong Zhan's disciple? A few figures appeared in front of him. All of them were peak Immortal Emperors, emitting powerful killing intent. Among the 3 demon emperors, they were like suns, very eye-catching. After Lin Fei's divine sense swept over them, he couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect to meet them here. They really delivered themselves to my doorstep. Lin Fei knew those few people, and they were acquaintances that he had not known for long. These few are to my liking, I want them. Lin Fei took a step forward and left the battleship. Immortal Emperor He Xian, Immortal Emperor Lan Zu, and a group of evil men had been wandering in the 3rd region for a long time. They hadn't found anything good. Our region is really dangerous. With so many experts appearing, we on the evil list can't take it anymore. A few days ago we met an expert from the Immortal Court. His divine power was unparalleled, and several immortal emperors from the 3 palaces were killed. Fortunately we ran fast, but we also lost a few brothers. Everyone nodded. Everyone be careful. Recently many people have appeared in this region, and there might be some good things appearing. Maybe we can get a share. Immortal Emperor He Xian said. Immortal Emperor Lan Zu also nodded. Let's be careful, there shouldn't be any big problems. Their evil list was protected by immortal sovereigns outside, but in this place they couldn't handle others, especially those experts from the Forsaken Land of Immortals, who were tens of thousands of times more ferocious than them. Someone is coming. An evil man Immortal Emperor said. Immediately, a figure rushed up and blocked in front of them. Everyone, long time no see. Lin Fei laughed and blocked in front of them. It's you. Immortal Emperor He Xian revealed anger. Good, you still have the guts to come here. The matter from last time hasn't been resolved. The matter of the Tianyun Tower spread. Immortal Emperor He Xian knew that Di Tian had sold the quota to the Tianyun Tower, making them come here for nothing. He didn't dare to vent his anger on the Tianyun Tower, so he could only vent his anger on Di Tian. He didn't expect that Di Tian would take the initiative to come here before they went to look for him. The matter has indeed not been resolved, Lin Fei said. Since all of you are here, I'll send you to hell. Lin Fei took out the fragment of the ancient Dao tree, which he hadn't refined for the time being. It became a precious treasure in his hand, and the power of the great Dao burst forth. Kill him. Immortal Emperor He Xian and Immortal Emperor Lan Zu were furious. They had immortal sovereigns, but Di Tian still dared to attack them. Chapter 1402. The people on the list of villains had committed all sorts of evil in the myriad worlds. They had to take revenge and vent their anger. It was normal to hold a grudge over a small matter. The two of them had always kept Di Tian's matter in mind. They did not dare to do anything in Absolute Heaven Palace, but in this land of destruction, there was nothing they did not dare to do. Everyone used their mystic arts and secret techniques, and a large amount of death chi was shaken. They could not give up on the treasure in Di Tian's hands. Their strength would definitely increase greatly if they obtained it. They thought so, but unfortunately they had misjudged Di Tian. Lin Fei now had an understanding of the ancient Dao tree fragment. As long as it exceeded a certain level of power, it could be easily disintegrated. The ancient Dao tree fragment shook forward, and the mystic arts and secret techniques in the sky were disintegrated. Lin Fei came in front of a peak immortal emperor and smashed the ancient Dao tree fragment, causing the peak immortal emperor to explode on the spot, turning into a mist of blood. Hee hee. Lin Fei chuckled and pounced on another peak immortal emperor. Bang! 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 Lin Fei was like a devil walking among people. They usually did many evil things, but they had never thought that they would meet such a terrifying person. Once the ancient Dao tree fragment was activated, someone would immediately die. 1, 2, 3 in the blink of an eye. Only Immortal Emperor He Xian and Immortal Emperor Lan Zu were left in the group of villains. The two looked at each other and used their most powerful mystic arts. Lin Fei snorted coldly. The ancient Dao tree fragment moved, shattering their attacks, and rushed in front of Immortal Emperor He Xian. I wanted to kill you last time. You dare. Immortal Emperor He Xian's attack was disintegrated. He shouted and was about to use Lord Immortal's supremacy when a huge fist smashed over. With a cracking sound, the ferocious power of the great Dao crushed him. And you. Immortal Emperor Lan Zu was so scared that his face turned pale. They were on the villains list, but they were so weak in front of Di Tian, killed in a few moves. This was hard to accept. If you dare kill us, our boss will definitely kill you. Ha ha ha, you have an immortal supremacy, but don't I? Lin Fei laughed. The ancient Dao tree flew over and smashed into Immortal Emperor Lan Zu, shattering it into pieces. Instant kill. Even the 3 devil emperors could not withstand the attack of the ancient Dao tree fragment, let alone Immortal Emperor Lan Zu. Whoosh, the moment Immortal Emperor Lan Zu died, black runes rose from his body and slithered up like venomous snakes. Boom! Lin Fei raised his fist and punched the black runes. The black runes exploded in the air above Lin Fei, and did not dissipate for a long time. Hey, this is a strange power. My power can't break it. Lin Fei thought. Could it be that this is the power of a celestial prime? Lin Fei had a bad feeling about this. These black runes were weird. Lin Fei put away the storage ring and sent his spiritual sense in to search. Not long after, his expression changed slightly. These black runes had an extraordinary origin. There was a jade scroll in the storage ring that came from Immortal Emperor Lan Zu. This Immortal Emperor Lan Zu's origin was not simple. He obtained some benefits from the Celestial Prime, and was bestowed with a strand of Celestial Prime's power. This strand of Celestial Prime's power could not attack. As long as someone killed Immortal Emperor Lan Zu, the Celestial Prime's power would be added to his body. As long as he appeared near the Celestial Prime, the Celestial Prime would take action. Rumor had it that the higher the ranking of the evil list, the more Immortal Prime's power they would have. This was also one of the reasons why the evil list was so arrogant. The guy on the evil list is really shameless. He still wants to drag others down with him after his death. I actually offended the Celestial Prime unknowingly. Once I appear near him, it will be a disaster of death. Lin Fei could not help but smile bitterly. He had actually been tricked. Lin Fei had nothing to complain about since he had already killed Lan Zhu. He was temporarily safe. The Celestial Prime on the evil list was probably busy with something important now and would not care about him. Lin Fei returned to the fierce tiger warship. It's just a few small bugs. I've made a fool of myself. Lin Fei said with a smile. The 3 demon emperors did not see the black runes on their bodies. They did not know that they had just offended an Celestial Prime, the number 1 evil list immortal prime. There is no need for Daoist Celestial Emperor to personally take action against these small bugs. Let Demon Emperor Thoreau drive the warship and directly crush them. Demon Emperor Luozhou said. Killing these small bugs is the most boring. They had just come out from the Forsaken Land of Immortals and were quite interested in these small bugs. However, after a long time they immediately lost interest. A few days ago, they dared to attack me from behind when I was fighting with others and snatched my treasures. Although I killed some of them, they still escaped. Now that I have encountered them, I have to personally kill them to vent my anger. Lin Fei said with a smile, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Everyone, don't underestimate them. These fellows are reputable existences in the myriad heavens and myriad worlds. They are the top 100 villains on the list of villains. So they are people from the evil list. The 3 of them had heard of it before. There was an immortal venerable overseeing it, so they needed to understand it. Then the 3 of them laughed loudly. Apart from the Celestial Sovereign and the top 10, the rest of the villains on the wicked list are nothing. To be honest, the people from the Forsaken Land of Immortals are the real villains. Who do they think they are? The 3 of them disparaged the evildoers on the evil men, ranking as worthless. Lin Fei found it funny in his heart. If you guys killed a few of them and were supported by the power of an immortal venerable, I believe you guys wouldn't say that. If you have the time, you should try to trick them. There are also some evil people in our area. When we meet them, we'll help you vent your anger and kill them all. Ha ha ha. The people on the evil man list were just a small interlude. Half a month later, they had already arrived in the vicinity of the immortal venerable's lair. As for the exact location, they still had to search carefully. The celestial venerable's lair is here. Demon Emperor Thoreau took out a jade scroll and looked at the map inside. Search carefully. The few of them were excited. The celestial venerable's lair was an existence that people yearned for. If there was a celestial venerable level Dao tree left behind, their strength would soar to the heavens in a single step. This was also the biggest reason why everyone took the risk to enter. A chance to soar to the heavens in a single step. At their realm, which one of them didn't cultivate for dozens of chaos years, or even hundreds of chaos years. Breaking through a realm often required a very long time. Opportunities were also very important. They had just searched for a while when an immortal light rushed out in front of them. Countless world-destroying death chi that was constantly wreaking havoc directly evaporated a large area. Someone beat us to it. That must be the celestial venerable's lair. The few of them felt the power of the immortal light that shot into the sky and immediately realized that that place was the celestial venerable's lair. Other than the celestial venerable's lair, there seemed to be no other place. The fierce tiger warship tore through the sky, pushed to the limit. Chapter 1403. The black sarcophagus was huge. It was 100,000 zhang in size and completely black. A large amount of deathly aura covered it, turning it into a faintly discernible mist. What moved people the most was that there was a fragment of the ancient Dao tree on top of the sarcophagus. It opened up a void, preventing the death energy from entering. The underground palace was very simple. Apart from the black sarcophagus and a fragment of the ancient Dao tree, there was nothing else. It was empty, which was in accordance with the rumors. Boom boom boom. Below the underground palace, a few figures rushed out. Secret arts filled the air, shaking the heavens and the earth. The void was continuously shattered and restored. The weakest of these people was peak second level of Great Dao power. As expected, someone was one step ahead of us. Demon Emperor Thoreau said. They seemed to be from the celestial court. One of the people who rushed into the sky was wearing a golden yellow robe. He faced 8 experts alone, using mystic arts and secret arts at will. The 8 experts combined couldn't do anything to him. The golden yellow-robed man punched. A golden dragon flew out with a shocking roar, shaking away the 8. You have no chance in front of me. Emperor-level world destruction fist. Suddenly, a terrifying aura spread out. The golden yellow-robed man used his true strength. His first move was a great secret art fist art. Heaven and earth started to change color. He killed 3 peak immortal emperors with one punch, each of them reaching the 3rd level. It's him, Immortal Emperor Huanglong, Demon Emperor Thoreau, and the other 2's expressions changed. They saw that the person being attacked was one of the experts from the Celestial Court. The 8 peak immortal emperors didn't even last 3 breaths of time before they were killed by Immortal Emperor Huanglong. They were all smashed to pieces by the domineering fist art. A bunch of ants, you think you can take the fragment of the ancient Tao tree and the celestial sovereign's sarcophagus? Immortal Emperor Huanglong said arrogantly. Suddenly he shot out a cold light. Experts of the forsaken immortal land you want to attack? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Immortal Emperor Huanglong looked up and shot out a cold light. Demon Emperor Thoreau stood on the warship. Tao friend Huanglong, everyone who sees such a good thing gets a share. Do you want to take it all for yourself? Immortal Emperor Huanglong's gaze landed on a young man. The thing in your hand is not bad. I want it. They came from the forsaken land of immortals and were notorious villains. The immortal court was an existence that had disappeared a long time ago, and was constantly being pursued by the 2 palaces. Now they actually dared to show off in front of him. The 3 couldn't take it. Tao friend Yellow Dragon, your tone is truly arrogant. Don't think that you can defeat the 4 of us just because you defeated the 8 of them. Demon Emperor Tianhen sneered. The experts of our forsaken immortal land are 10,000 times stronger than them. Tao friend Huanglong, as long as you agree we won't attack. Demon Emperor Luozhou followed up. You are only at the peak of the 3rd level of the great Tao energy, yet you can use the 4th level secret technique. But even if we risk our lives, you won't have it easy either. Lin Fei didn't say anything, but he could barely make out some things. This immortal Huanglong came from the immortal court, so his talent should be quite good. He had cultivated to the peak of the 3rd level, and had cultivated a powerful secret art, allowing him to unleash a portion of the power of the 4th level. That was why Demon Emperor Solo and the others were wary of them. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. The first expert of the immortal court he met was already so powerful. What about the other experts of the immortal court? How much power did the immortal court leave behind? If it's mine, no one can take it away. Immortal Emperor Huanglong sneered. I've always found you prisoners an eyesore. If it weren't for the ruler, you would have been imprisoned in the forsaken land of immortals for the rest of your lives. Don't even think about coming out. Today I'll teach you a good lesson. In front of the orthodox immortal court, you're nothing. These words thoroughly enraged the 3 demon emperors. This was the last thing they wanted to hear about. The forsaken immortal land was huge, but there was no immortal chi inside. Unless they relied on a powerful existence, there was no way they could survive. Whoever dared to mention this matter was equivalent to removing a scar. This was something that no one could tolerate. Let's attack together and kill him. Demon Emperor Thoreau urged the battleship to ram forward fiercely, and a large amount of death chi evaporated. The body of the emperor is indestructible. Immortal Emperor Huanglong's body shook, and his yellow robe flew up. His aura changed and he was the strongest in the world. He slammed his palm towards the fierce tiger battleship. Boom! This collision was a draw. Immortal Emperor Huanglong didn't even move. The fierce tiger battleship rammed again, and it turned into a series of afterimages as it continuously rammed towards Immortal Emperor Huanglong. This collision was more than 100 times, and Demon Emperor Thoreau was using his full strength. It's useless. In front of my body of the Emperor, all attacks are useless. Immortal Emperor Huanglong laughed arrogantly and disdainfully. Heaven Emperor, I'm afraid you're the only one here who can deal with his body of the Emperor. Demon Emperor Thoreau said in a low voice. His corporeal body is too strong. We can't do anything to him. Lin Fei witnessed the extraordinariness of the immortal court. This corporeal body received a strange blessing, and it could prevent the corporeal body from breaking. After witnessing the power of an immortal reverent, Lin Fei felt that this blessing was even stranger than an immortal reverence power. As long as this body of the emperor was broken, immortal Emperor Huanglong would lose at least 30 to 40% of his strength. Heaven Emperor, only you can go now. We will support from the side. Demon Emperor Tianhen also said. Lin Fei thought. These three shameless fellows, they want me to go so quickly. They definitely want me to perish together with him, or even injure each other so that they can reap the benefits. I can go too, Lin Fei said. The ancient Dao tree shard on the stone coffin must belong to me alone. Bastard. He still dared to take advantage of the situation. Lin Fei wasn't that easy to fool. Immortal Emperor Huanglong was extraordinary. If he went up and fought to the death, it would be a pity if he didn't reap some benefits. The three didn't dare to show it. Only Heaven Emperor could compete with Immortal Emperor Huanglong, who had the body of the Emperor. We agree, Demon Emperor Thoreau said. The prerequisite is that Immortal Emperor Huanglong must be chased away. Otherwise, we won't agree. They were also worried that if they didn't put in any effort during this period of time, they would be the ones to suffer. They didn't want such a thing to happen. All right. Lin Fei flew out from the warship. Daoist Huanglong, I'll fight you. With the ancient Dao tree shard in hand, the power of the great Dao erupted, transforming into an immortal light that blasted out. Immortal Huanglong said smugly, I really like the ancient Dao tree shard in your hand. As long as I refine it, I might be able to break through. I have to thank you properly. Boom boom boom. Immortal light exploded. Immortal Huanglong blasted through the immortal light, his body swaying slightly. Star-seizing hand. A large hand descended from the sky, dotted with stars and at a strange angle. It directly grabbed at the ancient Dao technique shard. Lin Fei activated the ancient Dao tree shard and blasted it. No matter what secret art it was, he would use his strength to break it. Boom! This pair of hands blasted out with a terrifying force. The star-seizing hand contained another killing move. Lin Fei's entire body went numb. It was many times more powerful than when the fierce tiger warship had rammed into him. Not bad, not bad. You actually blocked it. Immortal Huanglong's star-seizing hand secret art contained two transformations. If an outsider didn't know about it, they would either be killed or heavily injured by the star-seizing hand. A mere star-seizing hand is useless against me. Lin Fei stepped forward and activated the ancient Dao tree. You cultivate the Son of Heaven's body secret art. I also cultivate a divine body. Let's see who's afraid of whom. Although Immortal Huanglong looked down on the people of the forsaken immortal land, he knew how powerful they were. For example, Immortal Paragon Rongzhan had even dared to attack a ruler. And this person in front of him was stronger than all of them. Immortal Huanglong had always been proud. After cultivating the peerless secret art, the Son of Heaven's body, he naturally didn't care about ordinary divine bodies. Today, I will let you experience the might of an Son of Heaven. Son of Heaven's divine fist. As Immortal Huanglong laughed, his fist art changed again. Each punch was like an Son of Heaven, possessing heavenly might. His might soared into the sky, causing the expressions of the three demon emperors on the warship to change. In the same realm, Immortal Huanglong was much stronger than them. They hadn't even seen the secret art he used, especially the Son of Heaven's divine fist, which contained the might of an Son of Heaven. In front of this fist art, they seemed to have become subjects, and their strength was somewhat restricted. Everyone, hurry and help the Celestial the Arch. Now was not the time for them to plot against others. Without the Celestial the Arch in front of them, it was basically impossible for them to take down the Celestial Sovereign's sarcophagus. They had no choice but to do their best to distract Immortal Huanglong. This Immortal Huanglong's fist art is so strong. It even contains the might of an Son of Heaven. I almost fell for it. The moment the Son of Heaven's divine fist appeared, Lin Fei's mind trembled. It was like he had become a subject. How could a subject dare to attack an Son of Heaven? The great Tao of True Self in his body surged, breaking through the pressure. The great Tao of True Self stabilized his heart, and the might of an Son of Heaven was useless. Lin Fei activated the ancient Tao tree fragment and punched out, clashing with Immortal Huanglong. Their battle caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. It was unknown how many times the void was torn apart. Of the two, one had a ferocious fist art, while the other relied on the ancient Tao tree fragment. Their bodies were extremely powerful, and they weren't afraid of being injured at all. It could be said that it was a battle of the strong. Who are you? Immortal Huang Long was very conceited. Once he used the Son of Heaven's divine fist, as subjects few could withstand it. The power of the great Tao also contained the principles of a ruler and subject. Only the immortal court had this secret art. Celestial the Arch. Lin Fei laughed loudly. You are the Son of Heaven and I am your father. You want to use a mere Son of Heaven's divine fist to deal with your father? This is treason. Lin Fei instantly blasted out over 100 attacks. The surging great Tao of true self bolstered him, shattering the Son of Heaven that filled the sky. His fist landed on immortal Huang Long's body, sending him flying and crashing into the underground palace. The underground palace was abnormally sturdy. It was actually fine after this collision. Fellow Taoists, Celestial the Arch. The three demon emperors saw a glimmer of hope. At least there was someone who could resist immortal Huang Long. Immortal Huang Long was not injured. The body of the Son of Heaven was still bolstered. He stared at Qin Yu and said, "What a good Celestial the Arch. You are actually unaffected by the Son of Heaven's divine fist, and your body is also so powerful. It is not inferior to the body of the Son of Heaven. Then you are qualified to enjoy my Emperor-grade world annihilation fist." Boom! The fierce tiger warship collided. Chapter 1404. Immortal Huang Long executed a powerful secret technique, and with a single punch, he shook the fierce tiger warship that was jointly activated by the three demon emperors. His entire body emitted an incomparably powerful aura. Do you see that? The demon emperors of the forsaken immortal land are only slightly stronger in front of me. Immortal Huang Long's eyes flashed. You will soon become like them. The royal class apocalyptic fist was immortal Huang Long's most powerful trump card. The fourth level of power. Immortal Huang Long stepped forward. His sovereign apocalyptic fist exuded a terrifying might. When he punched out, the heavens and earth shook, causing the void to shatter for 1 billion miles. He was like an invincible immortal. Only if you defeat me will you have the right to say it. Lin Fei could sense the might of the royal world annihilation fist. As immortal Huang Long punched out, a beam of immortal light shot out. Lin Fei met it head-on, sending out a punch of his own. As soon as the two fists collided, Lin Fei's blood and qi churned violently. Blood seeped out of his body, and in that instant his physical body felt like it would completely collapse. The great Tao of true self strengthened his body and stabilized it. With this punch, Lin Fei knew how powerful the fourth level was. He had fused the Thousand Gates divine body and turned it into a unique divine body, but he was still shaken to the point where his qi and blood surged and spilled out. Ordinary people would not be able to do that. The power of the fourth level was indeed terrifying. Immortal Huang Long instantly punched out more than 10 times. Immortal light surged into the sky like the sea, illuminating the entire region. Within a radius of billions of miles, no one could approach. Anyone who approached would be torn apart by the power. On the fierce tiger warship, the three demon emperors were pale. They controlled the warship and ran out. Their faces were filled with terror. Immortal Huang Long is actually this powerful. With the three of us joining forces, even the Sky Emperor from before didn't bring us so much fear. I wonder if the Celestial the Arch can withstand it. The three of them naturally hoped that the Celestial Emperor would be able to hold on. That way they would have a chance to seize the ancient Tao tree fragment, or even the immortal sovereign's coffin. Right now the battle was so intense that they didn't dare to approach. It was clearly a small step away, but in reality the difference was worlds apart. They were too far behind. Immortal Huang Long, it seems like your emperor-level world-destroying fist is only SOSO. Lin Fei, who was in the middle of the attack, constantly stimulated the ancient Tao tree fragment. Large swathes of immortal light shattered and Lin Fei spat out a mouthful of blood that dyed his clothes red. He wasn't too heavily injured. How could you be fine? Immortal Huang Long's punches grew faster and faster. Just what sort of divine body have you cultivated? The most powerful divine body under the heavens is in our immortal court. How could you have possibly cultivated it? Large amounts of fist radiance transformed into immortal light, containing an unparalleled might. It was enough to crush anyone, causing them to flee upon hearing it. It was not very useful against Lin Fei. Lin Fei rejoiced that his divine body had fused with 1,000 divine bodies, allowing his physical body to rise to another level. Although immortal Huanglong's royal-grade world annihilation fist had an invincible might, it had not been cultivated to the great perfection realm. Its might was limited, allowing Lin Fei to withstand it. The strongest divine body under the heavens is not something that the immortal court can decide. Lin Fei stimulated the ancient Tao tree fragment as well as the 5 great sword energies, cutting apart the immortal light and reducing a portion of its power. I already said that you can't do anything to me. We've only done this for nothing. Immortal Huanglong was an extremely prideful immortal. From the moment he entered the battlefield, he had been as savage as a tiger. Anyone he encountered would either die or flee, causing his confidence to explode. You don't need to scare this seat with those words. This seat is not a 3-year-old child. Don't think that you can withstand my royal-grade world annihilation fist. Perhaps you are already an arrow at the end of its flight. This seat will definitely destroy you. Immortal Huanglong's aura rose to the limit. Fist after fist he punched out over 100 times. He was determined to destroy his opponent. After an incense stick's worth of time, Lin Fei was still enduring. An hour later, Lin Fei was still as lively as ever. 2 hours later, Immortal Huanglong was on the verge of vomiting blood. His body was clearly on the verge of collapse, but he was able to persist every time. Immortal Huanglong didn't know what to say about such a monstrous fellow. After 2 hours of battle, Immortal Huanglong used all his means. During this time he used several secret arts and divine abilities to support the royal-grade world annihilation fist. However, they were all destroyed by his opponent's great sword energies. Immortal Huanglong, are you going to continue or not? Lin Fei stimulated a large amount of immortal light formed from the power of the great Tao. Immortal Huanglong's fist shattered the immortal light and he stopped. He had a complicated expression. Heavenly Emperor, this seat will remember you. You are the only person that this seat can't do anything to. If it wasn't for the fact that this seat's secret art has yet to reach the large success stage, you can forget about having it so easy today. Although Lin Fei looked relaxed, his true self Great Tao was being consumed quickly. The power of the 4th level was indeed terrifying. No matter what you say, you can't do anything to me today. That is the truth. Lin Fei laughed. As for what will happen next time, who knows? Perhaps I will beat you until all your teeth fall out. Immortal Huanglong sneered. Stop dreaming. It is impossible for you to make this seat leave. This seat will make it clear. This celestial sovereign's sarcophagus is mine, even if it is only half of it. His sharp gaze shot towards Demon Emperor Thoreau and the other 2, scaring them into revealing looks of fear. They stood billions of miles away, not daring to approach. The black sarcophagus. Lin Fei felt that it was strange. It was far less worthwhile than the ancient Tao tree fragment on the black sarcophagus. The ancient Tao tree fragment belongs to me, Lin Fei said. As for the items inside the celestial sovereign's sarcophagus, we can talk about them after I open it. Immortal Huanglong couldn't do anything to Lin Fei. Although the ancient Tao tree fragment was not bad, compared to the items inside the celestial sovereign's sarcophagus, there was still a huge difference. At this time, Immortal Huanglong didn't want to make things too tense. Immortal Huanglong could only endure a fellow whose divine body could withstand an emperor-grade world annihilation fist. When his strength increased once more, he would definitely blow up this celestial the arch once more. The ancient Tao tree fragment belongs to you. The 3 demon emperors on the warship revealed helpless looks. They had originally hoped for the 2 of them to mutually injure each other. It would be pretty good if they could kill one of them. Who could have expected this to be the final outcome? Immortal Huanglong and the celestial the arch stopped fighting. Instead, they began talking about the celestial sovereign's sarcophagus. The 3 of them felt like they had been ignored. They felt stifled, but no matter how displeased they were, they didn't dare attack. Immortal Huanglong might just kill them. The ancient Tao tree fragment belongs to me now. Lin Fei returned to the sky above the underground palace. They had fought repeatedly, but this place wasn't affected at all. It was the same as before. Immortal Huanglong and Demon Emperor Thoreau also appeared above the underground palace. They had no objections to Lin Fei taking the ancient Dao tree fragment. Collect. Lin Fei grabbed out with his hand, grabbing the ancient Dao tree fragment. The ancient Dao tree fragment on the black sarcophagus released a large expanse of immortal light that blasted towards Lin Fei's palm. Rise! Lin Fei's arm trembled. His flesh and blood were mangled, but they quickly recovered. The immortal light shattered, and the ancient Dao tree fragment was grabbed by Lin Fei. It was as heavy as the previous one, and he almost couldn't lift it. Boom! 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 Lin Fei used all of his strength. The immortal light constantly shattered, but he couldn't shake off Lin Fei's arm. The ancient Dao tree fragment was finally pulled out, landing in Lin Fei's hand. Another ancient Dao tree fragment had been obtained. Once the ancient Dao tree fragment was in his hand, the black sarcophagus suddenly emitted a cracking sound. Chapter 1405. Now that Lin Fei had taken the ancient Dao tree fragment, neither Immortal Huanglong nor the 3 demon emperors dared to question him. A single punch from Immortal Huanglong had caused them to vomit blood. Lin Fei had fought a fierce battle with Immortal Huanglong. Immortal Huanglong had used all his techniques, but still could not do anything to Lin Fei. He had no choice but to stop and settle things peacefully. Naturally, he was on the same level as Immortal Huanglong. The 3 demon emperors had yet to recover from their shock. How could the celestial Thearch's body improve so quickly in such a short period of time? He was able to withstand the power of the 4th level. Even they could not do this. Seeing the celestial Thearch take away the ancient Dao tree fragment, the 3 demon emperors felt as if their hearts were being cut by knives. Immortal Huanglong, whom they could not defeat, was standing right next to him. The stone coffin is moving. The moment the ancient Dao tree fragment was taken away, the black stone coffin moved. With a crack, the entire underground palace began to move. The 3 demon emperors were already in a state of shock. When the black stone coffin moved, they trembled in fear. Immortal Huanglong and Lin Fei both frowned. Before they could recover from their shock, the black stone coffin began to move once more. The upper lid began to move, and a crack appeared on the originally sealed stone coffin. The black crack was like a bottomless pit. Someone has finally come again. A faint voice came from within the stone coffin, filled with a bone-chilling aura. Whoosh, from within the crack in the stone coffin, a white bone hand reached out. The surrounding area for billions of kilometers instantly darkened as the white bone hand covered the entire region. Immortal Huanglong, Lin Fei, and the others fell into the white bone hand. It was most likely a divine ability. Not good. It's not an immortal sovereign inside. The white bone hand transformed into a palm that emanated an evil aura. He. The cold voice rang out once more. One of the white bone hand's 5 fingers suddenly flicked at Demon Emperor Thoreau, transforming into a sharp energy. Demon Emperor Thoreau pushed the fierce tiger warship forward in an attempt to block this killing intent. Bang! The fierce tiger warship, which could even cause Lin Fei to suffer a small loss and which even Immortal Huanglong couldn't break for the time being, had a large hole pierced through by the powerful qi. It heavily damaged the warship and shot towards Demon Emperor Thoreau. Ah! Demon Emperor Thoreau didn't expect to be blasted into pieces. Dead. Demon Emperor Thoreau fell down and was immediately absorbed by the white bone palm. Not even his corpse was left, and everything became nourishment for the white bone palm. An immortal emperor of the 3rd level was killed in the blink of an eye. Everyone's expression changed, especially the remaining 2 demon emperors, who were filled with horror. Go! The 2 demon emperors flew out one after another. The end of the billion miles was blocked by a force. The 2 of them couldn't break through this force even if they worked together. Stop struggling. All of you are nourishment for this emperor, ha ha ha. The white bone finger flicked twice, killing Devil Monarch Tianhen and Devil Monarch Joluo. The attack of the white bone palm was too strong. It could form a world of its own. Although the 2 of them were strong, they were no match for him. It seems like we have become his last dinner. Lin Fei smiled. Immortal Huanglong wasn't in a good mood. After fighting with the celestial Thearch, he was exhausted. He was about to open the stone coffin and obtain the treasure left behind by the celestial sovereign, but it seemed like he had worked for nothing. This stone coffin had been taken by someone else first. It's all your fault. If you didn't take the ancient Tao tree shard, how could this thing escape? Immortal Huanglong said angrily. Now we have a powerful enemy, killing 3 demon emperors with a flick of his hand. Immortal Huanglong knew that he couldn't do it, unless his secret art reached a high level. But now there was a clear gap. You can't blame me for this. Who asked you to not leave back then? Lin Fei retorted. This is the result of greed. Immortal Huanglong couldn't find a reason for his words. A moment later he returned to normal, his eyes sharp. Emperor Grade World Annihilation Fist. He attacked. Lin Fei didn't hesitate. He activated the ancient Tao tree shard in one direction. Immortal light slammed into that layer of power, and the great sword Qi secret art sliced through it. Lin Fei felt sullen. He had only taken the ancient Tao tree shard, but he had made a powerful enemy instead. The power of the white bone palm was unimaginable. As expected, the white bone palm didn't budge at all. Even the tyrannical great sword Qi secret art, 5 beams of sword Qi, couldn't break through the power of the palm. Whoosh whoosh, 2 white bone fingers shot towards them. An invincible pressure came crashing down. The 2 of them didn't dare to be distracted. They each activated their powers to block the white bone fingers. Bang bang! The 2 of them were both sent flying. Their flesh was shattered and white bones could be seen. Their bodies recovered and were shattered again. This happened over 100 times before stopping. Both Immortal Huanglong and Lin Fei coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. The 4th level of power. This wasn't Immortal Huanglong's half-baked power. Cough, cough, cough? Lin Fei coughed out blood and thought to himself. What kind of strange person is hiding in the stone coffin? His divine ability and secret art are so powerful that he can injure me with a single finger. A voice came from above the white bone palm. I didn't expect that when this emperor woke up, 2 excellent bodies would be delivered to me. Even the heavens are helping this emperor. Ha ha ha. The cold voice continued. Let this emperor wipe away your consciousnesses and become this emperor's spokespeople in the outside world. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the white bone fingers kept flicking out, each with the same power. Immortal Huanglong and Lin Fei found it extremely difficult to block. They were hit by the 2 white bone fingers until they coughed out blood, and their bodies were in tatters. Celestial the Arch, this seat will leave first. You can slowly become his spokesperson. Immortal Huanglong was sent flying again, coughing out blood. He took out an immortal talisman and laughed at Lin Fei. He tore the immortal talisman apart, and terrifying immortal light shot towards the white bone palm. A hole was torn open, and Immortal Huanglong flashed out. He didn't care whether he lived or died. He was in a hurry to escape. An immortal talisman refined by an immortal sovereign. A faint voice came from the white bone palm. No emotion could be heard from it. The 5 pure white fingers all flicked out. If he escapes, then you can be this emperor's spokesperson. The 5 fingers shot out together. The power was so great that even Lin Fei felt his scalp go numb. This Immortal Huanglong fellow, he didn't use this thing. He took advantage of me drawing the other party's attention to run away. He really isn't a good person. Lin Fei cursed. The fellow in the stone coffin must have a powerful background. If I don't leave immediately, I'll be in danger for too long. I can only take a risk. Immortal Huanglong left. The white bone palm shrank from 1,000,000,000,000 miles to 50,000,000 miles, becoming incomparably tough. It was set up specifically to deal with Lin Fei. If Lin Fei wanted to leave the white bone palm, he had to explode with a powerful force, enough to break through the white bone palm. And that force had to be at the 4th level. Lin Fei transformed into a giant with 3 heads and 6 arms. He was 1,000,000 feet tall. He opened his mouth and swallowed a fragment of the ancient Tao tree. Boom! The moment the fragment of the ancient Tao tree swallowed it, a terrifying great Tao power exploded out and swept through his body. In almost an instant, Lin Fei's body was about to explode from the power. The true self world-destroying sword flew out and landed in Lin Fei's hand. Hua! The power of the great Tao was very strong. Lin Fei's true self great Tao was not to be trifled with. It also exploded with an invincible might, suppressing the great Tao power like a subject meeting his king. And this was Lin Fei's chance. The great Tao power surged towards the true self world-destroying sword. At this time Lin Fei needed a target to vent, and the white bone palm was the best target. Extreme Sword Third Stance Sword Like Heaven. This was a move from the second level of the ruler's sword art. Lin Fei had not fully grasped it. He could just barely unleash 50% to 60% of its power. This should be enough for him. Large amounts of great Tao power surged in before he dared to use this sword. The power of this sword was not inferior to the white bone palm. It contained the most terrifying sword Tao tyranny. The originally vast great Tao energy nearly caused Xiao Qian's physical body to explode. However, with this sword strike, all of it was absorbed like flowing water. Suddenly, a black sword appeared in the skeletal hand, towering between heaven and earth. The sword pierced through the skeletal hand, and the sword light was like a multicolored light, destroying most of the skeletal hand. Lin Fei took out the black stream of wind, pushed it to the limit, and turned into a stream of light. Damn it! A furious voice came from the black stone coffin. The voice traveled very, very far. Only then did the black coffin completely calm down. The crack that had been opened closed again. On the black stone coffin, an old man in his 50s appeared. He was not tall and he looked very cold. The sword technique just now was so domineering. The power of the sword Tao was displayed to the fullest. It is a pity that a good representative broke this emperor's white bone palm mystique. This emperor will remember that kid. As long as I devour a few more powerful immortal emperors, this emperor will be able to reconstruct his body and return to the world. It is a pity that the ancient Tao tree fragment is gone. The faint voice vanished into the void. Lin Fei did not stop. He used the black stream of wind to fly forward. He did not stop at all, afraid that the black stone coffin would catch up to him. This flight lasted for half a month. Lin Fei did not feel the cold aura of the black stone coffin. He landed in a seemingly safe abandoned palace. Lin Fei sat down on the ground, looking extremely exhausted. The black stone coffin really screwed me over. It caused me to lose a fragment of the ancient Tao tree. Lin Fei shook his head helplessly. Luckily, I still have a fragment of the ancient Tao tree. A fragment of the ancient Tao tree could activate Sword Like Heaven, and its power could break the other party's white bone palm. This was equivalent to having a temporary trump card. The land of destruction is indeed dangerous. I almost died there. Lin Fei had already figured it out. Within the black stone coffin there might be an immortal sovereign, but it is definitely not an immortal sovereign. It is someone else. The ancient Tao tree fragment is only used to tempt people. Using the white bone palm to devour the other party's flesh and blood, what a vicious method. There are still about 20 years until the agreement. I should first cultivate the great sword Qi secret art. This will save me the trouble of meeting those experts from the immortal court. One immortal Huanglong is scary enough. The next time I meet him, I might not be so lucky. Chapter 1406. It's done. In a seemingly safe place in the third region, a figure emerged from the void and stood in the abandoned palace, revealing a smile. Thanks to the large number of star mountains and the system's time acceleration, I've finally raised the Great Sword Qi secret technique to the peak of the 4th level. This black-robed man was naturally Lin Fei. Ever since he escaped from the skeletal palm, Lin Fei had found a safe place to cultivate the Great Sword Qi secret technique in seclusion. The 2 Starstone Mountains were exchanged for more than 10 times the points of the Starstone Mountain that the Sky Demon Realm Lord had provided that day. With time acceleration, Lin Fei had spent a total of 3,000 years. 15 years had passed in the outside world, and there were still 6 to 7 years before the agreed time. This speed was already very fast. Lin Fei flicked his finger, and a great sword Qi pierced through the void until it reached the 7th level before stopping. The power of a flick was so terrifying. Lin Fei was quite satisfied. Even if I encounter the black stone coffin again, I believe that the skeletal palm won't be able to trap me. Lin Fei thought. Unless an immortal venerable makes a move. With his strength greatly increased, Lin Fei used a few days to master the Great Sword Qi secret technique. The Great Sword Qi secret technique has reached the 4th level, and the 2 Starstone Mountains have been used up by 2/3. I have to take advantage of the remaining 6 to 7 years to collect a few more. Lin Fei hurried on his way again. There were no Starstone Mountains in the 3rd region, so Lin Fei went straight to the 4th region. The map indicated that there were 6 star stone mountains in the 4th region, and each of them was very far away from each other. Some of them had great dangers nearby. Lin Fei could only attack the relatively safer star stone mountains. The destructive death aura in the 4th region increased in power again, and it constantly corroded his body. Even Lin Fei himself gradually felt a little strained. So far Lin Fei could hold on. A month later, Lin Fei found the first star stone mountain and successfully collected it. He did not stop and rushed to the next place. It wasn't as if they didn't run into attacks from the undead warriors. Their attacks were even more powerful, and they were undying and indestructible. Their shattered bodies could be reconstructed once again. They were equivalent to peerless experts at the 4th level of the Great Tao. Lin Fei relied on the Great Sword Qi secret technique to shred the battle generals into pieces. He couldn't even use his immortal body. In just a few years in the 4th region, Lin Fei had collected the Starstone Mountains in 4 different regions. During this time, he had gone to a few other regions to collect Starstone Mountains. However, those regions were filled with dangerous restrictions. Once he touched them, he would be attacked. Even Lin Fei was afraid of the dangerous aura emitted by those restrictions. He had been in danger several times. Lin Fei did not dare to ask for the remaining Star Stone Mountains. If he was given time, he could collect them all. On the way, Lin Fei upgraded his divine body again. The world-devastating death qi in the 4th region was already terrifying enough. The power of the world-devastating death qi in the 5th region would definitely increase again. Lin Fei had to improve his physical body as well. With the 4 huge star stone mountains in hand, Lin Fei activated time acceleration, while merging the divine bodies one after another. His physical body was getting stronger every day. It could be said that in the last few years, Lin Fei had been upgrading his divine body on the Black Wind. Now, his divine body would improve no matter how much he improved. A few years passed in a flash. Under the time acceleration Lin Fei had cultivated for more than 1,000 years. His physical body had also successfully cultivated from 1,000 divine bodies to 2,000 divine bodies, merging them into a unique divine body. The last year, Lin Fei arrived at the edge of the 5th region. As soon as he entered, the chaotic world-devastating death qi whizzed over. It contained a terrifying power and turned into circles of ripples that spread across Lin Fei's body. The power has actually increased by more than 30 times. Lin Fei's body, which had been upgraded to 2,000 divine bodies, felt his body go numb from the world-devastating death qi. It was far from what the previous region could compare to. Luckily, I was prepared, Lin Fei thought. In the 5th region, the world-devastating death qi has become violent. Immortals with weak bodies will not be able to endure it after being hit by the world-devastating death qi for more than 100 times, or even 1,000 times. They will have to leave. Lin Fei took out a message talisman and sent out a message, saying that he had arrived at the 5th region. This was what they had agreed upon previously. In the 5th region, the world-devastating death qi rampaged wildly. The palaces were intact. This caused Lin Fei to be shocked. Wintry Palace. Heavenshaker Gate. Lin Fei carefully looked around. Many of the palaces were empty. However, the signboards had the words Great Sex or Peak Sex on them. But under the eye of annihilation, they were still mercilessly devoured. Many of these palaces were empty. Some of the palaces even had their stone slabs dug away. It was unknown how many times they had been swept away. Whatever could be taken away was taken away. There were countless palaces in the 5th region. Lin Fei did not panic. He used his powerful divine perception to search, to see if he could find any palaces that had not been plundered. But it was a pity that this was Lin Fei's wishful thinking. Along the way he had not found such a place. Almost all of them had been plundered, leaving nothing good behind. This search lasted for half a month. Other than some scattered gains, Lin Fei did not get anything good. Half a month later, he received a reply from the Sky Demon Realm Lord through the message talisman. He said that they were in the center of the 5th region and asked him to hurry there. There was a tomb of an immortal sovereign here. When Lin Fei heard this, he could not help but think of the expert in the black stone coffin. Only an immortal sovereign expert could deal with it. The land of annihilation gave Lin Fei a more and more mysterious feeling. How many worlds had this eye of annihilation devoured? How many experts were buried in this land of annihilation? 8 months later, Lin Fei arrived at the center of the 5th region. This place was still filled with palaces, but these palaces were filled with an ancient aura. It was as though they had been here for a long time and gradually had an ancient aura. When he arrived at the center, Lin Fei sensed the auras of the Sky Demon Realm Lord and the other two. He flew in that direction and sensed the three in one of the palaces. Ditian, we are here. In the palace below, the Sky Demon Realm Lord sent his divine perception. Lin Fei landed and entered the palace. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. As soon as Lin Fei entered, more than 10 divine perceptions swept over. Among them, there were a few powerful divine perceptions that pressed towards Lin Fei. It was as though they wanted to embarrass him in front of everyone. Humph! Lin Fei sensed the hostility from the divine perceptions. He snorted coldly and shot out his great sword Qi, cutting through the void and severing the powerful divine perceptions. Then a groan was heard. The power of the great sword Qi at the 4th level was not to be underestimated even if he did not use his full strength. Ditian, over here. Inside the palace stood 3 small groups. The weakest group was the Sky Demon Realm Lord's group. The Sky Demon Realm Lord waved his hand when he saw Ditian. Chapter 1407. The Sky Demon Realm Lord and the other two gathered together. They did not expect Ditian to cause such a ruckus as soon as he arrived and teach them a small lesson. For the 3 of them who had been ignored recently, this was equivalent to letting out a long sigh of relief. Friend Feng Luo, what is the meaning of this? The Sky Demon Realm Lord would not let them do anything. In just 30 years, Ditian's strength had increased again, and he could easily block a few divine senses. They knew that inviting Ditian was the right decision. The person who was dissatisfied with Lin Fei was called Immortal Emperor Feng Luo. This guy is called Immortal Emperor Feng Luo, and he works for the Sky Luo Demon Emperor of the 5 demons. I heard that he is very dissatisfied with you entering the top 100 on the power ranking list. Lin Fei was still feeling puzzled. Why would someone be hostile to him when he arrived? There were 3 groups in the palace. Lin Fei was not a fool. He could tell at a glance that the 3 forces had teamed up to open the Celestial Lord's tomb, and were temporarily in a cooperative relationship. Now that he heard it, he knew what was going on. Needless to say, Lin Fei could also see that there were people on the power ranking list among them. That was why they had attacked just now. Immortal Emperor Feng Luo smiled. Ask Ditian about this. He did not mention anything about using his divine senses to crush them. The Sky Demon Realm Lord did not look good either. He was the one who had called Ditian over. The Sky Demon Realm Lord had naturally seen it and was unhappy. This was clearly not giving face to his family. Lin Fei quickly saw the situation in the palace. Immortal Emperor Feng Luo's 8 people were the strongest. 3 of them had powerful auras and were clearly at the 4th level of the Great Path power. The other 5 were also at the 3rd level. It was a huge lineup. Another group did not have many people, only 6 people. 2 of them were at the 4th level of the Great Path power, and the other 4 were at the 3rd level. The Sky Demon Realm Lord and the other 2 were the weakest. Only the Sky Demon Realm Lord had entered the 4th level, which was the early stage. Big brother Sky Demon, I think we should leave, Lin Fei suddenly said. There is nothing much to dig in this Celestial Lord's tomb. I happened to see another Celestial Lord's tomb on my way here. Let's go take a look. When Lin Fei said this, everyone's expression changed slightly. Immortal Emperor Feng Luo snorted coldly. Ditian, I knew you didn't have any good intentions. The first thing you did was to injure someone, and now you're encouraging the Sky Demon to leave. You're harboring evil intentions. The 3 groups are in a cooperative relationship. If the Sky Demon Realm Lord left with his people, the Immortal Sovereign's tomb would not be opened, and their hopes of finding treasures would be cut short. The Sky Demon Realm Lord was also slightly stunned. When he saw Lin Fei inadvertently gesturing to him, he nodded and said, Everyone, let's postpone the treasure hunt. The Sky Demon Realm Lord didn't know what was going on, but he knew that Ditian wouldn't act recklessly. How dare you? Immortal Emperor Feng Luo's voice was cold as he took a step forward. Fellow Sky Demon, it's fine if you want to leave. Leave the key behind and you can go wherever you want. Immortal Emperor Feng Luo was aggressive. The people behind him did not do anything, nor did they try to stop him. If Big Brother Sky Demon wants to leave, he can leave. You can't stop him with just one sentence. Lin Fei said. Let's go. Dition, you're playing with fire. Another immortal emperor walked out with a cold glare. Although you're famous, you're not strong enough. I'm afraid you're at your limit if you can block this world-destroying death aura. Lin Fei laughed and said, think what you want. Anyway, there's no point in cooperating with you. The Sky Demon Realm Lord, the Black Horn Realm Lord, and the Heaven Resentment Demon Emperor all looked unhappy. From the beginning of their cooperation, they didn't have much say and were always suppressed. They were already angry. Let's go, said the Heaven Resentment Demon Emperor. Seeing that the Sky Demon Realm Lord and his people were really going to leave, it was beyond their expectations. They didn't want to see Dition change their minds with just one sentence. I know, Dition, you're here to cause trouble. Immortal Emperor Feng Luo laughed coldly. You're also an expert in the top 100 of the Wind Cloud list. I'm also an expert in the Wind Cloud list. I really want to know what gave you the right to enter the top 100. Immortal Emperor Feng Luo was an expert in the top 100. His ranking wasn't too high, temporarily at 89th. However, he had something to be proud of. His great path power was at the peak of the 3rd level, and he came from the 5 demon sect. Immortal Emperor Feng Luo opened his palm. His 5 fingers expanded and grabbed at Dition. A black vortex appeared, and a terrifying suction force enveloped Lin Fei's body. This great path power was the sharp power of metal. The void cracked open with a rustling sound. Everyone could sense a domineering and sharp aura from this black vortex. You. Lin Fei didn't care. He raised his hand and punched the black vortex. The black vortex was like a mirror, instantly shattering into pieces and exploding in front of everyone. The punch didn't stop there. It landed on Immortal Emperor Feng Luo's face, smashing his face into pieces. He was no longer as handsome as before. Immortal Emperor Feng Luo was furious. His face was smashed in one move. How could he take it lying down? He was about to rush forward and attack when a powerful voice came from behind him. Feng Luo, come back. Immortal Emperor Feng Luo, who was about to attack, stopped. My friend Dition, you are indeed a heaven-defying immortal emperor chosen by the 2 palaces. It was just a joke. You don't have to take it seriously. Moreover, Feng Luo has learned his lesson. A gray-robed elder said to Lin Fei with a mighty aura. This person is called Immortal Emperor Ku Rong. His great path power has reached the middle of the 4th level. You have to be careful. Lin Fei smiled. I think the lesson was too light. Don't think that you can put on airs in front of me just because I'm young. I, Lin Fei, am in the top 100 of the Wind Cloud list. If there's a next time, I will destroy you all with my sword, regardless of whether you are from the 5 demon sect or not. Immortal Emperor Feng Luo was furious, but he was stopped by a sharp gaze. The gray-robed elder said calmly, it's a good thing for a young man to be high-spirited. Don't try to show off just because you have some strength. When will you fail miserably? At this time, an elder from another group said with a smile, it's just a small misunderstanding. Since everyone is here, it's time to open the big tomb. We can't delay this matter any longer. This person was an expert under the 6 emperors. His name was Immortal Emperor Black Demon. Lin Fei stood together with the Sky Demon Realm Lord and the others. They were communicating through divine senses. Dition, you are getting bolder and bolder. I like your guts. You taught Immortal Emperor Feng Luo a good lesson just now. I wanted to teach him a lesson a long time ago. If it wasn't for opening the celestial supremacy. Heaven Resentment Demon Emperor said. Your arrival helped them vent their anger. They won't dare to look down on us anymore. Blackhorn Realm Lord said with a smile. However, according to their temperament, I'm afraid they will hate us to the bone. They deserve it. If I hadn't broken through to the next realm, the key in my hand would have been snatched away by them. Sky Demon Realm Lord said with dissatisfaction. My friend Dition, you came at the right time. The 3 of them felt that their anger had been vented. Lin Fei said, what's going on with this celestial supremacy tomb and this key? How can we cooperate with them? I don't think they are easy to negotiate with. They might even attack us in the end. We are asking a tiger for its skin. Regardless of whether it was the people from the 5 demons or the 6 emperors, None of them were good people. They dared to use their divine senses to suppress him from the very beginning. It was obvious. Sky Demon Realm Lord laughed bitterly and explained the ins and outs of the matter. This matter happened 5 years ago. They came to this area in search of opportunities. By chance, they obtained the key left behind by the celestial supremacy. Then they were chased. It wasn't until 3 years ago that they broke through to the next realm that they were tied. Using the key, they sensed this area. When they met Immortal Emperor Feng Luo and the others, they immediately attacked and wanted to snatch the key in their hands. Fortunately, Sky Demon Realm Lord had a trump card and managed to block it. They had no choice but to cooperate. At this realm, if everyone's strength was similar, it would be very difficult to kill each other. Unless one of them cultivated the power of the great path to the peak of the fourth realm. Cooperation was cooperation. Their people looked down on Sky Demon Realm Lord and the others. When Lin Fei came, they came purely to disgust him. But they did not expect to be taught a lesson. Sky Demon Realm Lord also mentioned that there should be a mid-stage celestial supremacy powerhouse in the celestial supremacy realm. There should be fragments of the Tao tree left behind. If it was the whole thing for someone who was already at the peak of the fourth realm, breaking through to the celestial supremacy realm in one fell swoop. Whether it was the people from the 4 demons or the 5 emperors, they were all very concerned. Elder, why don't you teach Ditian a lesson? This guy is too despicable. Immortal Emperor Feng Luo returned to normal, but he was in a bad mood. The Celestial Supremacy Tomb has not opened yet. If Sky Demon Realm Lord leaves, all our efforts will be in vain. The gray-robed elder said. As long as we go in, a few realm lords can do whatever they want. Little Feng, your temper still needs to be tempered. The gray-robed elder was not in a hurry. He casually warned Immortal Emperor Feng Luo. Elder is right. Immortal Emperor Feng Luo nodded. When it opens, you have to follow us obediently. Remember not to make a move. The 3 groups quickly discussed. They would open the tomb below and search for the treasures left behind by the celestial supremacy. The 3 of them each took out a key and inserted it into a stone door under the palace. This stone door was extremely hard. Even they could not break it. Otherwise, they would have broken through long ago. The 3 keys were inserted into the stone door. The stone door made a clicking sound and opened automatically, revealing a black passage with no end in sight. Let's go. The passage could fit 7 or 8 people side by side. We don't know what this passage is like. We will have to trouble Sky Demon Realm Lord and the others. Once they entered the passage, the gray-robed elder and Black Demon Immortal Emperor had unknowingly agreed to work together to deal with Sky Demon Realm Lord. They bared their fangs and directly turned hostile, forcing the 3 of them to explore the path. You guys are really shameless. Lin Fei could feel the spiritual sense locked onto him, but he still spoke calmly. How can the treasures left behind by the celestial supremacy be so easy to obtain? We still need your help. Black Demon Immortal Emperor laughed. Don't make the 5 of us attack. Chapter 1408. With the 5 of us joining hands, I'm afraid that neither fellow Taoist Sky Demon nor you will be able to withstand our joint attack. If I were you, I would choose to enter obediently so that we don't harm each other's harmony. Immortal Emperor Ku Rong and the other 2 Immortal Emperors stood at the entrance of the passage. They were obviously blocking the exit. Speaking up to this point, his skin wasn't just an ordinary thick. The Sky Demon Realm Lord was furious. You guys are really shameless. If I had known, I would have left just now and wasted your efforts. Sky Demon, don't be angry. You can choose anything from the Celestial Venerables, as long as it's not the fragment of the Celestial Venerables Tao tree. Immortal Emperor Ku Men stood up and said, I believe Ku Rong will agree. Immortal Emperor Ku Rong said, That's right. As long as you lead the way, you will get your share of the treasures. We will keep our word. How could the Sky Demon Realm Lord believe them? Who knew what would happen if they turned against him as soon as they entered the passage? The Sky Demon Realm Lord regretted not listening to Ditian. If they left this place and wasted their efforts, they would not be able to say such words. Ditian, aren't you very arrogant? I think you should just go and explore the path. Immortal Emperor Feng Luo said proudly. Who asked you to be weak? Without strength, you are not qualified to share the Celestial Venerable's supreme treasure. Lin Fei was not very angry. 5 powerhouses at the 4th level of the Great Path Power. After successfully cultivating the Great Sword Chi, coupled with his powerful divine body, he was not worried even if the 5 of them attacked him together. Sky Demon, let's go in. Lin Fei did not speak to Immortal Emperor Feng Luo, which made Immortal Emperor Feng Luo very unhappy. He made up his mind to kill Ditian as soon as he saw the Celestial Venerable's burial ground. The Sky Demon Realm Lord also knew that resisting now was not good. There were 5 of them and he could only handle one of them. If there were 2, it would be very stressful. Boom boom boom. There were many restrictions set up in the passage. The power of these restrictions was extraordinary. Even though they advanced carefully, they were still injured. Fortunately, time had passed and the restrictions left by the Celestial Venerables were not as powerful as before. They walked and stopped along the way, breaking through the restrictions forcefully. Can you deal with 2 of them? Lin Fei and the Heaven Hatred Demon Emperor walked in front. 1 is fine, but 2 can only delay him for a short while. The Sky Demon Realm Lord said. What do you want to do? Don't mess around now. The Sky Demon Realm Lord knew Ditian's character very well. Even though he was also very angry, it was just as Ditian had said. They were the weakest and did not have the qualifications to share. Don't worry, I won't mess around. Lin Fei transmitted his voice. Later, Immortal Emperor Ku Rong and Immortal Emperor Ku Shan will fight, and the Immortal Emperor who is free will definitely deal with me. At that time we will put on a good show for him. Ditian, could it be that your strength is enough to fight against them? The Sky Demon Realm Lord was not stupid, and he immediately reacted. Lin Fei chuckled, barely. We're not the weakest. Maybe when the time comes we'll be the biggest winners. If someone else said this, the Sky Demon Realm Lord would definitely be suspicious. However, Ditian was different and he could never be judged by normal standards. After breaking the restrictions for more than 10 days, Lin Fei and the Sky Demon Realm Lord both looked exhausted, and their injuries were not light. The end of the passage also slowly appeared. As the last restriction was broken, they walked out of the passage and found themselves in a large palace. At the end of a dozen or so large pillars was a black sarcophagus. Beside the black sarcophagus were 2 treasures that exuded a mighty aura. The Celestial Venerate Stone Coffin? Immortal Emperor Ku Rong's gaze fell on the black stone coffin, and his divine sense could not see through it. He thought, it must be the Celestial Venerate Stone Coffin. However, when Lin Fei saw the black stone coffin, his expression involuntarily changed. He nearly cursed out loud. F***ck, the old thing in the black stone coffin really knows how to cause trouble. He actually ran all over the place and came here again. If it was the previous time, Lin Fei would immediately turn around and run away. After upgrading the Great Sword Chi secret technique, Lin Fei was confident that he could deal with this black stone coffin. Big Brother Sky Demon, don't leave my range later, and don't open the black stone coffin. Lin Fei secretly used his divine sense to inform the Sky Demon Realm Lord and the others of the situation. You know this black stone coffin? Yes, there's a powerful guy inside and he's very evil. I almost died in his hands. Lin Fei simply explained, and the aura of the black stone coffin was the same as before. The Sky Demon Realm Lord was shocked. If he didn't say it, he would really open the stone coffin. After hearing Ditian's words, cold sweat appeared on his back. Immortal Emperor Ku Rong transmitted his voice. Do it! With the Celestial Venerate stone coffin in front of him, and a trace of the Celestial Venerate's aura, Immortal Emperor Ku Rong no longer hesitated and transmitted his voice to his 2 junior brothers. Kill! His 2 junior brothers were both at the 4th level of the Great Path Power, and they launched a sneak attack on Immortal Emperor Ku Shan and the other 2 Immortal Emperors. They also prepared a sneak attack, but neither succeeded. It turned out that they had been guarding against each other. Immortal Emperor Ku Rong's gaze locked onto the Sky Demon Realm Lord. The Celestial Venerate stone coffin and treasures belong to the strong. You're not the strong one, I am. A great immortal light blasted towards the Sky Demon Realm Lord. Among the remaining 5 immortal emperors, 3 went to deal with the people under the 6 emperors, and the remaining 2 attacked Ditian. Immortal Emperor Feng Luo happened to be one of them. Ditian, I said that I would kill you, and I will kill you today. Immortal Emperor Feng Luo laughed sinisterly, and the sky was filled with Jingguang. They were all formed by the great path power, and they turned into a golden spear that pierced through the air. Black Cove Hentian. I'll deal with this person. Lin Fei smiled, and faced with this domineering spear, he snorted coldly, and a sword aura appeared in his hand, slicing through the void. The indestructible golden spear was instantly split into two, broken into two. You actually broke my spear. Immortal Emperor Feng Luo had long thought highly of Di Tian, but now he realized that he had underestimated him. My next sword will break you into two. The sword aura in Lin Fei's hand shot towards Immortal Emperor Feng Luo. His words provoked Immortal Emperor Feng Luo and made him laugh. Do you think you're a celestial venerate? Ha ha ha. The great sword aura was extremely sharp, and when Immortal Emperor Feng Luo's spear stabbed, the great sword aura floated and dodged it like a ribbon. It circled around Immortal Emperor Feng Luo's body, and the great sword aura once again landed in Lin Fei's hand. You tricked me. Immortal Emperor Feng Luo spat out blood, and his body was split into two. He fell from midair, and there was no longer any sign of life. Lin Fei said disapprovingly, I said I would kill you with one sword, and I'll kill you with one sword. I'm a man of my word, and you didn't take it seriously. Who can you blame? Little Feng. Chapter 1409. The fight only lasted for a short while. One of the immortal emperors that Immortal Emperor Ku Rong brought was killed. The important thing was that he was killed by Di Tian. This result was out of Immortal Emperor Ku Rong's expectation. The other immortal emperors who were fighting also widened their eyes in disbelief. Immortal Emperor Feng Luo was fighting Di Tian, which was allowed by Immortal Emperor Ku Rong. Both of them were experts in the top 100 on the ranking list. In terms of strength, Immortal Emperor Feng Luo was stronger, so it should be easy for him to take down Di Tian. Now that this had happened, Immortal Emperor Ku Rong was infuriated. His great Tao energy turned into celestial light, and continuously attacked the Sky Monster Realm Lord. The two of them were in the same cultivation realm, but the gap between them was not small. How could the Sky Monster Realm Lord block the furious Immortal Emperor Ku Rong? Di Tian, you will die here today to accompany Immortal Emperor Feng Luo. Immortal Emperor Ku Rong's great Tao energy turned into a giant hand and slammed it on Di Tian's head. One could imagine the power of this attack. Everyone can talk big, but not everyone can do it. Lin Fei was not afraid. He slashed at the giant hand with his great sword Qi. Seeing that the distance was close, the great sword Qi suddenly exploded and cut the giant hand. After the great sword Qi cut the giant hand, Lin Fei used the remaining 4 great sword Qi and slashed at Immortal Emperor Ku Rong like 5 ribbons. Hua hua hua. The power of the great sword Qi secret technique was fully unleashed. Immortal Emperor Ku Rong's hands were in a mess and wounds were left on his body. He even used his treasures to block the 5 great sword Qi. You've mastered such a secret technique. Immortal Emperor Ku Rong was shocked. It took him a while to stabilize his opponent's attack. Hey, this is just the beginning. With the help of the 5 great sword Qi, Lin Fei used his 3 heads and 6 arms and slapped at Immortal Emperor Ku Rong with his 6 arms. Immortal Emperor Ku Rong was forced to retreat. Damn it! Immortal Emperor Ku Rong had to defend against the great sword Qi and defend against Lin Fei's attacks. With his strength, his secret technique was enough to kill a cultivator of the 3rd level. However, it was ineffective against Di Tian. His physical body was ridiculously strong. Junior brother, come and help me. Immortal Emperor Ku Rong's continuous attacks were blocked, but there were more and more wounds on his body. He no longer dared to underestimate the attack of the great sword Qi. So strong. Impossible. The other 4 4th-stage immortal emperors were dumbfounded. Immortal Emperor Ku Rong couldn't do anything to Di Tian? What was going on? Di Tian was unbelievably strong. Now that everyone was fighting, the other 2 couldn't get away at all. Fellow Taoist Sky Demon, how about we join forces? The Black Demon Immortal Emperor was facing an expert of the same level. Although he had the upper hand, he was unable to kill the other party in a short period of time. We didn't want them to fall out with us. It was because they were stronger than us that we had no choice but to agree. Immortal Emperor Ku Rong almost vomited blood when he heard this. Hey Amo, you're so shameless. The Sky Monster Realm Lord didn't expect that Ditian could suppress immortal Emperor Ku Rong by himself. His strength had risen to such an extent that the Black Demon Immortal Emperor, who had just fallen out with him, took the initiative to express goodwill. Forget it. We're not interested in the Celestial Supremacy's stone coffin. The Sky Monster Realm Lord didn't agree. He flew towards the Blackhorn Realm Lord, pushed away the two immortal emperors, and brought the Blackhorn Realm Lord and the Heaven Hatred Demon Emperor out. The Black Demon Immortal Emperor's expression changed. Fellow Taoist Sky Demon, this is a good opportunity. As long as we join forces, the Heaven Luo Demon Emperor's men won't be a threat. We'll split the Celestial Supremacy's treasures equally. Lin Fei blasted out hundreds of punches, causing immortal Emperor Ku Rong's blood to boil. He left and stood beside the Sky Monster Realm Lord. We're not interested in the Celestial Supremacy's stone coffin. You can enjoy it slowly. Immortal Emperor Ku Rong couldn't do anything to Ditian, so he said coldly, Ditian, the rumor that you have an invincible physique is indeed true. I've learned a lot, but we'll remember what happened today. We'll get justice for you sooner or later. Lin Fei said in his heart. When the old monster in the black stone coffin appears, you won't say that. Let's go. Lin Fei said with a voice transmission. Immortal Emperor Ku Rong changed his target and attacked the Black Demon Immortal Emperor with the power of Grand Tao. This sinister villain almost put them in danger. Lin Fei and the Sky Monster Realm Lord showed that they didn't want to participate. The Black Demon Immortal Emperor's face darkened. He was tricked by them. He originally wanted to rope in the Black Demon Realm Lord and kill Immortal Emperor Ku Rong. Who would have thought that the Black Demon Immortal Emperor would reject the temptation? This was something that the Black Demon Immortal Emperor couldn't believe. With the addition of Immortal Emperor Ku Rong, the pressure on the Black Demon Immortal Emperor and the other Immortal Emperor doubled. As for the other junior brothers, they were killed in a few breaths, leaving only the two of them. Boom! As soon as they rushed to the passage, the black stone coffin opened and an evil force covered the palace. The palace that was originally underground turned into a world of white bones. Everything changed. It's in celestial supremacy. Oh no, we've been tricked. He had just beaten the Black Demon Immortal Emperor to the point of vomiting blood, and was about to follow up with another attack. However, the unexpected turn of events caused Immortal Emperor Ku Rong's face to turn ugly. The white bone finger suddenly flicked towards them. Bang bang bang. The first to suffer was the Immortal Emperor that Immortal Emperor Ku Rong brought. He was already injured and was instantly killed by the flick. Hee hee. A skinny old man appeared from the black stone coffin. He wasn't tall, but his body emitted an evil aura. He stood on the black stone coffin and stared at the crowd with a sinister smile. Pretentious. One of Immortal Emperor Ku Rong's junior brothers took out a treasure, and suddenly appeared above the old man in the stone coffin. He slammed his palm down and wanted to kill the old man in one move. The Immortal Emperor's palm landed on the old man in the stone coffin. The old man laughed sinisterly and his body turned into a black mist that entered the Immortal Emperor's body. Junior brother. The other junior brother flew over and wanted to finish off his junior brother. Hee hee. The junior brother suddenly raised his head and shot out a few cold lights. All of them landed on his body and his body withered, leaving only a piece of human skin. He fell from the sky. Junior brother. Immortal Emperor Ku Rong's eyes turned red. In the blink of an eye, two of his junior brothers met with misfortune. The old man appeared above the stone coffin again. Immortal Emperor Ku Rong's junior brother stood to the side with a blank expression like a puppet. An evil aura also started to emit from his body. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The old man's voice was evil. His gaze landed on Lin Fei. Young man, we're really fated. When you left that day, I really missed you. Lin Fei's entire body shivered. Old thing, I didn't expect you to be so good at running. You ran from the 3rd region to the 4th region and are still playing tricks here. Lin Fei sneered. Why? Do you want to keep me here today? Immortal Emperor Ku Rong didn't dare to move. He stared at Ditian and said, You know that the black stone coffin isn't the celestial venerate stone coffin. Why did you say that? Why should I say that? I didn't want to come in from the beginning. It's you who wanted to come in. It has nothing to do with me. Lin Fei wasn't afraid of what Immortal Emperor Ku Rong would say, but he didn't expect the black stone coffin to attack so quickly. Both Immortal Emperor Ku Rong and Immortal Emperor Mo secretly cursed Di Tian for being sinister. If Di Tian left just now, they would fight here and open the black stone coffin. In the end, they would be the unlucky ones. None of you can escape today. The old man with the stone coffin snickered. Junior brother Ku Rong flew over and attacked Immortal Emperor Ku Rong. Junior brother, wake up. Immortal Emperor Ku Rong didn't use his full strength against his junior brother, so he was quickly injured. The puppet Immortal Emperor suddenly said, "How is it? You don't dare to attack, right? Ha ha ha." The attack became fiercer and fiercer. Immortal Emperor Ku Rong could only use his full strength to regain the upper hand. Just when he was about to be seriously injured, the puppet Immortal Emperor suddenly opened his eyes. "Senior brother, save me." Immortal Emperor Ku Rong hesitated for a moment and slapped him away with a palm. "That guy is too scary." The Sky Monster Realm Lord gasped. An expert like Immortal Emperor Ku Rong was played in the palm of his hand and was in danger several times. The old man with the stone coffin is much stronger than before. He must have robbed many immortal emperors. It's not a good thing to let him go like this. We must attack together to have a chance of survival. Lin Fei also sensed the strength of the old man with the stone coffin. Last time he could only use the Whitebone world, but this time he could transform it so that they couldn't tell the real from the fake. This was definitely the recovery of his strength. Are we really going to attack? The Sky Monster Realm Lord asked. Yes. Lin Fei replied to the Black Demon Immortal Emperor. You should have seen the situation now. If you don't want to die or become a puppet, we'll attack together. The Black Demon Immortal Emperor didn't dare to doubt Di Tian now. An Immortal Emperor powerhouse didn't want to be controlled by others. If they didn't attack together now, they would be defeated one by one. But now there was still hope. Okay, once you attack, we'll attack too. The Black Demon Immortal Emperor replied. Lin Fei relied on his invincible physical body and prepared to break the black stone coffin. He could already see that this old man with the stone coffin was just an illusory form and not his real body. There must be a real body in the stone coffin, and it couldn't come out for some reason. As long as he destroyed the other party's real body, his strength would definitely be affected. This was an opportunity. World Storm. With a thought, Lin Fei's World Storm instantly enveloped the old man with the stone coffin. Since you're illusory, I'll kill you first. The World Storm was the most suitable. You dare. Once the World Storm enveloped him, the old man with the stone coffin was immediately enraged. His entire body was shredded by the storm, and even after reassembling several times, he still couldn't reassemble. Attack! Lin Fei rushed up and slammed his 6 arms on the stone coffin. Rumble. The entire stone coffin shook violently. The black stone coffin's door suddenly opened, and countless arms stretched out, wrapping around Lin Fei's body, wrapping him up tightly and dragging him inside. Di Tian. The Sky Monster Realm Lord attacked the numbing arms, but he couldn't stop Di Tian from being pulled into the stone coffin. Chapter 14:10. Let's go. The black sarcophagus left through the void, and the world of white bones disappeared without a trace. The group immediately appeared at the bottom of a sinkhole, surrounded by the ruins of the palaces that emitted endless evil aura. They finally regained their freedom and escaped from this place. It was a great loss for everyone. Immortal Emperor Ku Rong brought no one except himself. Immortal Emperor Mo had 2 people left, and the other one was seriously injured and couldn't exert much of his combat strength. The only group that didn't suffer any losses was the Sky Monster Realm Lord and his group. Di Tian was dragged into the sarcophagus, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Immortal Emperor Mo was injured, and he left with his junior brothers without saying a word. Immortal Emperor Ku Rong stared at the sinkhole, and a cold light flashed in his eyes as he stared at the Sky Monster Realm Lord. It's all your fault for hiding the truth and causing this to happen. I will kill you all to avenge my junior brothers. The Sky Monster Realm Lord wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Although he was worried about Di Tian, he had to deal with Immortal Emperor Ku Rong first. A great battle broke out between the two. Immortal Emperor Ku Rong's strength was tyrannical, And he was already at the middle stage of great Tao power. His peerless divine abilities and secret techniques made the Sky Monster Realm Lord vomit blood continuously. Even though the Blackhorn Realm Lord and Heaven Hatred Demon Emperor were assisting him, they also vomited blood. Lin Fei entered an illusory world. It was a patch of darkness here. There was no light and it was dead silent. One could hear a pin drop. Jia kid, you've finally fallen into this Emperor stone coffin. Don't think about leaving. This Emperor is very satisfied with your high-grade fleshly body. As long as I take over your body and refine it into an Emperor's clone, this Emperor's fierce name will once again spread throughout the universe. The illusory space was filled with evil voices. Lin Fei was entangled by the black arms that covered the sky. It was a shocking scene. Slash! 5 great sword chi shot out, and the overbearing sword will shattered the arms in the sky. Lin Fei finally regained his freedom. The 4th level of the secret technique, Greater Mastery. You're indeed extraordinary, far better than ordinary heaven-defying immortal emperors. The evil figure appeared in the space and sat on a black throne, looking down from above. Don't waste your energy. This is the 10,000 evil space. The stone coffin outside is called the 10,000 evil stone coffin. This emperor is the 10,000 evil immortal sovereign. You are destined to be refined into an avatar by this emperor. Hua hua hua, hua 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 hua. The shattered arms recovered once more, and the sky was filled with more arms. No matter how the 5 great sword chis shattered these vine-like arms, they would recover in just a moment. The cycle repeated endlessly, and the great sword chis could do nothing to them. They could only barely maintain a certain amount of space. Your immortal sovereign Myriad Evil. The immortal sovereign of the immortal court. You're still alive. Lin Fei was shocked. Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil had a resounding reputation in the immortal court back then, but it was just a name of infamy. Rumor had it that the moment this fellow was born, there was a blood-red phenomenon that filled the sky. He walked the path of slaughter. Later on, he joined the immortal court, but it was said that he fell in the war. Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil sneered. How can an immortal sovereign die so easily? You'll never know the power of an immortal sovereign without becoming an immortal sovereign. The undying body in your eyes is so weak that it can't even withstand a single blow from us immortal sovereigns. Immortal sovereigns no longer need an undying body, but to cultivate to a higher life form. This is an existence that you all need to look up to. Could it be that the dead immortal sovereigns can be resurrected? Lin Fei realized a terrifying thing. The immortal court is summoning you all again. Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Kid, you're quite smart. Unfortunately, you're wrong. The immortal court is no longer the immortal court of the past. This emperor doesn't have to risk his life for them. Let this emperor refine you first. Hua hua hua. In such a huge space, vine-like arms surged towards Lin Fei. The 5 great sword chis kept shattering the arms, but they couldn't stop immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil's attack. The power of the great sword chis was constantly being worn down. This guy is really careful. Lin Fei still had a fragment of the ancient Tao tree. He could use it at the crucial moment to deal a fatal blow to immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil. Unfortunately, the other party didn't take the bait. Just like that, Lin Fei endured for an entire year. The power of the 5 great sword chis began to weaken. Lin Fei had to personally take action. He wielded the True Self World Destroyer sword and shattered these arms. Your physical body is really strong. You can even withstand this. As expected of a heaven-defying immortal sovereign. Don't worry, this Emperor's Myriad Evil space has the ability to accelerate time. If 1 year isn't enough, then 100 years or even 1,000 years. This Emperor will refine you sooner or later. Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil, use the power of Myriad Evil to constantly attack. Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil, you are a coward. Ning Chuan slashed apart a large number of vines. You don't even dare to personally take action against a junior like me. Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil squinted his eyes. This emperor has already suffered once. I won't fall for it a second time. You have a powerful killing move. Don't even think about this emperor taking action. Anyway, this emperor has a lot of time. Seeing your expression of despair should be very interesting. Since Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil didn't take the bait, Lin Fei couldn't do anything. World Storm. Lin Fei locked onto immortal sovereign myriad evil. The world storm descended on immortal sovereign myriad evil's head. The world storm enveloped immortal sovereign myriad evil's body. Immortal sovereign myriad evil's avatar shattered and appeared in another place. This emperor has many of these avatars. You can crush them all you want. Immortal sovereign myriad evil appeared again and said unhurriedly, if you were a 4th-level world storm, this emperor might give you some leeway. Unfortunately, this is only the 3rd level. Lin Fei smiled. This avatar of yours probably requires a lot of energy to condense. Moreover, you can only send out avatars. Your main body must be heavily injured. Otherwise, you would have personally taken action to control this power of myriad evil. I wonder if I'm right. Nonsense. Immortal sovereign myriad evil's eyes flashed with a hint of unease. World storm expand its range. The world storm that was originally limited to a region began to expand its range. 1,000,000 miles, 10,000,000 miles, 1,000,000,000,000 miles. The world storm mercilessly crushed everything in the sarcophagus. Its range was also expanding. Stop. The world storm hadn't reached the 4th level, but its true might wasn't weak at all. It threatened everything in this space. Every time immortal sovereign myriad evil appeared, he would be crushed by the world storm. Immortal sovereign myriad evil was so anxious that he shouted repeatedly, because he couldn't resist the might of the world storm. A double attack on the physical body and mind. It's here. The world storm swept all the way. 1,000,000,000 miles away, a huge skeleton appeared. It collapsed in a lake. The lake's water was black and emitted an evil aura. On the skeleton, a huge black flower grew, still emitting an evil aura. Lin Fei sensed an incomparably evil aura from this huge flower, just like immortal sovereign myriad evil's aura. The world storm swept over. At the side of the lake, it encountered a powerful restriction that blocked the world storm. Since he had found the place, Lin Fei didn't plan to give up and continued to control the world storm. Immortal sovereign myriad evil, your injuries haven't healed yet. No wonder you don't dare to come out. Ha ha ha. Chapter 14:11. Rumble. Rumble. Time accelerated in the world of evil. In the blink of an eye, 50 years had passed. Ever since they discovered immortal Monarch myriad evil's true condition, the world storms in the sky had never stopped, constantly attacking the restriction around the lake. After years of attacks, the lake's restriction formation became weaker and weaker. Bastard, stop! Immortal sovereign myriad fiend appeared above the lake. Venerable evil didn't have it easy in these 50 years. He couldn't stop the world storm at all. This was a double attack on his mind and body. Why should I stop? Laughter came from the world storm. Immortal Paragon Infinite Evil had calculated everything, but he didn't have the misgivings that this guy was even more terrifying than he had imagined, especially when the world storm was constantly attacking him. His main body gave up on the attack of the Great Sword Chi, and instead used his physical body and bare fists. In 50 years, Venerable Evil couldn't do anything to the other party and put himself in danger. Damn it, if I let him go on like this, it might not be a good thing. It might affect my main body. Venerable Evil thought. Boom! Another violent impact and ripples appeared on the restriction formation. It's going to break. On the other side of the world of evil, Lin Fei's 3-headed and 6-armed form smashed the arm formed by the power of evil and smiled. It's finally going to break. Under Lin Fei's control, the world storm attacked the weakest one. The lake's restriction formation couldn't withstand a few attacks and shattered. Let me see how much strength you've recovered. The world storm swept over and enveloped the giant black flower. A sharp voice came from the black flower. How dare you? Immediately, a cauldron flew up and floated in the air, releasing absolute power. It was the power of an immortal venerable. It opened up a small space and managed to hold on. Immortal venerable treasure. Lin Fei tried to attack but couldn't break this black cauldron. This emperor has underestimated you. You destroyed the restriction formation with the world storm. Venerable Evil's clone appeared again. Unfortunately, you're courting death. You forced this emperor to use the supreme immortal venerable treasure. Suppress. The black cauldron rammed forward, breaking through the layers of world storms and appearing above Lin Fei's head. The vast power of an immortal venerable poured down like a flood. Brat, you should be satisfied that I used a celestial prime treasure to deal with you. The surging power of an immortal venerable made Lin Fei unable to move. The power of an immortal venerable was at the 5th level. It was no longer an ordinary power. Cracks also appeared on Lin Fei's strong physical body. Blood gushed out. The tyrannical power of an immortal venerate surged into his body, destroying it wantonly. Immortal venerable myriad evil had no choice but to do this. This guy couldn't be treated like an ordinary person. It was necessary to use an immortal venerable treasure even if he had to pay a price. It seems like the defense of my body can only withstand the strength of level 4, but not the strength of a celestial prime, Lin Fei said in his heart. Unless I merge with 3,000 divine physiques at that time, I will not be afraid of this celestial prime's attack. Great Tao of Truth bless me. Lin Fei urged the Great Tao of Truth in his body. In an instant, the Great Tao of Truth in his body clashed with the power of an immortal venerable. The inside of his body became a battlefield. His physical body kept exploding, turning into a bloody mess. In such a situation, only a person like Lin Fei could hold on. When the Great Tao of Truth met the power of an immortal venerable, it displayed extraordinary dominance. It ignored the power of an immortal venerable and attacked. The power of an immortal venerable was a higher level power. When it was provoked by the Great Tao of Truth, the two powers clashed. In this fight, the might of the Great Tao of Truth grew stronger and stronger. My Great Tao of Truth is actually so domineering. The power of an immortal venerable was suppressed. Out of Lin Fei's expectation, the suppression of the power of an immortal venerable decreased a lot. What made Lin Fei even more unbelievable was that the power of an immortal venerable that surged into his body was constantly being devoured by the Great Tao of Truth. Lin Fei was speechless. That's right. Didn't the Great Tao of Truth also devour the Tao of others? Lin Fei recalled what happened back then. The Tao tree in his body began to grow as if it had eaten a great tonic. The power of an immortal venerable is really a great tonic. If I continue to absorb it like this, it won't be long before the Great Tao of Truth in my body enters the 4th level. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Kid, as long as you bow down and submit to this emperor can spare your life. Immortal venerable myriad evil heaved a sigh of relief. Bullsh *T. If you have the ability, beat me until I lose my temper. Lin Fei's body was badly mutilated. Stubborn. I want to see how long you can last under the attack of an immortal venerable treasure. Immortal venerable myriad evil wasn't afraid that Lin Fei could escape from his palm. If he didn't need to refine Lin Fei, immortal venerable myriad evil would have used an immortal venerable treasure to severely injure Lin Fei, instead of using the power of an immortal venerable to destroy Lin Fei's body. If he used the immortal venerable treasure once, it might not be a big deal if he was at his peak. But now he had to conserve it for self-defense. As long as he could severely injure Lin Fei, immortal venerable myriad evil was confident that he could refine Lin Fei into his avatar. This kind of top-grade avatar would definitely become an immortal venerable avatar in the future. An immortal venerable avatar. Immortal venerable myriad evil was tempted by the thought of it. This was also the reason why he hadn't used the immortal venerable treasure yet. There weren't many who had an immortal venerable avatar in the entire universe. Immortal venerable myriad evil wanted to slowly subdue Lin Fei and see how long Lin Fei could last. What he lacked the least was time. After a long time, Lin Fei would naturally admit defeat. One kept resisting while the other kept using the immortal venerable treasure. To Lin Fei, the power of an immortal venerable was a great tonic. It could be said that he could take in as much as he wanted. It was fine as long as he performed well and didn't arouse any suspicion. Every day, the Tao tree grew taller and more luxuriant. The might of the Great Tao of Truth also began to grow stronger. Its might increased by at least 5 times. To be able to increase its might by more than 5 times at the 3rd level was unimaginable and heaven-defying. Boom! The Great Tao of Truth's Tao tree broke through to 80 million feet. His strength underwent another sharp change, reaching the 4th level. And his power also underwent a heaven-shaking change. Come down. Lin Fei raised his head and his body shook. The power of an immortal venerable was shaken and regained some freedom. His 6 arms grabbed at the immortal venerable treasure. The immortal venerable treasure erupted with might, shattering 3 arms and causing Lin Fei to vomit blood non-stop. However, he didn't care at this moment. He retracted it into the heaven and earth furnace in his body and gathered divine fire to suppress the power of an immortal venerable. Where's this emperor's immortal venerable treasure? Immortal venerable Myriad Evil was stunned. The speed was too fast and he couldn't react in time. Although the immortal venerable treasure resisted on its own, it couldn't kill Lin Fei with a single strike. The immortal venerable treasure was gone. Immortal venerable Myriad Evil lost his senses and control. He shouted angrily. Be *starred. Where did you put the immortal venerable treasure? Boom! The world storm shrouded over and immortal venerable Myriad Evil's avatar was shattered. Its might reached the 4th level. Impossible! How can your power of the great Tao increase? Immortal venerable Myriad Evil's shocked voice echoed in the space. Get out! Once the 4th level of the world storm spread, Lin Fei could actually communicate with it. With a thought, he appeared anywhere he wanted. As long as he was within the range of the world storm, Lin Fei even suspected that the other party's divine sense couldn't capture his traces. With a thought, Lin Fei seemed to become a part of the world storm. He appeared behind the giant black flower and punched it. The flower erupted with might and sent him flying. Another punch. Lin Fei was one with the world storm. He was sent flying and appeared again. Stop! Bang! 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 Lin Fei's speed became faster and faster as he attacked the black flower. Gradually, cracks began to appear. Stop! Everything can be discussed. Immortal venerable Myriad Evil was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Every time he appeared, he was killed. He couldn't stop it at all. It was useless to mobilize the power of 10,000 evil. All of them were blocked. Let's talk when you come out. Lin Fei's attacks continued to rise, causing the might of the black flower to continuously weaken. Next, he punched out again and a cracking sound rang out from the black flower. Then cracks spread all over the black flower. Crash! All the cracks were completely broken. An ugly child was lying on the ground. His skin was like dry and cracked earth, and he exuded an evil aura. How dare you destroy this emperor's sacred flower? The child immortal venerable Myriad Evil opened his eyes. Evil aura soared into the sky, and an evil dragon roared. He waved his hand and blasted out a killing technique. A horrifying ripple blasted toward Lin Fei. Lin Fei avoided the attack with a thought. He didn't stop using the killing technique. After more than 10 times, he got rid of the killing technique. It seems that your killing technique isn't good. Lin Fei laughed and avoided an attack. He appeared on immortal venerable Myriad Evil's butt and kicked him away. He reappeared in midair and stomped down. Immortal venerable Myriad Evil was beaten to the point that he couldn't resist. However, he was in the immortal venerable realm and had a strong body. Lin Fei could only beat him until he vomited blood and couldn't threaten his life. An immortal venerable is so strong. My great Tao of truth has improved, and my strength has increased by at least 100 times. Yet, I still can't deal with immortal venerable Myriad Evil. Lin Fei thought. Immortal venerable Myriad Evil didn't have it easy either. He had finally revived and devoured immortal emperors in an attempt to restore his strength to his peak. Unfortunately, he encountered a freak who snatched away his immortal venerable treasure and drove him out of the sacred flower, causing him to be unable to fully restore his strength. Let's not fight. Once again, Lin Fei punched immortal Monarch Infinite Evil's body and dodged the attack. Not fighting? Fine, but hand over the immortal venerable treasure. Immortal venerable Myriad Evil said fiercely. However, because he was a child, he couldn't be that fierce. Immortal venerable Myriad Evil, you don't have to think about it. Lin Fei refused. A killing technique came in front of him and he dodged more than 10 times. You reminded me. Immortal venerable Myriad Evil felt something was wrong. Not long after, Lin Fei drove the cauldron out. It was still emitting immortal venerable power, and smashed toward immortal venerable Myriad Evil. Ha ha, you fell for it. Immortal venerable Myriad Evil laughed. This emperor's treasure quickly return. Bang! Chapter 14:12. The black cauldron collided with venerable Myriad Evil and sent him flying. What's going on? Before venerable Myriad Evil could react, he was sent flying. His body was badly mutilated and smashed. Lin Fei rushed up and smashed the cauldron again. hitting Venerable Myriad Evil over 10 times in a row. Venerable Myriad Evil kept vomiting blood and shock was written all over his face. How is this possible? You can use an immortal venerable treasure. Venerable Myriad Evil took another hit from the cauldron after he said that. The power of an immortal venerable erupted and blasted on his body. Nothing is impossible in this world. Lin Fei kept using the cauldron to smash at Venerable Myriad Evil. This was an immortal venerable treasure. One hit was enough to shake the world. It could jump around within the range of the world storm. Venerable Myriad Evil's miserable days had arrived. On one side, the cauldron kept attacking, knocking him unconscious. On the other side, the elusive Lin Fei kept using killing techniques, but all of them were dodged. As time went on, Venerable Myriad Evil's expression turned ugly. Bastard! Venerable Myriad Evil was famous in the Celestial Court era. He could kill anyone he wanted. Today, he was beaten up by a junior and the immortal venerable treasure he relied on was taken away. He was tricked. Until now, Venerable Myriad Evil didn't understand how he lost control of the immortal venerable treasure. Who are you? Who are you? Venerable Myriad Evil was an immortal venerable. He was constantly attacked by the immortal venerable treasure and was badly mutilated, but he could recover quickly. However, even Venerable Myriad Evil couldn't bear this continuous recovery. The power of evil in the Myriad Evil dimension became thin. Wait until I'm done. Beating up an immortal venerable was a rare opportunity. How could Lin Fei miss this opportunity? Now that he had the immortal venerable treasure, he could completely suppress Venerable Myriad Evil. Bang 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 under the continuous attacks, Venerable Myriad Evil's body was shattered countless times. However, he was still indestructible and stubbornly persisted. If it was an ordinary peak immortal emperor, he would have died countless times. Venerable Myriad Evil was just pale. Stop! Stop right now! After his flesh was blasted apart once more, Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil revived and called out to the person who came to stop. He felt extremely wronged. He was a dignified immortal sovereign, yet he had suffered such a humiliation that he would never be able to forget. Lin Fei activated the cauldron again, causing Immortal Lord Myriad Evil to vomit blood. You admit defeat? Lin Fei stopped. With this series of attacks, Lin Fei had to admit that the Immortal Reverend was very strong. To be able to persist for so long, it was no wonder that ordinary people could not kill an Immortal Reverend. What do you want before you stop? Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil said sullenly. This Emperor's Cauldron of Evil was taken away by you and I was beaten up by you for so long. We're even now. After losing the Immortal Venerable's treasure, Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil lost his combat strength. Not to mention the other party was able to evade his ultimate killing technique, divine ability, and secret technique. This was one of the reasons why Venerable Infinite Evil had to lower his head. Venerable Infinite Evil was really afraid that he would be beaten to death by this fellow if the fight dragged on. Stop? Lin Fei glanced at Venerable Infinite Evil. Do you think it's possible? I've killed all kinds of experts, but I've never killed an Immortal Reverend. Today, I want to experience what it feels like to kill an Immortal Reverend. You dare. Venerable Infinite Evil's eyes twitched as he shouted angrily. Why wouldn't I dare? Lin Fei urged the cauldron to slam over and he also rushed over. Venerable Infinite Evil had no choice but to resist once again. Don't force this emperor to perish together with you. Venerable Infinite Evil's anger soared to the sky. His face was punched, and his face immediately tilted to the side. I like this. If you have the ability, then self-destruct. Lin Fei did not care at all and continued to attack Mengda. Let's see if you self-destruct. If you didn't kill me, then you died in vain. Bastard, this bastard. Venerable Infinite Evil cursed in his heart, cursing Mengda from head to toe. Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil might have some confidence in dealing with other people with this move of mutual destruction, but this guy's physical body was ridiculously strong. If he died and the other party didn't die, and he came back to life with great difficulty, it would be really not worth it. What, you don't dare anymore? Lin Fei laughed. Then let me destroy you and see what it feels like to kill an Immortal Reverend. Venerable Infinite Evil and Immortal Reverend fell to such a state, he was really angry to the point of vomiting blood. As long as you stop, some of the things this emperor collected in the past will be given to you. Venerable Infinite Evil's arms were broken, and he said reluctantly, as long as you agree, this emperor will make sure you never return. Sorry, I'm not interested in this. Lin Fei disapproved. Your entire collection may not be as valuable as this immortal reverend's treasure. His words were spot on. Venerable Infinite Evil's most precious treasures were immortal reverend treasures. The grade of those collections was a step lower. This cunning guy. Venerable Infinite Evil cursed, caught off guard, he was hit by the cauldron again, and his body exploded into pieces. The world storm swept over and shattered the pieces. Then what the hell do you want? After resurrecting, Venerable Infinite Evil's face was even paler. If there was medicine for regret, Venerable Infinite Evil would not have accepted him. This was simply asking for a huge trouble. Even the evil Venerable Infinite Evil couldn't do anything at this time. Lin Fei beat him to the fullest, and it was not an ordinary feeling. A dignified immortal reverend was beaten by him, and it was not an ordinary feeling. More importantly, he beat him until he had no temper and could only forcefully resist. I admire the strong the most, Lin Fei said with a smile. So I have always had a wish in my heart, and that is to have a strong guard for me. Unfortunately, this wish has never come true. This is impossible. Venerable Infinite Evil was furious. This emperor is an immortal reverend, and it is impossible for me to be your guard. Stop dreaming. This was the same as killing him. An immortal reverend becoming a guard, and one that wasn't even an immortal reverend, would immediately become a joke. Venerable Infinite Evil even thought of what they would say, such as, look, that Venerable Infinite Evil, an immortal reverend from the immortal court era, actually became a guard. How embarrassing. Then I can only experience the feeling of killing an immortal reverend. Lin Fei attacked again, beating Venerable Infinite Evil into a bloody mess, and his bones cracked. Venerable Infinite Evil, you should be proud that I made you my guard. Have you ever seen such an amazing heaven-defying immortal emperor like me? Venerable Infinite Evil shouted angrily. You are despicable and shameless, using evil arts to steal this sovereign's immortal reverend treasure. Otherwise, this emperor would have beaten you until you vomited blood. Lin Fei laughed heartily. Despicable and shameless? How can I compare to fellow Taoist ones? Yeah. You're famous, and I'm nothing in front of you. You are the despicable and shameless one. Venerable Infinite Evil had a look of resentment. Chapter 14:13. Venerable Myriad Evil was having a hard time holding on. Perish together? Venerable Myriad Evil didn't dare. Even if he could kill the opponent, he wouldn't be able to revive if he died. The price was too high. Drag it out? Venerable Myriad Evil couldn't afford to drag it out. This fellow of unknown origins possessed heaven-defying strength and secret arts. He was able to refine an immortal reverend artifact just like that, and his world tempest had also reached the 4th level, allowing him to evade the attacks of secret arts. If this went on, he would definitely be killed. Being killed by a junior would be a huge loss of face. Venerable Myriad Evil wouldn't be able to rest in peace. This result wasn't something Venerable Myriad Evil could accept. This guy is so arrogant. Venerable Myriad Evil said. I don't know where this kid came from to cultivate such a physique. This emperor will temporarily compromise. When my strength recovers, I will definitely beat this kid up and let him die a horrible death. Better to live than to die. Venerable Myriad Evil had this thought. Are you serious? Venerable Myriad Evil shot out a cold light. We are both in the same realm. Do you think I would lie to you after making a heavenly oath? Lin Fei smiled. As long as you defeat me, I will return your freedom. After making a heavenly oath, I don't have to worry about this kid cheating. Venerable Myriad Evil thought. As long as I have 100 years to fuse with the undying body again, I'll see what he can do then. Lin Fei was laughing in his heart. An immortal Venerable's guard, just thinking about it makes me excited. In the world of destruction, having an immortal Venerable's guard is much safer. I don't have to worry about the 5 demons and 6 emperors anymore. As for giving Venerable Myriad Evil his freedom, Lin Fei could only chuckle. Exalted Myriad Evil lowered his head helplessly and swore an oath to the heavenly Tao to become Lin Fei's guard. He would fulfill his duties as a guard. Once the heavenly oath was made, A heavenly aura came from the space. Lin Fei also made a heavenly oath, promising that the day he defeats venerable myriad evil, he would regain his freedom and return his immortal venerable's treasure. A mark flashed in the space. Their heavenly oath was officially established. Dao friend myriad evil, you don't have to pull a long face. Lin Fei couldn't help but smile when he saw immortal sovereign myriad evil, who looked like a resentful wife. Being a guard isn't hard at all. Immortal sovereign myriad evil glared at him. Try me if you dare. Lin Fei said. That's better than you being destroyed, right? Exalted immortal Lord myriad evil was speechless. Dead, everything was gone. There was still hope as long as he was alive. Immortal venerable myriad evil's current goal was to defeat Lin Fei, beat him until he vomited blood, and abuse him 1,000,000 times. Only then would he be able to vent his anger. Otherwise, this would be a lifetime of shame. We're there now. Separated by the space of evil, Lin Fei had no idea where he was. He was eager to find out. We are now in the 5th region. Exalted infinite evil was absent-minded. The infinite evil sarcophagus has the ability to travel back and forth. It's already a semi-finished exalted immortal treasure. It can travel back and forth in this land of extermination. A semi-finished immortal venerable treasure. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. It could travel back and forth in the void. It was more than 100 times stronger than his black wind. What do you want? Immortal sovereign myriad evil looked at him with hostility. Nothing much. I just want to borrow your infinite evil sarcophagus. Lin Fei was very thick-skinned. Since you're my guard, isn't your things mine? That's settled. You're so shameless. Immortal sovereign myriad evil's expression changed. He felt that he had lost control of the semi-finished infinite evil sarcophagus. He glared at him. You're a shameless bastard. Lin Fei chuckled. Thank you for the compliment. Compared to you, an immortal sovereign from the immortal court era, I feel that I still need to learn. Keep up the good work. Immortal sovereign myriad evil wished he could slap himself. What a cheap mouth. Why did I say it just now? Lin Fei controlled the infinite evil sarcophagus. He felt that the infinite evil sarcophagus was traveling back and forth. Its speed reached an astonishing 83 times the limit of the heavenly Tao. The infinite evil sarcophagus was very hard, and could ignore the void astral wind attacks of the land of extermination. Lin Fei didn't expect that he would come to the 5th region so quickly. The 5th region was many times more dangerous than the 4th region. Lin Fei could only send a message to the Sky Demonic Realm Lord and the others, telling them that he was fine, and that they didn't need to worry about him. He couldn't move around with them for the time being. Do you know what good stuff is in the 5th region? Immortal sovereign myriad evil was obviously still resentful, and didn't answer Lin Fei's question. Although he wanted to know what good stuff was in this region, he couldn't do anything if Lin Fei didn't want to tell him. A dignified immortal sovereign had fallen to become a guard. He needed time to accept it. He could be forgiven for the time being. Controlling the infinite evil sarcophagus, Lin Fei traveled back and forth in the 5th region. He wasn't in a hurry to come out. This region was filled with a dangerous aura. It was dozens of times more dangerous than the previous regions. That's a demonic emperor at the 4th level of the Great Tao. Not long after traveling, Lin Fei found a demonic emperor. This demonic emperor was already dead. His chest was punched through and his eyes were wide open. He died with a grievance. He was killed by an expert. This should be the attack of an immortal sovereign. Lin Fei thought to himself. Other than immortal sovereigns, there shouldn't be any other experts in this apocalypse land that could easily do this. The 5th region was huge. The infinite evil sarcophagus had 83 times the speed of the heavenly Tao. What Lin Fei saw was just the tip of the iceberg. He didn't fully understand the entire region. Human figures? He didn't see a single one. He did see some corpses, but they were all killed in an instant. Their treasures were also taken away. Boom! On this day, the infinite evil sarcophagus traveled back and forth in the 5th region. Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound came from ahead. A terrifying immortal sovereign aura crushed the void for billions of miles. The infinite evil sarcophagus was shaken by the impact. There are immortal sovereigns fighting. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. So far, he had only seen one immortal sovereign in this apocalypse land. It was Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil. Moreover, he was an extremely evil fellow. Lin Fei, quickly control the infinite evil sarcophagus. Let's go up and take a look. Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil seemed to be more anxious than anyone else. Lin Fei carefully controlled the infinite evil sarcophagus and stopped tens of millions of miles away. Then he entered the void. In the center of a ruined region, two immortal sovereigns were fighting. Their immortal sovereign's power constantly impacted the surroundings. The remnant immortal sovereign's power interweaved and formed a large net. I didn't expect our luck to be so good. Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil was willing to speak. He stared at the two people fighting. Isn't it just two immortal sovereigns fighting? Lin Fei was shocked. The impact of the immortal sovereign's battle was much stronger than Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil's. He would probably be heavily injured if he went up. Lin Fei didn't see any luck. He. That's because you don't understand. Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil said proudly. A cauldron flew out and smashed on Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil. I haven't cleaned you up for a few days. Are your bones itching? If you dare to keep me in suspense again, I'll beat you until your teeth fall out. The cauldron flew up again and smashed more than 10 times. If you have the ability, let's fight one-on-one. Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil was furious. He used his divine ability and secret technique. However, he was quickly beaten down by the cauldron and had no choice but to beg for mercy. Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil said, "Do you see the blue-clothed Immortal Sovereign on the left?" Lin Fei nodded to show that he saw him. "What's the big deal?" "It's a big deal." Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil licked the corner of his mouth. That blue-clothed Immortal Sovereign was one of the Immortal Sovereigns of the Immortal Court. His name was 8 Directions Immortal Sovereign. Unfortunately, he died. What you see now is not his true body, but an illusion of the Tao Tree. Lin Fei couldn't help but feel shocked. After dying for so long, an illusion of 8 Directions Immortal Sovereign can fight against an Immortal Sovereign? Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. This Immortal Sovereign was too powerful. Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil sneered. Immortal Sovereigns are very powerful to begin with. The 5th region was one of the main battlefields back then. The fallen Immortal Sovereigns contained resentment. Once someone wanted to take their Tao Tree, they would immediately materialize and engage in a great battle. Those weaker Immortal Sovereigns would be instantly killed by such Immortal Sovereigns. So, this Immortal Sovereign Tao Tree fragment is very complete? Lin Fei pondered. This 8 Directions Immortal Sovereign's Tao Tree is at most left with about 20%. Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil said, "Even if it's only about 20%, its strength isn't something you can resist. If that guy doesn't make a move, I'm afraid his efforts will be in vain." This was Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil's way of attacking Lin Fei. 20%? Unbelievable. His great Tao power had advanced to the 4th level. He wanted to advance to the 5th level, but Lin Fei already felt the bottleneck. It would probably be very difficult to break through this level. This kind of Immortal Sovereign level Tao Tree fragment contained powerful Immortal Sovereign power. Lin Fei believed that it could improve a lot. If 20% had such combat strength, then wouldn't it be heaven-defying if it contained 70 to 80%? While the two were talking, the battle outside came to an end. The 8 Directions Immortal Sovereigns used all their means and the power of Immortal Sovereigns swept out. The opponent's Immortal Sovereign was a bald man. A mere illusionary Immortal Sovereign, you are not this Sovereign's match at all. This Sovereign will personally end you. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, dust to dust. The bald Immortal Sovereign shouted and pointed out with a finger. This finger was like a finger from beyond the heavens, pointing at the 8 Directions Immortal Sovereign's glabella. The 8 Directions Immortal Sovereign wasn't his true body, so he exploded with a single finger and shattered into pieces. The 8 Directions Immortal Sovereign was shattered. The bald Immortal Sovereign also vomited blood. This ultimate attack consumed a large amount of Immortal Sovereign power. Phew, I finally killed this Immortal Sovereign. The bald Immortal Sovereign exhaled and slapped the ground with his hand. The ground cracked and a tattered Tao Tree fragment flew out, exuding the might of an Immortal Sovereign. I finally gained something today. 20% of the Tao Tree fragment can nurture a low-level Immortal Sovereign. As long as one refined an Immortal Sovereign Tao Tree fragment, they could inherit everything and become an Immortal Sovereign. This kind of immortal sovereign had almost no growth potential. He was an immortal sovereign powerhouse after all. To a sect, this was a very precious thing. Moreover, the immortal sovereign Tao tree fragment could only be chanced upon. If one was unlucky and encountered a powerful immortal sovereign's incarnation, they would be instantly killed. Chapter 14:14. A terrifying world storm arrived. The bald immortal venerable's body was covered in scars. Immortal venerables were terrifyingly strong. Even the fourth level of the world storm only left scars on his body and didn't truly injure him. Any immortal venerable had a strong and flawless spirit. They wouldn't be threatened by anything. The world storm would at most leave scars on their bodies. Who is it? Come out! The bald immortal venerable shouted angrily. His voice shattered the world storm. Once an immortal venerable was angered, countless corpses would fall. Those who dared to snatch food from the tiger's mouth were simply courting death. Junior, you sure are arrogant. You are just a low-stage immortal venerable. Aren't you afraid that this venerable will kill you? The black stone coffin appeared in the world storm. An evil aura filled the air. Its aura wasn't any weaker than the bald immortal venerable. The bald immortal venerable's expression changed slightly. He felt threatened by the other party. The other party wasn't an incarnation of the Tao tree, but a true immortal venerable. The black stone coffin was clearly a semi-finished immortal venerable treasure. He definitely had an immortal venerable treasure. The bald immortal venerable also had an immortal venerable treasure. However, it was far weaker than the other party. He didn't even know that the other party had appeared. This venerable is Tianyi immortal venerable. Who are you? The skinny immortal venerable Myriad Evil sneered. This venerable is Myriad Evil immortal venerable. As for the rest, you don't have the right to know. Tianyi immortal venerable Myriad Evil's expression changed. Impossible? Didn't you die in that war? How could you revive? Clearly, Tianyi immortal venerable knew this immortal venerable Myriad Evil. You actually know this venerable's origin. Myriad Evil immortal venerable's eyes were cold. Tianyi immortal venerable was indeed shocked. Senior, I am from the Immortal Lyceum. There is information about the immortal venerables in the Immortal Lyceum. Junior has read it before. Senior is one of them. So you are from the Immortal Lyceum? Myriad Evil immortal venerable said. Since you are from the same place, leave behind the Tao tree fragment and scram. Otherwise, this venerable will kill you. Tianyi immortal venerable mentioned his background to deter the other party. The celestial monarch who died back then had revived. Even if he was not as strong as before, he was still not someone he could deal with. Tianyi celestial monarch didn't want to fight as he had no chance of winning. Senior, I worked hard to obtain the Tao tree fragment. It is not for my personal use but for the immortal court. Tianyi explained. Scram. The all-evil sarcophagus burst forth with the power of an immortal venerable. Senior, Tianyi immortal paragon forcefully resisted the all-evil sarcophagus. His blood and chi were in turmoil due to the immortal paragon's treasure. His expression changed drastically. Senior, you are from the immortal court. Could it be that you want to rebel against the immortal court? A puny junior like you dares to criticize this Exalt. Exalt Myriad Evil coldly snorted. The sarcophagus of Myriad Evil smashed forward again and again, shaking heaven and earth and shattering the void. Immortal Paragon Tianyi suppressed his surging blood energy. Immortal Paragon Myriad Evil, I will report this matter to the Immortal Court. In the future, when the Immortal Court's experts arrive, don't blame this junior for being rude. Boom boom boom. Tianyi Immortal Venerable didn't dare to stay any longer. He continuously jumped through the void and left this area. Lin Fei, that bastard. Exalt Myriad Evil cursed. Now that he has offended the Immortal Court, those people from the Immortal Court will definitely come looking for trouble. Now that my strength has not recovered, it's all Lin Fei's fault. After Tianyi Immortal Paragon left, Lin Fei appeared next to the Tao tree fragment. He opened his mouth and swallowed the fragment, making Exalt Myriad Evil envious. Myriad Evil, you are quite famous. Even the Immortal Court's Immortal Paragon experts don't dare to attack you. Lin Fei put away the Tao tree fragment and was in a good mood. Exalt Myriad Evil said proudly. Humph, that goes without saying. Back in the Immortal Court, This Exalt was also an overlord. A puny character like you. I can stab you to death 100 times with a finger. Lin Fei said indifferently. That was back then. Now, even if you stab me 100 times, you won't be able to stab me to death. Exalt Myriad Evil was about to go crazy from the blow. At this moment, he had to lower his head under the eaves. There should be a lot of these Dao tree fragments in the 5th region, right? Lin Fei asked. You must know a lot of places. Why don't you tell me a few and we can go and sweep them? No. Exalt Myriad Evil's tone was firm. Without saying a word, Lin Fei took out the 10,000 Evil sarcophagus and the cauldron and attacked Exalt Myriad Evil. One was a semi-finished Immortal Paragon treasure, and the other was a complete one. With 2-pronged attacks, Exalt Myriad Evil couldn't resist. I'll take it, alright? But I want half of the benefits. Exalt Myriad Evil bargained. Lin Fei attacked again, and in the end, he only gave 1/3 of the benefits. I've been tricked. After Exalt Myriad Evil left, Tianyi Immortal Paragon returned with a ferocious look. The Dao tree fragment was long gone. The information says that Exalt Myriad Evil is a cruel person. He will attack anyone he sees and will never dilly-dally. Back in the Immortal Court, he was a famous homicidal maniac. Just now, he dilly-dallied with me and put on airs. He must have not recovered his strength. No one who could become an Immortal Paragon was simple. Tianyi Immortal Paragon realized that he had been tricked. Exalt Myriad Evil no longer had the strength he had in the past. Otherwise, he would have been killed long ago instead of standing here. Exalt Myriad Evil's strength should be around the low-level Immortal Paragon, about the same as me. At most, he is slightly stronger than me. Tianyi Immortal Paragon thought to himself, I can't deal with him alone, but I can find someone to divide the spoils. This evil person is worth more than 10 times more than a 20% Dao tree fragment. Tianyi Immortal Paragon turned and left. He was preparing to hunt down a powerhouse like Exalt Myriad Evil from the Immortal Court era. In a valley under a mountain range, the 10,000 Evil sarcophagus appeared, and Exalt Myriad Evil flew out. There is an Immortal Paragon below, and his strength is not weaker than the 8 directions Immortal Paragons. In fact, he is much stronger. Attack! The cauldron smashed down, and the power of an Immortal Paragon erupted. Under the valley, the power of an Immortal Paragon erupted. An Immortal Paragon avatar rushed out, holding a black spear. The power of the Great Dao surged, and the spear stabbed at Lin Fei. Bang! The Immortal Paragon attacked, and the spear stabbed Lin Fei's chest, sending him flying. Kacha, kacha. In midair, the power of an Immortal Paragon erupted, trying to tear apart Lin Fei's body. Even his bones cracked. What a powerful Immortal Paragon! The true self Great Dao in his body devoured the power of an Immortal Paragon. In the blink of an eye it was devoured clean. With a thought his body recovered. This was also one of Lin Fei's cultivation methods. It was the stupidest method. This bastard, how can his body be so strong? Exalt Myriad Evil wished that Lin Fei was stabbed to death by an Immortal Paragon's spear. Then, he could relax and regain his freedom, no longer having to be a guard. When Lin Fei appeared full of energy, Exalt Myriad Evil's eyes widened. He was still fine? What a joke. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and suppress him. Chapter 14-15. 5th Layer Region. At this moment, there were 3 people who had transformed into streaks of light. A ripple suddenly appeared in front of them, spreading out like a wave, and the 3 of them happened to be in the attack range. Break! One of them pointed forward with her jade-like hand, and her hand grew to millions of miles long, striking the ripple. The ripple shattered layer by layer, no longer posing a threat. Fellow Daoist Su Feng, your strength has improved greatly again, truly enviable. Immortal Venerable Tianai spoke to a woman in red with unconcealable admiration in his eyes. I've made some gains recently and improved a little. It's nothing much. Senior Immortal Su Feng was a female Senior Immortal. She looked very elegant and noble, and her strength was much stronger than Senior Immortal Tianyi. I believe that you will also have a breakthrough soon. Next to Immortal Supremacy Tianyi was a black-robed Immortal Supremacy. His eyes were one black and one white, like a reincarnation cycle, hence his name Reincarnation Immortal Supremacy. We accept fellow Taoist Su Feng's words. The two of them said in unison. The resurrection of immortal venerable myriad evil. The world extermination ground is indeed extraordinary. Venerable Su Feng said with bright eyes and white teeth. I need fellow Taoist samsara's help to find venerable myriad evil. In the Immortal Lyceum, your immortal venerable secret technique is a first-class existence. Immortal exalt myriad evil. He was very famous in the immortal court back then. I didn't expect him to revive after so long. With the three of us, it won't be difficult to suppress immortal exalt myriad evil. Immortal exalt reincarnation said. Now, I will calculate the location of immortal exalt myriad evil. Reincarnation immortal venerable grabbed at heaven fate immortal venerable's body, and an evil aura was pulled out. This contains myriad evil immortal venerable's evil power. It is enough to locate myriad evil immortal venerable. As soon as he finished speaking, reincarnation immortal venerate sat down and swallowed the 10,000 evil power. Then, he started to deduce 10,000 evil immortal venerate's whereabouts. In the immortal court, the reincarnation immortal venerable was one of those who had some accomplishments in this divination secret technique. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, reincarnation immortal supremacy opened his eyes, one black and one white. I didn't let you down. I finally deduced myriad evil immortal supremacy's location. He is 10 billion li away from us. Immortal Paragon Tianai said in admiration. Tao Friend Samsara's divination is getting more and more exquisite. Whoever offended Tao Friend Samsara will probably have nightmares for the rest of their lives. Reincarnation Immortal Paragon said proudly. Just Sisa. Compared to those almighty beings, I am far inferior. At the same time, in another place Lin Fei was attacking an immortal venerable. When immortal venerable myriad evil attacked, Lin Fei assisted from the side, taking the opportunity to absorb the immortal venerable's power. Now the immortal venerable's power was like a great tonic. The great Tao of true self in his body was constantly improving. Lin Fei's strength was also increasing. Immortal Lord 10,000 Evil was having a hard time. This immortal lord wasn't weak and he still had to fight head-on. For him he really couldn't take it. Who told him to be a guard and have no choice but to put in so much effort? What the hell is this bastard doing? Up until now, Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil still hadn't figured out Lin Fei's actions. Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil could only deal with the incarnation of the Tao tree fragment like a laborer. Suddenly, Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil's expression changed as he sent Immortal Sovereign flying. Not good. Someone just divined the position of this sovereign. It must be the experts of the Immortal Court. Lin Fei did not know much about the Immortal Court. How did you know someone was calculating your position? This sovereign was from the Immortal Court in the past. The Immortal Court has a secret technique related to divination that can calculate anyone's position. Only the Immortal Court has such a secret technique. Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil said. This sovereign is an immortal sovereign. They can't hide it from this sovereign. If there is no accident, they should be on their way. Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil's strength had yet to recover, and his immortal sovereign treasure couldn't unleash its full power. If the people of the Immortal Court were to come, there would definitely be several immortal sovereigns. For a moment he had a headache. Lin Fei had a look of disdain. F***ck. To think that you are an immortal sovereign and an expert of the Immortal Court era. You still have the nerve to say that your position was divined. Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil wanted to say, if it wasn't for you, how could this sovereign's position be divined? Immediately suppress this incarnation. Lin Fei also realized that the Immortal Court wasn't simple. Revenge came so quickly. The two of them attacked with all their strength. The incarnation, which was originally an arrow at the end of its flight, was destroyed by the two of them. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed, and the immortal sovereign Tao tree fragment landed in his hand. Let's go. The 10,000 evil stone coffin flew out. The two of them entered and tore through space. In less than 5 minutes, Immortal Sovereign Tianai and the others caught up, but they were too late. Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil had already left. We still underestimated this Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil. He actually sensed that someone was divining his position in advance. Immortal Sovereign Reincarnation smiled. However, hunting an immortal sovereign of the Immortal Court era. Just thinking about it makes me excited. The few of them flew again and chased after it. The people of the immortal court are really troublesome. The 10,000 evil stone coffin traveled through space and jumped countless times. Immortal sovereign myriad evil's expression was still ugly. Behind it, there was an aura firmly locked onto the 10,000 evil stone coffin. This was an immortal sovereign's secret technique. Immortal sovereign myriad evil couldn't get rid of it and couldn't sever the connection. Bang! At this moment, a jade finger tore through space and its outline could be clearly seen. The finger touched the 10,000 evil stone coffin. The 10,000 evil stone coffin shook, and the 10,000 evil power inside shattered. Immortal sovereign myriad evil and Lin Fei felt their blood boil. As expected, it's someone from the immortal court. Immortal sovereign myriad evil's expression tightened. This guy had died once and became timid. Otherwise, he wouldn't have set a trap to deal with those peak immortal emperors. The jade finger pointed again. The 10,000 evil stone coffin shook again and again. It was touched again and shook again. Immortal sovereign myriad evil, you can't escape. A woman's voice came from within the 10,000 evil space. Immortal sovereign myriad evil's expression became even uglier. He was a dignified overlord in the past, but now he was being bullied by a woman. How could he accept this? Lin Fei wasn't as irascible as immortal sovereign myriad evil. From the beginning until now, Lin Fei hadn't exposed himself. In other words, this was his biggest advantage. How many immortal sovereigns are outside? 3. One is immortal sovereign Tianai, and the other one is a man and a woman. The woman is the one who attacked just now. If I'm not wrong, this woman is the strongest. The remaining man should be the one who deduced my whereabouts. Immortal sovereign myriad evil said. When they join forces, their strength will increase greatly and they can crush us. 3 immortal sovereigns from the immortal court appeared at once. Lin Fei really felt a certain amount of pressure. The immortal court's foundation was also beyond imagination. There were only 36 immortal sovereigns in the myriad worlds. It could be imagined that the number of immortal sovereigns in the immortal court was not small. So, as long as we get rid of that female immortal sovereign, the other 2 won't be a problem. Lin Fei pondered and said, you deal with one immortal sovereign and I deal with the other. It shouldn't be a problem, right? You have to lend me the treasure of an immortal sovereign. Immortal sovereign myriad evil nodded. Being chased by 3 immortal sovereigns made him feel a lot of pressure. Okay, leave this woman to me. Lin Fei immediately made a decision. Later, you must stall the 2 of them and buy time for me. Otherwise, if I die, you won't have a good ending. Immortal sovereign myriad evil couldn't figure out how this bastard Lin Fei could deal with that woman. To be able to casually shake the 1,000 evil sarcophagus, that woman's strength was not weak. At least she was much stronger than the current him. He wasn't confident that he would be defeated in a fight. The 3 people chasing from behind. Immortal sovereign Su Feng pointed with her lily-white hand and shook the 1,000 evil sarcophagus, causing the sarcophagus to slow down and the distance between the 2 sides kept shrinking. Good stuff. Immortal sovereign Tianai said with a smile. A semi-finished immortal sovereign treasure with 83 times the speed of the heavenly Tao. Fortunately, Tao Friend Reincarnation predicted it, otherwise it would have escaped. Just this treasure alone was worth a lot of money. Immortal sovereign myriad evil should have other good things on him. Immortal sovereign Reincarnation also said with a smile. An immortal sovereign from the immortal court era. Even if he resurrected, he would still have a lot of treasures on him. Immortal sovereign Su Feng continued to attack, closing the distance. Suddenly, the 1,000 evil sarcophagus jumped out of the void and entered a ruined palace in the 5th region. Chase! They quickly chased after it. In the ruined palace, they saw the skinny immortal sovereign myriad evil standing on the 1,000 evil sarcophagus. Juniors of the immortal court, you have guts. You actually dare to chase after this exalt. Immortal sovereign myriad evil shouted. Do you believe that this exalt can kill 3 of you with a flick of my finger? Immortal sovereign Tianai laughed. Immortal sovereign myriad evil, if you were at your peak, it would be easy for you to kill the 3 of us. Can you do it now? Immortal sovereign myriad evil stared at immortal sovereign Tianai and coldly smiled. You are quite smart. However, if this exalt really wants to kill someone, you will be the first to die. His gaze turned and fell on immortal sovereign Reincarnation. This exalt smells a familiar aura on you. You should have inherited a fragment of divine diviner. The one who calculated this exalt should be you. Immortal sovereign reincarnation was not surprised at all. That's right. The one who calculated you is me. Senior Myriad Evil is indeed worthy of being an overlord of the immortal court back then. You even know about divine diviner. Immortal sovereign Myriad Evil chuckled. Divine diviner was the #1 divination expert in the immortal court back in the day. He divined everyone under the immortal sovereign realm. Even sovereigns had to be polite to him. It's a pity that you only obtained a small part of it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sensed your divination. Many thanks for Senior Myriad Evil's guidance. Immortal Sovereign Reincarnation said. Senior Myriad Evil, with such a grand formation, could it be that you want to fight to the death with us? I don't need to fight to the death to kill 3 juniors like you. Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil moved. The cauldron smashed towards the 3 of them with vast immortal sovereign power. Attack! Immortal Sovereign Tianai immediately felt the killing intent lock onto him. Boom! The world storm of the 4th level descended. The 3 immortal sovereigns were not affected much. They were instantly hit by the storm, leaving behind wounds on their bodies. They didn't care about it. Did this immortal sovereign Myriad Evil go senile? Using this kind of attack against them would only tickle them. It wouldn't pose any threat. Chapter 14:16. Venerable Su Feng's reminder was ignored by both Venerable Tian Yi and Venerable Reincarnation. This was no longer the immortal court era, and Venerable Myriad Evil was no longer at his peak. They were full of confidence in hunting such an expert. As the 2 of them attacked, unparalleled divine abilities, immortal venerable secret techniques, an unparalleled world turned this area into ruins. The power of the divine abilities even affected the depths of the void. If it wasn't for this place being destroyed, an immortal venerable's attack could break the void and cause a world to collapse. Venerable Myriad Evil, you are old, it's time for you to die. Venerable Tianyi took advantage of the fact that Venerable Myriad Evil had used up his moves and attacked with an immortal venerable secret technique, causing Venerable Myriad Evil to vomit blood. He laughed proudly. This era belongs to us. You are just a has-been immortal venerable. If you die, then so be it. Why do you need to revive? You are just suffering. Why don't you give up everything you have and become a junior like us? Reincarnation Immortal Venerable activated his reincarnation world, continuously smashing over. The 2 low-stage Immortal Venerables joined forces and suppressed Venerable Myriad Evil. Venerable Su Feng didn't attack. As a female Immortal Venerable, she scanned the area with her divine sense but didn't find anything. She felt a trace of uneasiness in her heart, as if someone was targeting her. Venerable Tian Yi and Venerable Reincarnation suppressed Venerable Myriad Evil, so Venerable Su Feng didn't attack. Strange, why do I feel uneasiness? Could it be that an immortal venerable is targeting me? Venerable Su Feng thought. Could it be an immortal venerable from all the worlds? Why isn't this trace of uneasiness so strong? Logically speaking, an immortal venerable's attack should be very strong. At the immortal venerable realm, one could sense some danger. Venerable Su Feng didn't understand what this trace of uneasiness meant. Venerable Myriad Evil activated his cauldron and unleashed the power of an immortal venerable treasure. But he still couldn't resist the joint attack of 2 immortal venerables. He kept getting hit and coughed blood. His body almost exploded. He was an immortal venerable to be able to last until now. That bastard Lin Fei, is he going to attack or not? Venerable Myriad Evil slapped Venerable Heaven Yi and activated his cauldron. Then he shouted, Venerable Tian Yi, a junior like you will be the first to be killed. Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil's strength erupted once more. Immortal Venerable Tian Yi himself felt fear in his heart. The attack of an immortal venerable treasure in addition to the absolute killing technique made him feel a great threat. The other party locked onto him. Fellow Taoist Su Feng, quickly help. Tian Yi Immortal Venerable's attack was neutralized by Myriad Evil Immortal Venerable. Myriad Evil Immortal Venerable kept coughing out blood, but he did not stop attacking. He looked like he was going all out. Tian Yi Immortal Venerable panicked. Anyone would be afraid of any Immortal Venerable's reckless attack. Venerable Su Feng couldn't find out where the uneasiness came from. But he also couldn't watch Venerable Tianyi being heavily injured by Venerable Myriad Evil, so he shouted, "Absolute heaven!" A slender jade-like hand grabbed at the infinite evil immortal sovereign. Celestial music surrounded the palace, turning it into a huge jade-like world filled with might. Immortal Lord Myriad Evil tried his best to resist, but he still vomited blood. Venerable Su Feng was the strongest among them. His first move was a peerless attack, causing Venerable Myriad Evil to vomit blood on the spot. Venerable Tianai and Venerable Samsara took this opportunity to launch a fierce attack, putting Venerable Myriad Evil on the verge of death. "Venerable Su Feng, excuse me." Suddenly, a voice rang in Venerable Su Feng's ears. Her expression remained unchanged as she flicked her jade-like finger, smashing countless layers of the void. Lin Fei appeared and turned into a black mist, wrapping around Venerable Su Feng's body tightly, barely revealing a frosty face. "Shameless thief!" Boom boom boom. Venerable Su Feng was furious. This shameless scoundrel used this kind of move with great power. He wanted to crush this shameless scoundrel to pieces. "Come in." Huff. In the next second, Venerable Su Feng's attack failed to shatter the black mist. Instead, she was wrapped by a force and instantly fell into a world of flames. A flame giant slammed its palm. Venerable Su Feng regained her freedom. Her jade-like hand fluttered like fallen leaves, shattering the flame giant and returning to flames. "Shameless one, get out here." "Beauty, just stay here quietly. Big brother will come to see you again when I have time." As soon as her voice fell, Venerable Su Feng's figure flashed. Her jade-like hand grabbed the flame and burst it, but no one appeared. The flames that filled the sky rushed over. Venerable Su Feng's face changed again and again. The surrounding space was constantly compressed and finally confined to a narrow place. Cough cough cough. Lin Fei coughed up blood. His face was pale, his body was trembling, and he could hardly stand still. "I was almost finished. This Venerable Su Feng is really powerful. She almost shattered my body." Lin Fei wiped his cold sweat. Venerable Myriad Evil was also an immortal venerable. He could only beat him until he vomited blood. But Venerable Su Feng was different. Her strength was several times stronger. With just a casual attack, she seriously injured Lin Fei. "Fortunately, I have worldly furnace to trap her inside. If she really attacked, I would have failed miserably today." Lin Fei took out a large number of immortal pills to heal his injuries. Venerable Su Feng has fallen into this venerable's hands. "Do you two still want to continue fighting?" Venerable Myriad Evil repeatedly attacked, shaking them away. He held the cauldron and laughed. Only then did Venerable Tianyi and Venerable Reincarnation come back to their senses. They found that they had lost Venerable Su Feng's trace. They couldn't even sense her aura. It was as if she had disappeared from this world. Both of their expressions changed greatly. "Something big has happened." Venerable Myriad Evil, quickly hand over Venerable Su Feng. Venerable Tianyi was furious and attacked Venerable Myriad Evil fiercely, as if he was provoked by something. World Reincarnation. Reincarnation Immortal Venerable vomited blood as he executed his killer move. A black and white world descended. Cracking sounds could be heard as the world was destroyed. Myriad Evil Immortal Venerable did not expect that Immortal Venerable Su Feng would cause such a huge change. This bastard Lin Fei. He really came up with a rotten idea. This Venerable Su Feng must have a great background. Venerable Myriad Evil thought. He was lost in thought and one of his arms was shattered. Soul Extinguishing Needle. Venerable Myriad Evil waved his hand and shot out a black mist. Venerable Reincarnation used World Reincarnation to suppress it. The black mist ignored the attack and penetrated World Reincarnation's World Reincarnation. Hua hua hua. Venerable Reincarnation's body was corroded and turned into a skeleton. After reviving, he was on the verge of death. Venerable Myriad Evil took the opportunity to control the Myriad Evil sarcophagus and jumped several times, disappearing in front of the two venerables. Chase! The two chased after him. Without Venerable Su Feng, they lost track of her in a short while. Dao Friend Reincarnation. Quickly use a secret technique to deduce Venerable Myriad Evil's position. Following this deduction, Reincarnation Immortal Venerable spat out a mouthful of blood. His body exploded on the spot, splitting into pieces. He reconstructed his body, his injuries severe. I've been poisoned. With a single deduction my body will be destroyed. I have to remove the soul-shattering needles from my body. Chapter 14:17. Venerable Tianyi and Venerable Reincarnation watched helplessly as Venerable Myriad Evil disappeared without a trace. They could chase after Venerable Myriad Evil because of Venerable Sufeng and Venerable Reincarnation's assistance, which allowed them to easily find Venerable Myriad Evil's location. Among the three, Venerable Sufeng seemed to be the leader. Now that Venerable Sufeng disappeared without a trace, they couldn't even discover her. This was the most unacceptable thing for them. Without Venerable Sufeng, they naturally couldn't catch up to Venerable Myriad Evil. More importantly, Venerable Reincarnation was seriously injured and couldn't divine Venerable Myriad Evil's location. The first divination was easy, but the second divination was guarded against. The divination's location was greatly reduced and could only be limited to a certain direction. What do we do now? Venerable Tianyi was full of confidence, but the result was out of their expectations. The strongest Venerable Sufeng was taken away. This was a great humiliation. Losing face was fine, but the important thing was that Venerable Sufeng wasn't an ordinary immortal venerable. This was why they were so anxious when they heard that Venerable Sufeng was captured. What else can we do? Venerable Reincarnation's eyes flashed with fear. We can only report the situation truthfully. Venerable Tianyi's eyes also flashed with panic. If he really reported it, he would have a huge responsibility. If he hadn't come to find Venerable Reincarnation and Venerable Sufeng, this wouldn't have happened and Venerable Sufeng wouldn't have been captured. If something happened to Venerable Sufeng, Venerable Tianyi didn't dare to think about it. This was all Venerable Myriad Evil's fault. Let's go. Although they were helpless, they could only go back to report the situation. They were immortal court experts, and each of them had a way to contact the higher-ups. Venerable Sufeng's disappearance could only be solved by the higher-ups. The only thing they hoped for now was that nothing happened to Venerable Sufeng. Otherwise, the two of them would be in big trouble. They might not even be able to protect themselves. Low-level immortal venerables weren't important figures in the immortal court. They only had a little right to speak. You bastard, this venerable almost died. In Myriad Evil space, Venerable Myriad Evil was seriously injured. He took out an immortal pill and swallowed it, not caring if the medicinal effect was strong or not. Lin Fei was also not feeling well at this moment. Venerable Sufeng's strength was terrifying. That shock was still affecting him. If you have the ability, then go and capture Venerable Sufeng alive. Lin Fei said coldly. My injuries aren't any lighter than yours, but I still almost died. Venerable Su Tianyi. When Venerable Sufeng's body exploded, the result could be imagined when Venerable Sufeng attacked again. Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil harumphed. If my true body's strength had recovered to its peak, I would be a high-level celestial venerable expert after all. Capturing that little kid would be as easy as saying a word. Lin Fei sneered again. Why don't you take a look at who beat you up like a dead dog just now? You still have the nerve to brag here. You're lucky you didn't get killed. Venus Li, King Myriad Venerable Emperor King Saint King God Chan King Evil was King was Yi Tian Tian Lord King. God is as King was Venerable Master as Ven Venade Wan Xian Venerable King King. You're really thick-skinned, constantly pasting gold on your face. Lin Fei thought that he was thick-skinned. But now, compared to Venerable Myriad Evil was much thicker than him. Oh right, how did you capture Venerable Sufeng? Venerable Myriad Evil took an immortal pill and stabilized his injury. He curiously asked, that girl should be a peak low-level immortal venerable. Even this venerable might not be able to capture her. Yet, you managed to capture her. I can't help but admire you. Venerable Myriad Evil cursed Lin Fei in his heart. This bastard hid a lot of things. If he had used this move, he would have been the first immortal venerable to be captured alive. Didn't you also hide something? That black needle was emitting an evil aura. Why didn't you take it out earlier? Lin Fei also saw the treasure that Venerable Reincarnation used to attack Venerable Reincarnation. Myriad Evil Immortal Paragon said, that's something that can't be shown in public and is useless against you. It's targeted at people with weak bodies. As long as Reincarnation Immortal Paragon deduces the position of his main body, his body will be heavily injured. Every time he is heavily injured, his injuries will worsen. As long as time passes, reincarnation immortal paragon will die. No wonder you are so at ease now. This venerable has already used a secret technique to conceal himself. Even though venerable reincarnation's injuries have healed, it is still difficult for him to deduce our exact position. He can only barely deduce a direction. Lin Fei felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Being hunted down by someone who has deduced his position is the most depressing thing. Everything is in the hands of the other party. There is nothing more uncomfortable than this. Lin Fei gained a new understanding of the power of an immortal venerable. Venerable Su Feng has a great background, right? Lin Fei thought of an important matter. You think so too? Lin Fei nodded. Venerable Tian Yi and Venerable Reincarnation are too crazy. They almost killed you. This is enough to prove that this woman's background is not small. She is also very strong. Before making a move, Lin Fei reminded him that Venerable Su Feng's attack had blasted into the depths of the void. If not for the world storm, that attack would have injured him. Her background should not be small. Venerable Myriad Evil also thought so. How are you going to deal with this little girl? According to this venerable, it is better to use her as a cauldron. She is a good thing. Otherwise, if the person behind Venerable Su Feng appears, you will not have a good time. Lin Fei laughed heartily. You're mistaken. I was the one who captured immortal supremacy Su Feng. Unfortunately, no one saw me do it. Everyone thought that you did it. Immortal supremacy infinite evil. You are going to become famous soon. Venerable Myriad Evil's complexion suddenly changed. You tricked me. In any case, you are very famous. Back then you were infamous. It doesn't matter if there is one more. Lin Fei just wanted to strike a blow at Venerable Myriad Evil. You are really shameless. Venerable Myriad Evil couldn't wait to kill Lin Fei. Believe it or not, this venerable will tell them that it was you, Lin Fei, who captured Venerable Su Feng. Lin Fei disagreed. Don't even think about it. Just be a scapegoat. Do you think that anyone will believe you? That is an immortal venerable. Although I have some fame in the myriad heavens world, no one will think that I can capture an immortal venerable alive. You are in the light, I am in the dark. This is the best way to cooperate. After hearing these words, Venerable Myriad Evil seemed to see himself becoming famous once again. Perhaps the experts of the Immortal Lyceum will issue a kill order soon. Just like what Lin Fei said, Venerable Myriad Evil couldn't deny it, because no one would believe his words. During the Immortal Lyceum era, he was notorious. 10 out of 10 words were false. If others heard it, they would only think that he was looking for an excuse to make a scapegoat. Venerable Myriad Evil suffered a blow. He could only heal his injuries and comfort his wounded heart. Lin Fei didn't stay idle either. He also took out an immortal pill to recover from his injuries. 10 days later, Lin Fei opened his eyes. His injuries had healed. During this period he had taken a lot of immortal pills. At the same time, he was amazed at the power of immortal venerables. Venerable Tian Yi and Venerable Reincarnation strength was only at the same level as Venerable Myriad Evil. Even if Lin Fei fought with them, his body could barely withstand it. Venerable Su Feng was different. Her strength as a peak-level low-level immortal venerable had increased by several times. No wonder Venerable Myriad Evil was injured with just a casual attack. After recovering from my injuries, I can go and see Venerable Su Feng. It's best to find out the origin of this woman. This time Lin Fei didn't enter with his main body. Instead, his divine sense turned into an avatar and entered the heaven and earth furnace. He wanted to have a good talk with Venerable Su Feng. The heaven and earth furnace was filled with flames. At this time the sky was filled with flames forming a cage. Venerable Su Feng was sitting quietly inside this cage. Apart from the crazy flame cage at the beginning, Venerable Su Feng didn't attack again. The flame cage was so tough that even if Venerable Su Feng attacked it for 10,000 years, she still wouldn't be able to break it. That being the case, there was no need to attack the flame cage. You're here. Venerable Su Feng spoke in a cold tone. Venerable Su Feng has a keen perception. You knew me as soon as I came in. Lin Fei appeared in front of the flame cage and the flames in front of him dissipated. Di Tian, Are you the reincarnation of a deity? Suddenly, Venerable Su Feng's eyes flashed with cold light as she stared at Lin Fei. I don't know what you're talking about. Lin Fei's expression didn't change. I'm afraid you've mistaken me for someone else. Venerable Su Feng sneered. The dignified great metropolis world's realm lord Ditian, when did you become so timid? This is not in line with your style. If you have the ability to capture me, why don't you have the ability to admit it? Seeing that the other party had revealed his background, Lin Fei knew that he couldn't hide it anymore. Obviously, the other party had recognized him. I didn't expect that Venerable Su Feng would remember my name. I'm a little flattered. I don't know what to say. Lin Fei chuckled as a throne appeared behind him and he sat down. Venerable Su Feng's face was still cold. Ditian, ever since you became famous in the myriad heavens world, our immortal Lyceum has been collecting information about you. I was fortunate enough to see the information. The evaluation on it is very high. You will become an immortal venerable. The only thing I didn't expect is that you have hidden yourself so deeply. Even my immortal venerable's power shook you, yet you didn't die. It seems that Venerable One Xia outside has been subdued by you. This woman is really smart. Lin Fei couldn't help but think of Lu Ziyue. She is also very smart like this woman. You're very smart. Lin Fei gave a thumbs up. You can even guess this. Unfortunately, you guessed wrong. Venerable One Xia has not been subdued. He was forced to become my guard. Once he is stronger than me, I will let him go. I'm afraid that Venerable One Xia will never have the chance to be free in this life. Lin Fei knew that this woman is not easy to deal with. I don't think it's a good thing to be a woman who is too smart. Lin Fei looked at Venerable Su Feng and said, You are so smart. Why don't you guess why I asked you to come here? You really want to know my background? Venerable Su Feng said. Venerable Tianyi, Venerable Reincarnation's actions made you feel pressured. So you want to know? Lin Fei didn't want to go on anymore. This woman is too smart. Before that, I really want to know your background. Lin Fei said. However, I now think that a smart and arrogant woman like you should change your attitude. Therefore, I'm afraid that I have decided to reform this arrogant venerable immortal. Chapter 14:18. Venerable Su Feng was cold, arrogant and noble. Being suppressed in the flame cage, she did not show the slightest bit of panic and remained calm as if nothing could threaten her. Lin Fei was very unhappy with this attitude. He felt that it was necessary to let Venerable Su Feng know what realm she was at now. Two flame giants came out of the flame, their bodies exuding the might of flames as they rushed into the flame cage and lashed out with their flame whips. Venerable Su Feng, you can slowly enjoy this feeling. We will talk about this another day. Lin Fei's divine sense dispersed and left the heaven and earth furnace. In the flame cage, Venerable Su Feng's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. She had calculated everything, but she did not expect that the other party would take the initiative to leave and leave behind two puppets. Die! A cold light flashed in her beautiful eyes as her jade-like hand slapped the two flame giants. This time, Venerable Su Feng lost her plan. The flame giants did not move at all and the flame whips hit her body. Hua divine fire burned over. Venerable Su Feng coldly snorted. Her body shook and the flame was shattered, but it immediately recovered. It stuck to her body and did not leave, even drilling into her body. Ditian, you underestimate me too much. After leaving the heaven and earth furnace, Lin Fei slightly frowned. This Venerable Su Feng had a great background and was too calm. Divine fire can destroy everything. After a long time, Venerable Su Feng will naturally not be able to hold on. I don't believe that she won't beg for mercy and change her attitude. Lin Fei thought, sweeping away his previous depressed mood. Did she get the answer? Venerable Myriad Evil wanted to know more than anyone else. When he saw Lin Fei come out, his ears pricked up. This woman is very smart. Both of us have underestimated her. Lin Fei simply explained the situation inside. In any case, it was not a secret. Venerable Myriad Evil frowned. You have made me miserable. Venerable Myriad Evil complained incessantly. Venerable Su Feng had a great background, so Lin Fei was not afraid of her. He took out the previous map and said, Come over and look at this map. Do you know the places marked on it? Lin Fei was very open-minded. He had to deal with it when it came. Under such circumstances, he had to capture Venerable Su Feng. Fortunately, everything went according to plan. Among the three venerables, Venerable Su Feng was the strongest, so her life was no longer threatened. Star Stone. Exalted Myriad Evil immediately recognized it. You want to use it? Cut the crap. Are there any star stones on the map? Lin Fei didn't want to waste any more time. He took out his cauldron. As long as Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil said no, he would immediately throw it over. Immortal Monarch Myriad Evil cursed inwardly for being shameless. He pointed at a few points on the map and said, "This map of yours is probably outdated. The land of extermination moves every year. Every 10,000 years the surrounding terrain is constantly changing. There are no more star stones on the map." Seeing Lin Fei's unsightly expression, Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil added, "However, there is a place in the 6th region that is completely made of star stones. Rumor has it that it's a world that loves star stones. That world is rich in star stones. Whether it's their residence, senfu or weapons, they are all made of star stones." Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. Let's go to the 6th region immediately. In the land of extermination, Lin Fei only cared about star stones. This was the best way to increase his strength quickly. Now he had also captured Venerable Su Feng, a person with a great background. Not long after, Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil would become the target of pursuit. Lin Fei had to consider for himself. Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil revealed a fearful expression. Are we really going to the 6th region? Why not? Lin Fei's eyes flashed with a cold light. The 6th region isn't safe. Immortal Venerables can move around in the 5th region. There are world annihilation giants in the next layer. If we encounter one, Speaking of the world annihilation giants, even the bold Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil revealed a fearful expression. What is a world annihilation giant? Let's hear it. The world annihilation giants are born in the land of extermination. They absorb all the negative emotions in the land of extermination, as well as immortal venerable secret arts and divine abilities. Once they are born, their strength will reach the immortal venerable level. The strongest one is rumored to be comparable to a mighty ruler. Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil said, "The world annihilation giants are divided into black-robed world annihilation giants, silver-robed world annihilation giants, and finally, gold-robed world annihilation giants." Lin Fei believed that Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil wouldn't dare to lie. Spiritual sense fluctuations couldn't be concealed. "So you've encountered one before?" "Yes, I've encountered one once. That time, I encountered a black-robed world annihilation giant. The other party used an immortal venerable secret art and almost killed me. The stone coffin of evil was also almost destroyed. It took 10 chaos years to repair." Speaking of this matter, Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil still remembered it clearly. Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. The 6th region was actually so dangerous. Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil had an immortal venerable treasure, the stone coffin of evil, and was extremely powerful. He had only managed to take it by surprise. But in the hands of the black-robed world annihilation giant, he was almost killed in an instant. No wonder he was willing to go to the 6th region. "Are there any sky star stones in the 5th layer?" Lin Fei asked again. "Very few," Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil said. "Almost all of them have gone to the 6th region." With how dangerous the 6th region was, Lin Fei didn't dare to take the risk. His body might not be able to withstand a world annihilation giant's attack. A single punch would blow his body up. Lin Fei planned to search for sky star stones in the 5th region. But now that he heard that there were only a few, wasn't this forcing him to go to the 6th region? Actually, Lin Fei could collect immortal venerable Dao tree fragments in the 5th region, and slowly improve his true self Great Dao. This was a relatively time-consuming matter. More importantly, the current situation didn't allow Lin Fei to do so. It was more difficult for Lin Fei to break through to the immortal venerable level than others. The true self Great Dao tree within his body's true self Great Dao was growing very slowly. Perhaps it would only reach a limit of 999,999 feet. Lin Fei didn't hope to break through in a short time. Sky star stones were the only way to improve. Hearing that there were no sky star stones in the 5th region, this was equivalent to forcing Lin Fei to go to the 6th region. If he really found a place full of sky star stones, He could cultivate the ruler's secret art on the stone steel. The Immortal Court, the experts of the forsaken land of immortals. Lin Fei had gained some experience. Once this place ended, the myriad worlds would probably start to fall into chaos. Lin Fei wasn't willing to miss such an opportunity. Even if the 6th region was filled with danger, he still had to fight for it. Let's go to the 6th region. Lin Fei pulled Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil. He didn't care if the other party agreed or not. He controlled the Myriad Evil sarcophagus and flew towards the 6th region. Crazy, you're crazy. Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil yelled. With the World Annihilation Giant here, we're dead for sure. Whether it was the silver-robed World Annihilation Giant or the black-robed World Annihilation Giant, as long as they encountered one, they would be prepared to flee. Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil wished he could immediately run away and leave this madman. But with the oath to the heavenly Tao, Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil could only curse. Chapter 14:19. 6th Region. This was a place filled with danger. 3 powerful Immortal Venerables carefully advanced, activating their Immortal Venerables treasures to clear the hidden dangers ahead. Although the 3 Immortal Venerables were careful, a crack suddenly appeared in the void on the left. One of the Immortal Venerables was sucked in and couldn't even stop it in time. The other 2 Immortal Venerables wanted to help, but the Immortal Venerables disappeared without a trace. What a terrifying spatial crack! The remaining 2 Immortal Venerables didn't dare to move further away. This kind of situation often happened in the 6th region. It was almost impossible to survive after being sucked into a spatial crack. 6th Region. Tianyi Immortal Venerables and Reincarnation Immortal Venerables were standing in a palace. Both of them had their heads lowered. In front of them, a youth sat on a golden horse and a saber. He had delicate features but exuded a supreme majesty. It was as if he was looking down on the world, representing the world. On the left and right, there were expressionless black-robed Immortal Venerables. If someone was knowledgeable, they would be able to recognize them at a glance. They were puppets. They were extremely expensive puppets in the universe. Such a puppet was priceless and not something an ordinary Immortal Venerables could afford. Without a certain amount of wealth, one shouldn't even think about buying one. Such an Immortal Venerable puppet was priceless and could make countless people envious. And now, there were a total of 8 Immortal Venerables standing on the left and right sides. What a luxurious lineup. This youth had a great background. 2 useless things. The youth on the throne shouted lightly. Tianyi Immortal Venerables and Reincarnation Immortal Venerables were sent flying. They coughed out blood and their faces turned pale. These were 2 Immortal Venerables. But these 2 Immortal Venerables were as weak as ants in front of this youth. Tianyi Immortal Venerables and Reincarnation Immortal Venerables' eyes were filled with fear. Young master, we know our mistakes. Please give us another chance. We will definitely find Immortal Venerables. Immortal Venerables. Tianyi Immortal Venerables and Reincarnation Immortal Venerables crawled up and knelt on the floor of the palace, begging. Seeing that you are working for the Immortal Court and did your best, I can spare you from death, but you cannot escape punishment. The youth said lightly, let's go to Great Azura Hell. The youth waved his hand and Tianyi Immortal Venerables and Reincarnation Immortal Venerables fell into his palm. At this moment, the youth's left hand had transformed into the grand overarching hell. With a flip of the young man's hand, the Heaven Fortune Immortal Exalt and the Reincarnation Immortal Exalt appeared once again. In that instant they experienced endless pain. They had experienced 100 years of torture. Thank you, young master, for not killing us. The 2 of them said in unison. Tianyi Immortal Venerable and Reincarnation Immortal Venerable felt gratitude amidst their fear. Black 7, Black 8. Go with them and bring back Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil's head. Also, bring back Fairy Su Feng. The 2 puppet Immortal Venerables standing at the end stepped forward and knelt down on one knee. Understood. I told you not to come. Look at you now. The 6th Zone. After 15 years, Lin Fei and Myriad Evil Immortal Sovereign arrived at the 6th region. As soon as they entered the 6th Zone, Lin Fei, who was controlling the 1,000 Evil sarcophagus, encountered a spatial tear and nearly fell into it. Cold sweat covered Celestial Monarch 10,000 Evil's forehead. Left with no choice, Celestial Monarch 10,000 Evil had to personally control the sarcophagus to prevent it from falling into another spatial tear. The danger of the sixth zone was beyond Lin Fei's expectations. In this area, there were a large number of traces of divine abilities and secret techniques that did not dissipate even after a long time. The spatial cracks were left behind by the battle. They were usually hidden in the void, but if one accidentally encountered them, one would be drawn into them and drift in millions of spaces. In less than a month, Lin Fei and Celestial Monarch 10,000 Evil encountered no less than 100 spatial tiers, and were almost sucked into them several times. It could be said that they were scared out of their wits. The only fortunate thing was that they didn't encounter the World Destroyer Giant for the time being. The spatial tears were a danger. Apart from that, the aura of the secret techniques left behind by the rulers in this level was also extremely shocking. There were several times when the 1,000 Evil sarcophagus was shaken, causing them to vomit blood. This was just the remnant aura, but it was already unbearable, not to mention the aura of the peak. As a result, Lin Fei didn't dare to ask Celestial Monarch 10,000 Evil to be too fast. As long as they could reach that place, it would be fine. Celestial Monarch 10,000 Evil couldn't wait to leave. Even Celestial Monarch didn't dare to come to the sixth zone. Only a madman like Lin Fei dared to come here. And it was for the Heavenly Star Stone, a material that was about to be eliminated soon. Along the way there were dangers, but fortunately, they managed to figure it out. The upgrade system wasn't in vain. After calculating and researching, a relatively safe path was simulated. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't have to worry like before. Lin Fei had time to cultivate his body. During this period, Lin Fei checked the situation of Celestial Monarch Su Feng in the Heaven and Earth Furnace. This woman also had some means to resist the attacks of the flame giants. Lin Fei didn't care. There was no immortal qi in the Heaven and Earth Furnace. After a long time, it would naturally be time for Celestial Monarch Su Feng to lower her head. If he successfully cultivated the secret technique left by the rulers, it would be easier for Celestial Monarch Su Feng to speak. Bang! In the world of 10,000 Evil, Lin Fei suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. His body swelled and was on the verge of exploding. Bang! Before activating the Great Tao of True Self, the stone coffin of 10,000 Evil shook again. Lin Fei's body exploded on the spot, turning into a black fog and reforming into a person. Celestial Monarch 10,000 Evil, what are you doing? On the other side, Celestial Monarch 10,000 Evil's body was also shattered. World-destroying giant. We have encountered a black-clothed world-destroying giant. Celestial Monarch 10,000 Evil was about to cry. It wasn't easy for them to be safe, but they suddenly encountered a world-destroying giant. Lin Fei used his divine sense to take a look. A black-clothed giant stood between heaven and earth, exuding an immortal monarch aura. Once again he slammed his palm over, and an invisible power enveloped the stone coffin of 10,000 Evil. Special life form. This is a special life form. Lin Fei used his divine sense to scan and immediately recognized it. This was a special life form born between heaven and earth. No wonder it was so strong. It attacked twice in a row and shattered his body. The stone coffin of 10,000 Evil shook again, and cracks began to appear. The strength of the black-clothed world-destroying giant was monstrous. Lin Fei himself was full of fear for the black-clothed world-destroying giant. This was simply an invincible existence. Let's go. The immortal monarch treasure cauldron was thrown out, and it crashed into the black-clothed world-destroying giant. This collision caused Celestial Monarch 10,000 Evil to vomit blood. But the black-clothed world-destroying giant didn't react at all. Even the immortal monarch treasure was useless. Lin Fei's attack gave Celestial Monarch 10,000 Evil an opportunity. The stone coffin of 10,000 Evil rushed out and continuously jumped in the void, pushing it to the limit. Do you see that? That's the world-destroying giant. And it's a black-clothed world-destroying giant. Celestial Monarch 10,000 Evil was covered in blood. We're finished. Once we're targeted, no one can escape. Dong dong dong, the black-clothed world-destroying giant's body swayed, and his huge body grew to 9 zhang tall. It was rumored that this height was the best height for battle, and it could perfectly unleash its power. There's a spatial crack in front. Be careful and avoid it. Let the black-clothed world-destroying giant go in. Lin Fei had been exploring with his divine sense, and he found a spatial crack. Celestial Monarch 10,000 Evil carefully avoided it, and the black-clothed world-destroying giant behind him charged forward in a straight line. He directly collided with the spatial crack, and half of his body fell inside. The two were overjoyed. This time he wouldn't be able to catch up. However, the result was shocking. The black-clothed world-destroying giant, who was about to be sucked in, turned into a towering giant again. He clenched his fists and fiercely attacked the spatial crack. He rushed out and chased after them again. What the hell? Celestial Monarch 10,000 Evil also said. What the hell? The two had no choice but to activate the stone coffin of 10,000 Evil again. The black-clothed world-destroying giant was too ferocious, and he could even resist the suction of the spatial crack. How could they have fun like this? The black-clothed world-destroying giant chased for an entire year. During this time they almost caught up several times and fell into the black-clothed world-destroying giant's hands. For example, right now, the distance between them was only hundreds of millions of miles. It seemed very far, but it was actually very close. The black-clothed world-destroying giant's speed was average, which was why they couldn't catch up for the time being. How did you shake off the world-destroying giant back then? During this year, Lin Fei's nerves had been tense, and it was all because the black-clothed world-destroying giant was chasing after them without letting go. Be careful, it's coming again. The black-clothed world-destroying giant shot forward. The void seemed to be compressed, and the black stone coffin immediately slowed down. Go! A piece of extreme ice flew out and exploded in front of the black-clothed world-destroying giant, turning into a cold current and freezing him into an ice sculpture. Only then did the void return to normal, and the black stone coffin sped away. Crack, crack, crack. In 3 breaths, the black-clothed world-destroying giant shattered the ice and chased after them again. Last time we were lucky and broke into a palace. That palace had a large number of restrictive arrays, so the black-clothed world-destroying giant couldn't enter. But now, where can we find a palace? Celestial Monarch 10,000 Evil complained. He had been revived with great difficulty, and with the help of the stone coffin of 10,000 Evil, he was living a good life in the world extermination land. As long as he was given time, he would be able to recover his peak strength. Ever since he got involved with Lin Fei, his life had not been good. First, he was born early and his strength was damaged. His immortal demon treasure was taken away, and he even became Lin Fei's personal guard. Then he was chased by celestial monarchs, and now he was chased by the black-clothed world-destroying giant. These were not the days that Celestial Monarch 10,000 Evil wanted to live. All of this was because of Lin Fei. How far do you think the Sky Star Stone is? Lin Fei suddenly asked. In order to preserve the palace well, Lin Fei had not encountered such a thing along the way. Broken walls were everywhere, and he could not find a single place that was in good condition. You said that there would be a complete array formation there? The Sky Star Stone was hard, and this made Celestial Monarch 10,000 Evil's eyes light up. Perhaps this was their hope. It's not far. We just need to hold on a little longer. They did not have many choices now. If they encountered another world-destroying giant, they would not be so lucky. Chapter 1420. Young Master's treasure is so powerful. The dangerous 6th region. Tianyi Immortal Supremacy and Reincarnation Immortal Supremacy continued on their way. Their injuries had completely recovered. At this moment, the two of them activated a circular treasure and released its power, sweeping away the hidden dangers. Black 7 and Black 8 Immortal Supremacies stood at the side expressionlessly. The two Immortal Supremacies were already used to it. In the east, Reincarnation Immortal Supremacy's eyes shot out a cold light. Myriad Evil Immortal Supremacy isn't alone but with 2 people. With the Divine Diviner's fragment that young master gave me, my Immortal Supremacy divination technique has become even more accurate. The two of them were filled with anger when they mentioned Myriad Evil Immortal Supremacy. They were so close to dying. They could not forget the pain of 100 years. They would never enter again in this life. Myriad Evil Immortal Supremacy, and his companion definitely won't be able to escape this time. Tianyi Immortal Supremacy shot out a cold light. Boom! Boom! The black-clothed world destroyer giant chased them for 2 years. In these 2 years, the black-clothed world destroyer giant seemed to have locked onto Lin Fei. No matter how they escaped, he always followed behind and used celestial supremacy secret techniques from time to time. We're almost there. Myriad Evil Immortal Supremacy's face was pale. His powerful celestial supremacy body was starting to feel weak in front of the black-clothed world destroyer giant. He had to take immortal pills to heal every month. In these 2 years he had consumed a lot of energy. Fortunately, Myriad Evil Immortal Supremacy saw a glimmer of hope. As long as they entered that region, everything would be fine. Lin Fei was better off than Myriad Evil Immortal Supremacy, but only by a little. Every time the black-clothed world destroyer giant attacked, his body would be heavily injured. In these 2 years he had experienced countless life and death situations. The danger of the 6th region was truly beyond imagination. 3 months later, Myriad Evil Immortal Supremacy activated the 10,000 Evil Stone Coffin and entered a densely packed palace range. Each palace emitted a faint array power. This was a well-preserved place. The palace was not too damaged, and the array power enveloped the surroundings. Once their 10,000 Evil Stone Coffin entered the palace, it was attacked by the array power. We can't fly anymore. During the short journey of 15 million kilometers, they had been attacked by the array formation's power more than 10 times. Immortal Sovereign Infinite Evil suggested that if this continued, they would either be killed by the array formation's power, or by the black-clothed world destroyer giant behind them. Lin Fei cursed at Venerable Myriad Evil. This fellow was unreliable. You knew so much about the power of the formation, yet you still barged in. Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil was sullen. This is my first time here, who knows? The two of them gave up on the 10,000 Evil sarcophagus. Lin Fei put it away and descended from the sky, flying forward at a low altitude. In the sky, a huge hand grabbed at the two of them. Bang! The power of the claw swept past the two of them. Be it Lin Fei or Immortal Monarch Infinite Evil, they were sent flying. Immortal Monarch Infinite Evil was more unlucky. His body was torn apart by the aftershock. Lin Fei, on the other hand, managed to stabilize his body with the support of the Great Tao of True Self. However, he was also severely injured. This battle prowess is really terrifying. Lin Fei flew at a low altitude, jumping from side to side of the palace. The black-clothed world destroyer giant turned into a giant and smashed the palaces one after another. The powerful formation's power was completely shattered. The black-clothed world destroyer giant's body was so strong that the formation's power couldn't do any damage to it. The Starstone Palace is right ahead. The two of them didn't know how long they flew, but their expressions were getting uglier and uglier. Suddenly, Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil's voice was heard. A neat row of palaces appeared in front of Lin Fei like a huge millstone. Star stones. In front of him was a majestic palace. Among the many other palaces, it stood out like a sore thumb. The heavenly star stones flickered and Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Supreme Grade Star Stones. Those flickering colors were all from the Supreme Grade Star Stones. This is great. There are so many Supreme Grade Star Stones in this place, and they aren't affected by the Land of Destruction. Now I'm lucky. As long as I refine these star stones, this black-clothed world destroyer giant won't be invincible. Lin Fei believed that his body was 10 times stronger than before. It was enough for him to fight against the black-clothed world destroyer giant. At the very least, he would be able to leave safely. Whoosh, the black-clothed world destroyer giant grabbed again, and a terrifying power enveloped the two of them. Go in. Lin Fei flashed into a golden palace. He couldn't care less. The black-clothed world destroyer giant's grab had activated the power of the palace's formation, and it directly took most of the force. This time, the black-clothed world destroyer giant was angry and attacked continuously. Many palaces shook, and the power of the formation was activated. They all attacked the black-clothed world destroyer giant and were drowned in the attacks. Lin Fei let out a long sigh of relief and flew toward the center of the palace in front of him. We're safe for now. Immortal Lord Myriad Evil suddenly said. I didn't expect this place to be a natural formation. Not only did the world destroyer giant not destroy them, but it also connected the formation's power. There's such a thing. Lin Fei used his divine sense and sensed a trace of a common fluctuation. These palaces were unknowingly connected. Once one was activated, it would trigger the power of the other palace's formation. The black-clothed world destroyer giant didn't understand this. He attacked with all his strength and activated a large portion of the formation's power. It's a wise move for us to come down and fly. Otherwise, we'll end up like the black-clothed world destroyer giant. They only stopped after flying for hundreds of millions of miles. At this time, the black-clothed world destroyer giant was surrounded by the formation's power. They couldn't suppress the black-clothed world destroyer giant, and now he was enveloped by the formation's power. He couldn't break free for a while and kept attacking the formation's power. Immortal Lord Myriad Evil still had lingering fears. This star world that was built with starstones shouldn't be that simple. Maybe the power of these palaces' formation was connected back then. Lin Fei didn't think too much. What he needed to do now was to improve his physical body. The feeling of being beaten up was really unpleasant. Let's look ahead. Lin Fei flashed and flew forward. Immortal Lord Myriad Evil chased after him. This area was very large, covering an area of tens of billions of miles. Within his field of vision were palaces made of starstones, one after another. There were even lifelike statues made of starstones. But at this time this area was quiet. Lin Fei didn't find any other immortal lords. It seemed like the two of them were the only ones left. This was good as it saved him a lot of trouble. The mountain range below actually contains 90% of starstones. On a mountain range, Lin Fei was shocked once again. It was very rare to see a mountain of starstones, but now it was a mountain range. Chapter 1421. You just need to help me collect the starstones. You don't have to worry about anything else. Lin Fei didn't answer Immortal Lord Myriad Evil, and sent him to collect the starstones. Then he blasted open the mountain where the starstones were, and entered the mountain range. This bastard! Immortal Lord Myriad Evil cursed and went to collect the starstones. In the depths of the mountain range, Lin Fei used his 3 heads and 6 arms to grab large pieces of starstones, and quickly turned them into supreme grade points. At Lin Fei's realm, his body was almost as strong as a low-level immortal venerable's body. With a casual grab, a large number of starstones were collected into the system storage and turned into a steady stream of supreme grade points. When the supreme grade points reached a certain number, Lin Fei could finally stop and activate time acceleration to focus on cultivating his body. Now that he was in a treasure mountain, how could Lin Fei return empty-handed? He didn't dare to touch those palaces for the time being, but he didn't have to worry about the starstones under the mountain range. 100 years. 500 years. Under time acceleration, Lin Fei's body began to improve again. The great Tao of truth and his body's compatibility was also increasing. 3,000 years. Lin Fei's body had already fused with 3,000 divine bodies, each of which was a peak-grade body. With the fusion of 3,000 divine bodies, his defense was greatly improved. Now, he wouldn't be seriously injured by the black-clothed giant's attack. This wasn't enough. Lin Fei wanted to crush the black-clothed giant head-on. 3,000 divine bodies were comparable to an immortal venerable's body, but in his opinion, this wasn't enough. He needed to improve it again. In 6,000 years, he fused 4,000 divine bodies. In 13,000 years, he fused 5,000 divine bodies. Immortal Lord Myriad Evil collected the starstones every day. As an immortal venerable, he could naturally sense that Lin Fei's body was getting stronger day by day, and the aura of the tyrant body. What the hell? This guy's body is improving every day. What kind of elixir did he eat? Immortal Lord Myriad Evil was shocked when he threw the storage ring with starstones again. Could it be that Lin Fei isn't an ordinary person, but the reincarnation of an ancient immortal venerable or even a ruler? Otherwise, how could this be explained? The more immortal sovereign Myriad Evil thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. As Lin Fei's physical body improved, immortal venerable Myriad Evil's confidence began to waver. With an invincible physical body, how could he fight in the future? In the mountain range, day after day, year after year. In the heavenly Starstone mountain range, Lin Fei had cultivated for 30 years. However, under the acceleration of time, he had cultivated for 50,000 years. This was also because he had a large number of starstones, which allowed him to accelerate time to the maximum. Lin Fei was filthy rich now, so he didn't care about the consumption of points. After 50,000 years, he had fused with 8,000 god bodies. His soul consciousness scanned through his body and found that each part of his body contained a god body. Each of them was a peerless god body that could make people jealous. With the fusion of 8,000 divine physiques, Lin Fei's body automatically exuded the aura of an invincible divine physique. This was something that could only be achieved by merging 8,000 godly physiques. Now that I have merged 8,000 godly physiques, I can directly use 3 heads and 6 arms. My physical body is invincible. Even the black-clothed world destroyer giant can only stare at me. Lin Fei had the urge to go out and fight with the black-clothed world destroyer giant, but he forcibly held back and didn't rush out. The black-clothed world destroyer giant outside was enveloped by the power of the formation and still hadn't escaped. He attacked non-stop every day, but Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to deal with him. I have already merged 8,000 godly physiques. It's time to cultivate the ruler secret technique on the stone steel. The reason why celestial venerables were so powerful was because they cultivated celestial venerable level secret techniques and divine abilities. They could sweep through everything. In addition, their incomparably thick great Tao power had become celestial venerable level power. The quality of their power had increased and changed. The Great Sword Chi secret technique is already at its peak. I'll think about it after breaking through to the celestial venerable level secret technique. The Great Sword Chi secret technique itself was a ruler secret technique. Lin Fei didn't need to think about anything else when cultivating. He just needed to keep improving. Previously, after reaching the 4th level, it was very difficult to improve the Great Sword Chi secret technique. Most importantly, he didn't have many supreme grade points left, so he could only put it aside for now. Lin Fei once again activated time acceleration. However, immortal venerable level had to suffer. He kept collecting star stones and became a bitter laborer, working day and night. Improving a celestial venerable level secret technique was harder than imagined. This was a metamorphosis of a level. Under time acceleration, Lin Fei used supreme grade experience stones day and night to improve it. It took him 3,000 years and a large number of supreme grade points to break through to the celestial venerable level secret technique in one go. The Great Sword Chi secret technique itself was a ruler secret technique. After entering the celestial venerable level secret technique, its power surpassed that of a celestial venerable level secret technique. The 5 Great Sword Chi secret techniques underwent a qualitative change. Each Great Sword Chi was golden and hundreds of millions of miles long. The power of one sword could destroy heaven and earth. It couldn't be compared to the previous 4th level. Only now did Lin Fei realize how terrifying the power of the stone steel's secret technique was. Only Lin Fei could successfully cultivate this kind of ruler secret technique. Others wouldn't be able to cultivate more than a few ruler secret techniques in their lifetime. If I slash down with this sword, even the black-clothed world destroyer giant will be severely injured. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. In order to break through to the celestial venerable level secret technique, he had almost used up all his supreme grade points. Lin Fei, how long do you want this venerable level to collect star stones? Immortal venerable level returned after collecting star stones. When he saw that Lin Fei had woken up, he naturally had to complain. Did you think of? Lin Fei shot out a great sword chi from his eyes and gently slashed at immortal venerable level. Immortal venerable level was cut in two and fell to the ground, blood flowing everywhere. Your secret technique? Immortal venerable level reassembled and stared at Lin Fei, almost speechless. He was an immortal venerable level, yet he was cut in two by a sword. What kind of joke was this? Previously, Lin Fei's attack could only make him vomit blood. Moreover, he had to borrow an immortal venerable level treasure. But now, immortal venerable level couldn't believe that a person could improve to this level. My secret technique has already reached the immortal venerable level. Immortal venerable level shook his head desperately. Impossible. An immortal venerable level secret technique can't be this powerful. Moreover, you haven't reached the immortal venerable level, so how can you cultivate such a powerful immortal venerable level secret technique? Nothing is impossible. Lin Fei withdrew the great sword chi and said lightly, the only thing you need to do now is to continuously collect star stones. Immortal venerable level was completely defeated by the great sword chi. He was truly convinced. He was an expert of the immortal Lyceum era. To be able to cut him in two with a sword meant that he was a peak Immortal Venerable level expert in the Immortal Lyceum era. I will go collect them immediately, Immortal Venerable level hurriedly said. Lin Fei threw the Immortal Venerable level treasure to Immortal Venerable level and unlocked his spiritual consciousness. It was a treasure without any treasure. Immortal Venerable level treasure was no longer joyful. Even if he had an Immortal Venerable level treasure, he wouldn't be a match for a freak like Lin Fei. Great Sword Chi secret technique had already reached the Immortal Venerable level. Lin Fei didn't improve it for the time being. The next level was simply too difficult. He still needed a huge amount of star stones. Right now, Lin Fei didn't have that much time to cultivate. With his divine physique and Immortal Venerable level Great Sword Chi secret technique, he would be able to protect himself in this world extermination land. We're here. Immortal Venerable level is in this area. Immortal Venerable level Sky Fortune and Immortal Venerable level Reincarnation found this area. The moment the two arrived, they immediately sensed a powerful aura. After searching with their spiritual consciousness, both of them were shocked and their faces turned pale. Black-robed world-destroying giant. Both of them spat out the same sentence. Black-robed world-destroying giant was a terrifying existence that even they would tremble in fear upon seeing. Do you think we should leave first? The celestial immortal was afraid. Without waiting for Reincarnation Immortal Venerable to speak, Black 7 and Black 8's puppet Immortal Venerable shot out cold gleams, and their hearts sank to the bottom. Immortal Venerable Infinite Evil is nearby. You two go and find him immediately. The black-clothed world destroyer giant is trapped by the array's power, and he won't be able to come out for a while. The two heaved a sigh of relief. If it wasn't for Black 7 and Black 8 and Young Master's treasures, they wouldn't have dared to come even if they were given 100 guts. They didn't dare to go against the two puppet Immortal Venerables. I'll calculate it right away. Reincarnation Immortal Venerable suppressed the fear in his heart and deduced again. He soon got a result. Southeast, about 10 billion kilometers away. Go. After being cut in half, Immortal Sovereign Infinite Evil became obedient. With the Celestial Venerate artifact back in his hands, he had been wondering if he should challenge Lin Fei to regain his freedom. However, every time he thought of that sword he lost all confidence. Back when they fought, the 5 great sword energies had already left him at his wit's end. Now that it had advanced to the Celestial Venerable level secret technique, its power had increased by 100 times. He couldn't think of a way to deal with it. It's better for me to collect the star stones. Immortal Sovereign Infinite Evil didn't dare to go and destroy the mountains to collect the star stones. At least, the pressure on the black-clothed world destroyer giant had decreased by a lot. Swish swish swish, suddenly. 2 sharp killing intents locked onto Immortal Sovereign Infinite Evil. 2 celestial venerable secret techniques attacked from the sky. Immortal Sovereign Infinite Evil activated his celestial venerable treasure, and was forced to take a few steps back before stabilizing himself. Immortal Sovereign Infinite Evil. You really know how to run. Celestial Venerable Sky Fortune said sternly. When he saw Immortal Sovereign Infinite Evil again, it was as if his eyes were spewing fire. It's you guys. Immortal Sovereign Infinite Evil was very surprised. Your physical body has actually recovered. These words were naturally said to Celestial Venerable Reincarnation. Celestial Venerable Reincarnation suffered a lot last time and was filled with anger towards Immortal Sovereign Infinite Evil. Humph, if it wasn't for you, my divination wouldn't have improved. Although you deceived yourself, it's already a piece of cake for me. Today you won't be able to escape. Just the two of you want to catch me? Immortal Sovereign Infinite Evil laughed. Hey Chi, hey Ba, 2 lords, this person is Immortal Sovereign Infinite Evil. Immortal Sovereign Su Feng fell into his hands. Celestial Venerable Heaven Fortune pointed at Immortal Sovereign Infinite Evil. You are Immortal Sovereign Infinite Evil. 2 cold and expressionless puppet Immortal Sovereigns walked out. Puppet Immortal Sovereigns. Peak low-level Immortal Sovereigns. When the 2 puppet Immortal Sovereigns appeared, Immortal Sovereign Infinite Evil blasted out a killing technique and fled for his life without saying a word. Immortal Sovereign Infinite Evil. You can't escape. Celestial Venerable Heaven Fortune laughed. Celestial Venerable Black 7 said expressionlessly, Come back. Chapter 1422. With Venerable Hei Qi taking action, Venerable Myriad Evil is dead for sure. Venerable Tianai sneered. Venerable Myriad Evil has a companion nearby. Let's capture him as well. Venerable Reincarnation could accurately calculate and prepare to wipe away his shame to complete the mission. It would not be easy for the two of them to take down Venerable Myriad Evil. Venerable Heiqi suppressed Venerable Myriad Evil completely, giving them a chance to vent their anger. Chase! The two of them turned into streams of light and chased after him. Venerable Myriad Evil broke out in a cold sweat. Venerable Su Feng really had such a powerful background to use Puppet Immortal Venerable to deal with him. Absolute kill technique was useless. Puppet Immortal Venerable easily blocked the attack, but the black rope kept coiling up. He was almost caught several times. Venerable Myriad Evil knew better than anyone else that if he was caught, he would fall into their hands. Venerable Myriad Evil, hurry up and call your companion out, Venerable Tianai said from behind. Venerable Myriad Evil already knew that Venerable Reincarnation's divination ability had greatly improved, so it was not surprising that he could deduce that he had a companion. The karmic relationship between the two would naturally be deduced. Hee, it's not that I want to criticize you, but once my companion appears, you won't have a good ending. It's better for everyone to retreat now. T. How could Venerable Tianai and Venerable Reincarnation believe it? They had two puppet immortal venerables, Heiqi and Heiqi, and they had their own consciousness. Those wooden puppets could not compare to them. Then hand them over and let us see. Venerable Tianai laughed. Voila! The long rope tore through the air and made a big circle before pulling back. Venerable Myriad Evil felt that something was wrong. He used his immortal treasure to attack the long rope, but it was useless. The black rope was about to wrap around his body. This time he could not avoid it. Lin Fei, save me. At this moment, Venerable Myriad Evil had a helpless expression. This puppet immortal venerable's flexibility was beyond imagination. Even immortal treasure attacks were useless. No wonder the two of them were so confident. With no other choice, Venerable Myriad Evil could only ask for help. Even if he lost face, it would be better than falling into their hands. Venerable Myriad Evil didn't want to suffer that kind of pain. With such a powerful background, it would be as easy as snapping a finger for an immortal reverent like him, who had yet to recover his strength. Right now, his only hope was on Lin Fei. Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil still hadn't forgotten the might of that sword. Tianyi Immortal Venerable and Reincarnation Immortal Venerable couldn't wait for Myriad Evil Immortal Venerable to call out his companions so that they could catch all of them in one fell swoop. Perhaps they could immediately rescue Venerable Su Feng and atone for their crimes. Ha ha ha. You also know to ask for help. A burst of laughter rang out in the air. Following that, a beam of golden sword chi that was billions of kilometers long swept out, slashing at the black rope. Just as it was about to wrap around his body, the black rope was cut apart by the sword chi, allowing Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil to escape. The moment the black rope broke, it turned back into a puppet Celestial Venerable. It unleashed a Celestial Venerable's secret technique. The sky darkened and a bright moon rose into the sky, bright and holy. As soon as the moon rose, Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil was once again in danger. In an instant, the moon released a boundless radiance that pierced through billions of kilometers of the void. Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil was within its attack range. As soon as the terrifying radiance was released, Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil repeatedly activated his Celestial Venerable treasure to shatter the radiance. The boundless radiance suppressed the Celestial Venerable treasure and blasted on Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil's body. An afterimage of the moon attacked, suppressing the void and containing the terrifying might of an Celestial Venerable. Not good. Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil cursed inwardly. The puppet Celestial Venerable was actually so powerful. Boom! The afterimage of the moon flashed. Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil will be heavily injured even if he doesn't die this time. Tianyi Immortal Venerable vented his anger. Yes, that's a must. The two of them knew that they weren't a match for the puppet Celestial Venerable, let alone Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil. The aftermath dispersed. A young man stood in front of Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil. He turned into a giant and returned to his original size as the aftermath dispersed. Two Celestial Venerables, you two came all the way to die. I admire you very much. Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil didn't die. You're actually not in Celestial Venerable. The two of them didn't recognize who it was, but they could tell at a glance that the other party wasn't in Celestial Venerable. How could he block Celestial Venerable Heiqi's attack? This wasn't normal. Courting death? Just you? Tianyi Celestial Venerable laughed. He was confident with the two Celestial Venerables around. Although I don't know how you cultivated your body to be stronger than us Celestial Venerables, it belongs to me now. You and Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil will both die. As Tianyi Celestial Venerable laughed, he punched through the air, containing terrifying Celestial Venerable power. Lin Fei was originally absorbing the Star Stone, but when he heard Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil's call for help, he immediately appeared. He blocked the attack of the afterimage of the moon and only felt a faint stinging pain on his body. This feeling was too great. His fleshly body was finally able to make everyone fear him. Boom! Tianyi Celestial Venerable's punch landed on Lin Fei's body. Layers of Celestial Venerable power exploded. Lin Fei instantly absorbed it all with a thought. He looked up, too light. Did you not eat? He flipped his hand and punched Tianyi Celestial Venerable instead. Tianyi Celestial Venerable was sent flying by the punch. He felt his blood churning and his body was about to fall apart. He kept vomiting blood and was extremely shocked. How can he be so strong? This was just one punch. It was just a random punch. Was he trying to kill him? Lin Fei didn't care what Tianyi Celestial Venerable was thinking. He took a step forward and his powerful body crushed the void. He released the aura of an invincible tyrant body. A huge golden sword energy flew out and the sword intent shook the world. Lord Celestial Venerable, quickly make a move. Tianyi Celestial Venerable was shocked after being locked on by the sword intent. Kid, how dare you? The other Black 8 Celestial Venerable snorted coldly. He was proficient in space. With a thought, he appeared beside Lin Fei and slapped down. He wanted Lin Fei to give up on attacking. Lin Fei didn't even spare him a glance. He waved his hand and punched out. Scram! Black 8 Celestial Venerable's body was strong. This punch caused his body to shake and he was sent flying. The huge golden sword energy turned into a wave that drowned Tianyi Celestial Venerable. Tianyi Celestial Venerable was cut into several pieces by the tyrannical sword intent. After reviving, Tianyi Celestial Venerable was so scared that he turned around and ran. He was in Celestial Venerable and his body was destroyed by one sword. Wasn't this asking for his life? The huge sword energy flew out again and quickly circled around Tianyi Celestial Venerable. Tianyi Celestial Venerable was torn into pieces. This time even the undying body was useless. Pata! Tianyi Celestial Venerable died, and left behind a crystal fragment that fell from the sky. Tianyi Celestial Venerable. Reincarnation Celestial Venerable broke out in cold sweat. Black 7 and Black 8 Celestial Venerables were expressionless. They gave up on attacking one evil Celestial Venerable and directly attacked Lin Fei. Reincarnation Celestial Venerable didn't dare to stay. The huge golden sword energy was too terrifying. This was clearly a high-grade Celestial Venerable secret technique. You don't need to leave. Chapter 1423. So ferocious. Be it Tianyi Immortal Venerable or Reincarnation Immortal Venerable, Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil might have a chance to kill them in a one-on-one battle, but it wouldn't be so easy for him to kill both of them. But at this time, two low-level Immortal Venerables were killed by Lin Fei in a breath's time. Even an Immortal Venerable's treasure couldn't withstand a single sword strike and was sent flying. It would be strange if they didn't die. Although Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil knew that Lin Fei's strength had improved, and he had cultivated an Immortal Venerable level secret technique, he didn't expect it to be so ferocious. Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil couldn't help but sigh when he saw the two Immortal Venerables die just like that. It seems like my future will be good if I follow Lin Fei. At least I don't have to worry about being chased by other Immortal Venerables. Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil thought to himself. The power of that great sword chi is really terrifying. If it had this power back then, I would probably have been killed like them. Just thinking about it makes me feel terrified. While Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil was shocked, Lin Fei felt even more exhilarated. He grabbed with his arm and two crystalline fragments fell into his hand. They contained the power of an Immortal Venerable, one with 10% and the other with 15%. It could be said that as long as one reached a certain level and refined these two fragments, they would immediately transform into an immortal reverend. That's right, immortal venerables. The famous immortal venerables in the universe. After all, there were only 36 immortal venerables in the universe. Why did everyone want to enter this place? It was because of the existence of the immortal venerable fragments. As long as one refined it, one could become an immortal venerable. Although one's potential would be limited in the future, it was always right to become an immortal venerable first. Now that he could create two immortal venerables, Lin Fei felt proud just thinking about it. Rumble. Immortal Venerable Black 7 and Immortal Venerable Black 8 were expressionless, as if nothing had happened to the death of two immortal venerables. They attacked Lin Fei from all directions and used all kinds of immortal venerable level secret techniques. Lin Fei used his divine body and 3 heads and 6 arms to attack ferociously as well. His attacks shook the sky and the earth, destroying countless palaces. Neither side could do anything to the other. Black 7 Immortal Venerable and Black 8 Immortal Venerable were Puppet Immortal Venerable, and their realms were not low. They were sent flying by Lin Fei, but they were not affected much. Their materials were very tough, and they could unleash their strongest combat power. Lin Fei exchanged more than 1,000 moves with them. The strength of the two puppets did not change, they remained at their peak. Rich man, he's really rich. What kind of background does Venerable Su Feng have? Why is the other party sending 2 immortal venerables? Lin Fei said in his heart. Although these 2 immortal venerable puppets' fleshly bodies are not as good as mine, their materials are not ordinary. I will try using the Great Sword Chi secret technique. After thousands of moves, Lin Fei unleashed the Great Sword Chi secret technique. The Great Sword Chi that was billions of miles long appeared. Even if it shattered the void would not be able to withstand the attack of the Sword Chi. Voila! The Great Sword Chi slashed at one of the puppet immortal venerables and split it in half, causing it to fall from the sky. F***CK. Lin Fei cursed. 5 Great Sword Chi turned into 1 Great Sword Chi and directly slashed a puppet immortal venerable, causing Lin Fei to feel heartache. This was a puppet immortal venerable that was refined with great effort. After realizing the power of the Great Sword Chi fusion, Lin Fei directly manipulated the Great Sword Chi secret technique to turn it into a long golden rope, trapping the puppet immortal venerables. Before it could react, it was forcefully sent into the heaven and earth furnace and suppressed by the heaven and earth divine flame. Done. Pack up. Venerable Myriad Evil had yet to recover from his shock. A peak-level immortal venerable puppet immortal venerables was dealt with just like that? Lin Fei reached out and grabbed the 2 halves of the puppet immortal venerables. Through his divine sense, he could see that the internal structure was very complicated. It was filled with arrays. Are there many of these puppet immortal venerables? Lin Fei suddenly asked. Master, these puppet immortal venerables are very rare. In the past, only the immortal court had them. I heard that they have mastered the ancient manufacturing method. As long as there are enough materials, they can create puppet immortal venerables. However, it's not that easy to create immortal venerables. Lin Fei smiled. Don't you usually call me by my name? Why did you suddenly change it? I'm not used to it. Being stared at by Lin Fei, Venerable Myriad Evil laughed dryly. Master, your divine abilities are unparalleled. Immortal venerables can kill you with a wave of your hand. In front of you, I'm just like an ant. If you aren't my master, then who is? I only hope that master can protect me from now on, so that I can live a peaceful life. Lin Fei did not believe Venerable Myriad Evil's words. From the start, Lin Fei knew that this guy wasn't a good person. Therefore, he wouldn't suddenly speak up. However, it felt great to have an immortal venerable call him master. Take it. Improve your strength back to normal. Lin Fei threw the 2 immortal venerables fragments to Venerable Myriad Evil. In the past, Venerable Myriad Evil was a famous overlord. If his strength increased, he would be his helper. Shouldn't a master act like a master? Shouldn't he have a few thugs by his side? Don't call me master in the future. It's too boring. Lin Fei said. Just call me boss. Venerable Myriad Evil's eyes lit up when he saw the immortal venerables fragments. He looked excited. Boss, you're too good to me. As long as I refine these 2 fragments, I can recover to peak low-level immortal venerables. Didn't Venerable Myriad Evil work hard in the land of extermination to recover his strength? He didn't get many immortal venerables fragments. Although most of them were destroyed by the sword intent, they were still a great supplement. Let's go. Let's take care of the black-clothed world destroyer giant. Now it's his turn to pay the price. Billions of miles away, the black-clothed world destroyer giant was still entangled by the array's power. His thick arms kept smashing the array's power, shattering a large number of attacks. Unfortunately, the waves came one after another, and he couldn't escape for a while. As soon as Lin Fei and Venerable Myriad Evil appeared, the black-clothed world destroyer giant's gaze was like a sword intent that shot toward them. Big guy, we're back. Seeing the black-clothed world destroyer giant again, Lin Fei didn't feel as much pressure. His physical body had reached large success, and he had cultivated the Great Sword Chi secret technique to celestial venerables. Killing mid-level celestial venerables wasn't difficult. Whoosh, the Great Sword Chi slashed out. It was billions of miles long, shattering all the array's power. At this moment, the black-clothed world destroyer giant broke free, and his thick arms grabbed at Lin Fei. This grab created a strong wind that crashed into Lin Fei's body. This time Lin Fei didn't move at all. After fusing 8,000 divine bodies, his physical body was extraordinary, and he wasn't as weak as before. As for Venerable Myriad Evil, he had already run to the side. He temporarily couldn't resist the black-clothed world destroyer giant's grab. Lin Fei's body shook, and the black-clothed world destroyer giant's claws were sent flying. His huge body retreated, which further stimulated the black-clothed world destroyer giant's ferocity, and he pounced toward Lin Fei. Special life forms that walk the path of the physical body are actually so powerful. Lin Fei's 6 arms spread out, blocking wave after wave of the black-clothed world destroyer giant's attacks. After a while, Lin Fei realized that special life forms like the black-clothed world destroyer giant could only be born in the land of destruction. Sage Great Tao. The black-clothed world destroyer giant, who hadn't spoken until now, spat out a few words. His attack changed, and he struck out with a great Tao that didn't appear in the myriad worlds. As soon as the Sage Great Tao appeared, it was filled with an ancient aura. The black-clothed world destroyer giant took advantage of the situation and punched out. A sage appeared, solemn and respectful. The sage preached the Tao. This secret technique wasn't from a celestial venerable, nor was it from a ruler. It was just an ancient secret technique. Lin Fei's mind shook, and he couldn't help but reveal a strange expression. The great Tao of true self in his body was the only one in the world. It shattered the sage's bewitchment, and his sea of consciousness became clear. No wonder these world destroyer giants were born as celestial venerables. It must be because the land of destruction swallowed a large number of stars and continents, and countless experts fell. Over time, their resentment caused the world destroyer giants to be born, and they can use all kinds of secret techniques in celestial venerables easily. They are even stronger than puppets in celestial venerables. The Sage Great Tao just now had a strong will, and it could bewitch people's hearts. Anyone could become a great sage, but if they lost themselves in it, they would be controlled by the sage and become a puppet without a will. Although the Sage Great Tao was strong, Lin Fei cultivated the Great Tao of true self. The world was big and he was the greatest. No matter what kind of sage he was, they weren't as great as him. The Sage Great Tao's secret technique made Lin Fei realize that the world destroyer giant wasn't ordinary. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to use the Great Sword Chi secret technique. He let the world destroyer giant use his secret techniques. Many of them were secret techniques of experts. Half a day later, the black-clothed world destroyer giant used all of his techniques. Unfortunately, Lin Fei didn't see any dominator rank secret techniques. Although these secret techniques were very powerful, Lin Fei wasn't interested in dominator rank secret techniques. As for the ancient secret techniques, he wasn't too interested. Big guy, it's my turn now. Lin Fei used the Great Sword Chi secret technique and swept it on the world destroyer giant. The sword intent exploded, and the special life form was immediately covered in blood, leaving an unfathomably deep wound. As expected, he's stronger than puppets and celestial venerables. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. If he didn't have the Great Sword Chi secret technique, He wouldn't be able to do anything to the World Destroyer giant with just his body. Again, the 5 great sword chi attacked one after another. Any mystic ability or secret technique was easily destroyed by the great sword chi. Moments later, the black-clothed World Destroyer giant's body was covered in wounds. Great sword chi fusion. 5 great sword chi fusion, and the Jingguang was dazzling like the sun. The World Destroyer giant's huge body was split open, and all kinds of negative emotions were shattered. It turned out that his body wasn't made of flesh and blood, but a body made of negative emotions. As the negative emotions were shattered, the World Destroyer giant collapsed. Master, look! As the World Destroyer giant collapsed, Lin Fei saw some crystal objects falling down. He reached out and grabbed them, and a crystal fragment fell into his hand. This is a celestial sovereign fragment. What fell was not something else, but a celestial sovereign fragment. There were 20 to 30 celestial sovereign fragments of different quality. So they killed celestial sovereigns in order to increase their strength. Lin Fei came to a sudden realization. He finally understood why they kept chasing after them. Everything could be explained now. Chapter 1424. Good things, they are all good things. Lin Fei couldn't stop laughing. It turned out that these black-clothed World Destroyer giants all had such good things in their bodies. Exalted Myriad Evil's eyes also lit up. Master, look at that fragment. Exalted Myriad Evil grabbed one of the fragments and offered it up. His eyes filled with excitement. Look, this fragment contains an immortal venerable secret technique. Lin Fei took it and looked at it. His eyes also lit up. So it's a sage great Tao. Another good thing. Lin Fei wasn't interested in this thing, but he could see that this was an ancient secret technique that was only left at the immortal venerable level. Didn't that mean that this secret technique was definitely a sovereign level secret technique? After you consume these immortal venerable fragments, how much strength can you recover? Lin Fei asked. I should recover to the mid-stage immortal venerable realm. Exalted Myriad Evil was resurrected once again. He could absorb the essence of flesh and blood, as well as the immortal venerable fragments, and convert them into his own immortal venerable power. Take all of them. Lin Fei waved his hand, and except for the sage great Tao, he gave everything to Exalted Myriad Evil. Exalted Myriad Evil said, Master, aren't you afraid that I will cultivate to the mid-stage immortal venerable realm, defeat you and obtain freedom? If you have the ability, try it. Exalted Myriad Evil lost his temper. The black-clothed World Destroyer giant was blown up in just a few sword strikes. He didn't think that he was stronger than the black-clothed World Destroyer giant. It was better for him to follow Lin Fei. This kind of backer would definitely be a big backer in the future. Exalted Myriad Evil would not give up such a good thing. If he followed this backer and became a sovereign in the future, wouldn't he be awe-inspiring? Who would dare to cause trouble for him? Lin Fei gave him so many immortal venerable fragments at once. Exalted Myriad Evil was indeed excited. Everyone knew that this was a good thing, but who would take it out? In the end, he would use it to nurture his own people. The black-clothed World Destroyer giant was killed. The scene quieted down. The palaces returned to normal one by one. It was hard to tell that the array formation in this place could link together and stop the black-clothed World Destroyer giant. Now we can properly collect these palaces. Lin Fei did not remain idle. After his strength increased, he sent Immortal Sovereign 10,000 Evil to collect the starstones. Then he stretched out his hand and forcefully pulled out an entire mountain range. Then he was sent to the system and turned into numbers. Lin Fei was going to sweep this place clean. In the eyes of others, this might have a certain value, but in Lin Fei's eyes, this was a cultivation technique that could speed up his own cultivation. He would not give it away to an outsider. Within a radius of 10 billion kilometers, all of the mountain ranges were collected, leaving not a single heavenly starstone behind. It didn't take long for numerous sinkholes to appear everywhere. They were so badly damaged that anyone who saw them would think that something terrible had happened. Get up! Lin Fei grabbed towards a palace, causing it to shake violently. The power of the formation blasted onto Lin Fei's body, but Lin Fei didn't even make a sound. 5 great sword beams shattered the power of the formation and dug out the palace. Good stuff. The 10 billion kilometers of palaces were as numerous as the clouds. Lin Fei used the Great Sword Chi secret technique. It was as if he had the help of the gods. He spent a month to collect everything. Now that he looked back, this place was so empty that it was almost impossible to see it. Master is really amazing. He actually collected all of the palaces. Immortal Sovereign 10,000 Evil ran up and down, feeling extremely shocked. He vaguely felt that his master's rapid increase in strength should have something to do with the Starstones. As for the specifics, he was not too sure. Let's change places. After entering the 10,000 Evil sarcophagus, Lin Fei asked Immortal Sovereign 10,000 Evil to find a way while he took out the split puppet Immortal Sovereign and sized it up. This puppet Immortal Sovereign was very important to him. Why? It was awesome. If it wasn't for the sharp Great Sword Chi secret technique, he probably wouldn't have been able to break the puppet Immortal Sovereign's body. Lin Fei opened the Supreme Grade system and searched if there was anything that could be repaired. The Supreme Grade system didn't disappoint Lin Fei. It found a material that could repair the primordial stone. The price was 10 million points. I'll buy it. Without any hesitation, Lin Fei bought a primordial stone. Something that cost 10 million points had pretty good effects. After repairing 1/3 of the puppet Immortal Sovereign's body, Lin Fei went to buy another 5 primordial stones and repaired the puppet Immortal Sovereign's body. 50 million points, it's really worth it. The repaired puppet Immortal Sovereign lost control and stood there motionlessly. Lin Fei's divine sense flew in. In the puppet Immortal Sovereign's head, there was a bead with something that looked like a primordial spirit. Fortunately, it was in a deep slumber. After Lin Fei observed it, he knew that after refining the artifact spirit in the bead, he could control the puppet Immortal Sovereign. Just as he said, Lin Fei could easily erase everything on the bead with his divine sense. After injecting his own divine sense into the bead, the artifact spirit woke up. It was expressionless and emitted might. "Greetings, Master," the puppet Immortal Sovereign said expressionlessly. Its voice was exceptionally cold. Lin Fei didn't have any feelings for this Lin Fei. In his heart there was only one word: happy. "I have a puppet Immortal Sovereign by my side. Tell me, what else do you know?" Lin Fei asked. "Let me give you a name. From now on, you will be called Invincible Number 1. Invincible Number 1 said, "Thank you, Master, for naming me. I was produced by the Celestial Court. There aren't many puppet Immortal Sovereigns like me." Invincible Number 1 was just spouting nonsense. Lin Fei was speechless. He asked about his previous master, but who knew that he didn't know? It was as if he had lost his memory. Lin Fei knew that this puppet Immortal Sovereign was just a tool. He actually didn't remember anything about his previous master. Since the puppet Immortal Sovereign didn't know, Lin Fei could ask Su Feng. But first, he had to subdue the other puppet Immortal Sovereign. Lin Fei sent out the puppet Immortal Sovereign that was trapped in the heaven and earth furnace. The moment he came out, he attacked Lin Fei. Lin Fei turned into a giant and grabbed the puppet Immortal Sovereign with one hand. He couldn't move. His divine sense entered the puppet Immortal Sovereign's bead and prepared to erase the imprint on it. Just as he was about to erase the imprint, a powerful aura erupted from the bead. A young man walked out. He looked extremely divine. His eyes shot out 2 great sword energies. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Lin Fei was also formed by his divine sense. He also used great sword energy to face the young man's great sword energy. Hong! The great sword energy collapsed and a storm of sword intent was set off. "You actually cultivated a dominator grade secret technique. No wonder you could block my sword." The young man in white spoke and revealed the origin of the great sword energy secret technique. So strong. Lin Fei was shocked. He was already very strong, but this young man in white seemed to be stronger than him. "Even if you use 10 swords, I can still block them." Lin Fei took out 5 streams of sword chi, which turned into a sky-toppling sword wave that crashed onto the white-clothed youth's body. Break. Chapter 1425. Although the attack of Lin Fei formed from consciousness wasn't as strong as the main body, it wasn't weak either. Now it was blocked. Who was this amazing fella? Lin Fei was extremely shocked. His strongest technique was the Great Sword Chi secret technique, which came from a Dominator-level secret technique. Even if it was an Immortal Sovereign-level secret technique, its power was unimaginable. Yet the white-clothed youth blocked it, and the move he used was extraordinary. "This young master knows who you are." The white-robed youth walked over step by step. The waves of sword intent formed by the great sword energy continued to crumble. Everyone has underestimated you. Dition, no wonder your cultivation speed is so fast. You have yet to become an immortal sovereign, but you can already cultivate a sovereign-level secret art. If I'm not wrong, you should be the reincarnation of a sovereign. Lin Fei wasn't surprised that he was recognized. This white-clothed youth recognized him so quickly. It was completely different. You praise me too much. Your celestial court is quite capable to know who I am so quickly. Lin Fei continued to use the Great Sword Chi secret technique to suppress the white-clothed youth. Reincarnated ruler? I'm an earthling, okay? I wonder who you are. The reincarnated ruler? The white-clothed youth smiled casually. I know all the past rulers. You don't need to hide it. Your biggest flaw is actually the dominator-level secret technique you used. Lin Fei was curious as to why this fellow would say that. I really want to hear what you know about this. A sovereign-level secret art isn't something that an ordinary immortal paragon can cultivate. Even the entry level is extremely difficult. Furthermore, at your level you have to cultivate it step by step. In this world, aside from sovereigns, almost no one can cultivate a secret art to the immortal paragon level before reaching the immortal paragon level. Reincarnating as a sovereign and cultivating your own secret art is almost effortless. The white-clothed youth was about to reach Lin Fei. You discovered it quite carefully. Lin Fei smiled. If I'm not wrong, you should have sent Sky Fortune Immortal Sovereign and Reincarnation Immortal Sovereign. Unfortunately, they disappointed you. I killed them all. So what if he's dead? Our immortal court can nurture another immortal venerable like him. The white-robed youth unleashed over 100 world-shattering waves of sword energy. Ditin, you're a sovereign. If you were at the level of a sovereign, perhaps I might be a bit afraid of you. But now let me see for myself how powerful you really are. Crazy. The white-robed youth was not just a normal kind of arrogance. Boom, 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 the white-robed youth rushed over, and the wave of sword chi completely collapsed. He grabbed out with his hand, and the space where Lin Fei's divine sense was completely frozen. He couldn't move his strength at all. A juggernaut like you is too weak. The white-robed youth shook his head. World storm. The white-robed youth could suppress everything, but he could not suppress the world storm. As the world storm swept across the sky, Lin Fei could not help but heave a sigh of relief. It's actually fused with the world storm. A strange look flashed through the white-robed youth's eyes. Good move. What a great move. The best move is yet to come. Lin Fei leaped and appeared behind the white-robed youth. The great sword energy slashed at his body. The white-robed youth flicked his hand and shook off the great sword energy. Cracks were left on the surface, and it looked like it was about to collapse. To be able to avoid this young master's divine sense search, no wonder you are so confident. The white-robed youth said, next time you won't be so lucky. This young master will personally come and take Venerable Sufeng away. The white-robed youth left behind a smile and dispersed just like that. The bead no longer had the white-robed youth's imprint on it, and it disintegrated on its own. What a strong opponent. Lin Fei dispersed the world storm and narrowed his eyes. If the white-robed youth's main body was here, I might not be so relaxed. Could this guy be a grand perfection immortal venerable? The opponent could easily block his sovereign-level secret technique. Even a high-level immortal venerable might not be able to do so. I have to ask Venerable Sufeng who this person is. Lin Fei was very clear why the other party left. With the world storm, the white-robed youth could avoid the divine sense search. The white-robed youth was amazing, but he couldn't afford to waste so much time. He could only take the initiative to retreat and pester like the others. Lin Fei left his imprint and named it Invincible Number 2. Just like Invincible Number 1, it had no memories, as if it had been erased by someone. Lin Fei had already guessed this, so he wasn't surprised at all. With the two immortal venerables in hand, Lin Fei was in a very good mood. With these two immortal venerables, once he returned to the outside world, he could sweep through the nearby worlds and integrate them into Great Metropolis Heaven. At that time, Lin Fei didn't need to care if the evil devil leader attacked again in anger. Even if the evil devil leader became an immortal venerable, Lin Fei could still torture him to death. Withdrawing his divine sense, Lin Fei saw two puppet immortal venerables standing beside him. Just at this moment, immortal venerables myriad evil came over. When he saw this scene, his eyes popped out in fright. This, you can't have subdued it, right? What do you think? Puppet immortal venerables were not easy to subdue. Each puppet immortal venerables had a mark left behind by someone. Erasing that mark would definitely result in the attack of the person who left the mark. Immortal Monarch Infinite Evil gave it a try, and was immediately attacked by two puppet immortal monarchs. He immediately lost his temper. No more fighting, no more fighting. The two puppets were good at attacking. Even immortal venerable myriad evil couldn't withstand their relentless attacks. He cried out that he couldn't beat them and called Lin Fei a monster in his heart. One of the puppets. Back then it had been chopped into two and was badly damaged. It should not have been so easy to repair it. Now that it looked completely intact, it could not help but feel shocked. Could it be that not only is Master's cultivation monstrous, but he's also a master blacksmith? Otherwise, how could he have repaired it so quickly? Immortal Sovereign All Evil could not help but wonder. Looks like I have to curry favor with Master in the future. I can't let these two guys steal the limelight. Immortal Sovereign All Evil thought. The appearance of these two fearless puppet immortal venerables made him feel a certain amount of pressure. Lin Fei didn't know what Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil was thinking. If he knew, he would definitely laugh. This guy also knows how to work hard. Inside the heaven and earth furnace, Lin Fei's divine sense appeared once again. With a wave of his hand, the flame cage was removed. Even the two giants disappeared. You actually subdued puppet immortal venerables. These days, Venerable Su Feng's days were not good. The flame giant kept lashing out, causing the immortal venerable force in Venerable Su Feng's body to be consumed very quickly. At first, she took immortal pills, but later on, the immortal pills could not keep up because her body was filled with flame power. Venerable Su Feng couldn't expel this flame power, causing it to increase more and more. The flame giant's attack coupled with the flame power made Venerable Su Feng unable to bear it. Every day, her skin and flesh were lacerated. For a proud immortal venerable, this was a great humiliation. Not long ago, a puppet immortal venerable came in. Venerable Su Feng knew that someone had come. The only thing she didn't expect was that puppet immortal venerable was suppressed and couldn't move inside the heaven and earth furnace. Thank you for the compliment. I have indeed subdued puppet immortal venerable, Lin Fei said with a smile. A flame throne condensed behind him and a golden saber and a golden horse sat on it. You fought with young master. Venerable Su Feng revealed a trace of surprise. Yes, that white-robed youngster indeed has some skills. Unfortunately, he's not my opponent. Obediently scram. Lin Fei laughed. Now, can you tell me who that white-robed youngster is? You're lying. Venerable Su Feng stared at him and said, Young master's strength is unfathomable. It's impossible for the future lord of the immortal Lyceum to be defeated by you. You must have some tricks up your sleeves. However, once young master's true body arrives, you're definitely not his opponent. This little girl isn't wrong, right? Venerable Su Feng heaved a sigh of relief. You're really smart. Lin Fei said with a smile. I really want to know who this young master is. That's easy, as long as you defeat this little girl. Venerable Su Feng didn't believe that Ditian could defeat her. As for why her young master left, no one knew except for herself. She could only say that Ditian was lucky, or else he would have died. Alright. Lin Fei took a step forward and grabbed Venerable Su Feng with one hand. Venerable Su Feng sneered. Show me your true ability. Her jade-like hand pointed at Lin Fei's arm. Break. A tyrannical immortal venerable's power came crashing down. However, the current Lin Fei was no longer the same as before. He ignored this finger and grabbed Venerable Su Feng's neck, lifted her in front of him, put her on his thigh and slapped her curvy buttocks. Bang bang bang. Lin Fei had long wanted to teach Venerable Su Feng a lesson like this, but his physical body wasn't strong enough before. Now he finally got his wish. Very curvy. Lin Fei used a lot of strength and slapped her curvy buttocks. Venerable Su Feng had calculated everything correctly. The only thing she didn't expect was that Ditian's powerhouse was beyond her imagination. He suppressed her as soon as he made a move, which was out of her expectations. Aren't you very arrogant? Pa. Pa! Pa! Lin Fei slapped her with all his might. You've lost. Even if Venerable Su Feng's physical body is tyrannical, don't forget that the flame in her body was mobilized and suppressed. Intense pain spread all over her body. Gradually, Venerable Su Feng reacted. Venerable Su Feng has a great background. Ever since she started cultivating, she has always been arrogant. Ordinary people didn't dare to approach her, but today, she was beaten by a little bumpkin. Ditian, I'll remember you. Ah, you remember me, thank you. Lin Fei increased his strength a bit more. He wasn't afraid of beating Venerable Su Feng. As long as Venerable Su Feng resisted, Lin Fei would hit her even harder. This was the way to deal with this kind of woman. After a long time, Lin Fei found that something was wrong. The number of times Venerable Su Feng struggled decreased. She seemed to enjoy this feeling. It can't be. Lin Fei recalled some memories in the depths of his memory. It seemed to be similar to Venerable Su Feng's. Could it be that Venerable Su Feng has a masochistic tendency? This made Lin Fei dumbfounded. Lin Fei's movements slowed down. Venerable Su Feng struggled more and more, showing some masochistic characteristics. She's an immortal venerable, what kind of joke is this? Why aren't you hitting me anymore? Chapter 1426. Stupid. Lin Fei was shocked by these words and didn't know what to say. Venerable Su Feng, you're still an immortal venerable. Can't you pay attention to your face? Lin Fei really wanted to grab Venerable Su Feng and have a good talk with her. She should at least pay attention to her words in public. Fortunately, there was no one here except for him. But at this time, Venerable Su Feng's words provoked Lin Fei and made him look embarrassed. If he had known earlier, Lin Fei wouldn't have done such a thing even if he was beaten to death. Wasn't this just asking for trouble? While Lin Fei didn't know what to say, Venerable Su Feng burst into laughter. Her smile disappeared in a flash and returned to her previous calm and dignified look. I didn't expect your strength to improve so fast. I haven't seen you for 3 days, and now I have a whole new level of respect for you. Amazing. The previous bitterness on Venerable Su Feng's face was nowhere to be seen. If it wasn't for Lin Fei remembering it clearly, he would have doubted whether it really happened before. This change was too big. This is called the river flows east for 30 years, and then west for 30 years. You used to be indifferent to me, but now you can't even hope to get close to me. What do you think of this? For some reason, Lin Fei blurted out such a sentence. Previously, he couldn't do anything to Venerable Su Feng, and could only suppress her in the heaven and earth furnace. But now, even if Venerable Su Feng used all her strength, Lin Fei wasn't worried at all. He could easily suppress her. This was the change in strength. So, you still think of yourself as a gifted scholar? Venerable Su Feng didn't have much of a reaction, but a strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes. These words were too meaningful. Now that you've lost, it's time to talk about the young master, right? Lin Fei said with a smile. In his opinion, it was better to talk about the matter as soon as possible. After Venerable Su Feng was beaten by Lin Fei, the atmosphere between the two changed. There was no longer a tit-for-tat confrontation between them. Instead, there was an inexplicable emotion between the two. Young Master Fan, you should have fought with him. What do you think of him? Is this a question for my own judgment? Very strong. Lin Fei said. I've fought him before. It wasn't a long time, but I could feel that he was extremely powerful. He was proficient in many powerful secret arts and divine abilities, and even some secret arts that could disappear. It seems you really fought with young Master Fan. Venerable Su Feng said with a smile. You can fight him and survive. Young Lord Fan's current strength has already reached the 6th level. The strength of a perfected immortal venerable, just a step away from the sovereign realm. He's proficient in all kinds of lost ultimate arts, making him the strongest sovereign of the immortal court in the future. However, it won't be easy for young Lord Fan to break through to the next level. He's the strongest immortal venerable among all the immortal venerables. Even the number 1 expert on the ranking list isn't a match for young Lord Fan. Lin Fei had long thought of this conjecture. As soon as he exchanged blows with him, a powerful aura surged towards him. It wasn't something that a mid-level or high-level immortal reverent could produce. The only thing he didn't expect was that this young master was the strongest immortal reverent of the immortal court. Are you scared? Venerable Sufeng chuckled. Moreover, this little girl has something to tell you. I believe you will be even more surprised after hearing it. Why should I be afraid? Lin Fei felt a certain amount of pressure, but he wasn't afraid. He's the strongest immortal venerable, and I will also become the strongest immortal venerable in the future. I'm actually quite interested in the news you're talking about. I believe you can become the strongest immortal venerable, but you have to survive from young Lord Fan's hands. Venerable Sufeng didn't doubt this. As for this news, it's actually about me because I'm the fiancé of young Lord Fan of the Immortal Court. More importantly, I'm the reincarnation of a sovereign. Lin Fei knew that Venerable Sufeng's background wasn't small. Now that he heard it, he was shocked. This Venerable Sufeng's background was so great that she was actually the reincarnation of a sovereign. This was too shocking. Did she really have such a great background? What young lord's fiancé? This was too melodramatic. He casually caught an immortal venerable, and not only was she the reincarnation of a sovereign, but she was also the fiancé of young Lord Fan of the Immortal Court. Lin Fei felt that heaven was playing a big joke on him. Now you should know how big of a trouble it is for you to catch me. Venerable Sufeng looked at Lin Fei with a smile. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You really have a great background, but I'm very curious. Since you're the reincarnation of a sovereign, how did you become that guy's fiancé? Lin Fei really wanted to know the reason behind this. Making a reincarnation of a sovereign become the fiancé of young Lord Fan of the Immortal Court, this must be very melodramatic. You don't need to know this. Venerable Sufeng said. You should think about how to survive from young Lord Fan's hands. However, you can rest assured that young Lord Fan won't come looking for you. He will have to wait until the end of the world extermination land. Lin Fei really needed to think about this now. After exchanging blows with his divine sense, Lin Fei regarded young Lord Fan as the strongest opponent in his life. Being the strongest immortal venerable wasn't an exaggeration. Don't worry, I have a long life. I won't die. Lin Fei said with a smile. If young Lord Fan wants to attack me, he will have to show his ability. I'm not that easy to bully. As for Fairy Sufeng, I still don't know how to deal with you. You're a reincarnation of a sovereign. I'm afraid that if I let you go, you will chase after me everywhere. You're afraid now, but what about just now? Venerable Sufeng's noble and arrogant face couldn't help but blush. That's because I don't know. Lin Fei laughed dryly. After thinking about it, I've decided to let Fairy Sufeng leave. However, you have to swear a heavenly Tao oath that you won't mention this matter to anyone else. Lin Fei really didn't want the matter of the heaven and earth furnace containing divine flame to spread. You really want to let me go? If I let you go, I'm afraid my future days won't be easy if you break through to Sovereign Realm. Lin Fei laughed. Lin Fei decided not to let this woman stay. There was something about her that he couldn't see through. A reincarnation of a sovereign was extraordinary. 6th Region. Lin Fei let Venerable Sufeng out. After the land of extermination ends, the myriad worlds will be in chaos. Take care of yourself. Don't let this little girl find you dead when she wants to take revenge on you. Venerable Sufeng chuckled. Her figure disappeared in front of Lin Fei without a trace, leaving only a wisp of fragrance. What a high-level secret technique. Even my divine sense couldn't find her whereabouts. A reincarnation of a sovereign is not just a little bit stronger. Lin Fei secretly said. Master, you're letting her go like this, aren't you? Venerable Myriad Evil was confused. She's a reincarnation of a sovereign. Venerable Myriad Evil immediately shut his mouth, not daring to say anything else. Let's go. Where are we going? Chapter 1427. Master, there's a white-clothed world destroyer giant over there. The 6th zone. As a voice rang out, a black stone coffin rushed out of the void. Invincible 1, Invincible 2, go. 2 black figures came out of the coffin and smashed into the ruins, shaking the heavens and earth. A white-clothed world destroyer giant flew into the sky, and a boundless aura blasted away a large portion of the ruins, turning it into dust in the air. Invincible 1 and Invincible 2 were immortal sovereigns who were combat puppets. The moment they attacked, the white-clothed world destroyer giant was at a disadvantage. A black shadow took the opportunity and killed the terrifying world destroyer giant in a few breaths. Not bad, another one. The white-clothed world destroyer giant dropped immortal sovereign fragments of various sizes and powerful secret techniques. This process took less than the time for an incense stick to burn from start to finish. Lin Fei returned to the sarcophagus and looked for the next world destroyer giant. This was the 18th world destroyer giant that Lin Fei had killed. The immortal sovereign fragments were enough to nurture hundreds of immortal sovereigns, and some powerful immortal sovereign secret techniques that had disappeared. This was Lin Fei's 83rd year in the Land of Annihilation. There were only 17 years left until the end. Master, we've killed quite a lot of world destroyer giants on this level. I'm afraid there aren't any more. Inside the Thousand Evil sarcophagus, immortal sovereign Myriad Evil exuded a majestic aura. With the help of the immortal sovereign fragments, he had recovered to mid-stage immortal sovereign strength. He only needed 1,000 years to reach high-stage immortal sovereign strength. Even if he recovered to mid-stage immortal sovereign strength, he still wasn't confident. Then let's go to the 7th zone. Lin Fei took advantage of the limited time to capture more world destroyer giants. If he missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another one. Immortal sovereign Myriad Evil's expression was solemn. The 7th zone? That place is where the hegemons are fighting. If we go in like this, won't we? What are you afraid of? Lin Fei despised immortal sovereign Myriad Evil for being so cowardly. Hearing this, immortal sovereign Myriad Evil could only change direction and head to the 7th zone. He didn't dare to defend himself in front of the violent fist. On the 90th year, they arrived at the 7th zone. This level was no longer a ruin, but rather an expanse of yellow sand. There was nothing here, and it seemed completely peaceful. Is this the 7th region? Lin Fei stood on top of the sarcophagus. The apocalyptic death chi blew over, and its power was at the immortal reverent level. It could be said that in this level, he was constantly under the attack of the apocalyptic death chi. Lin Fei didn't feel much after merging with more than 3,000 divine physiques. That should be the case. Rumor has it that this floor is a place where rulers fight. It is also a place where powerful immortal paragons fight. Immortal paragon Myriad Fiend found it very taxing to defend himself. Lin Fei released Invincible 1 and Invincible 2 to scout ahead. In this lair, Lin Fei had no choice but to be careful. Previously, he had said that he didn't think much of it, but that was impossible. In a place where a ruler fought, just the power of a ruler's secret technique was enough to cause them to stumble. Invincible 1 and Invincible 2 were attacked by an immortal venerable's mystic technique, not long after they explored the path and were sent flying. It turned out that there was a celestial venerable's secret technique, hidden beneath the yellow sand. They just so happened to touch it and were attacked by the celestial venerable's secret technique. Their powerful bodies were also crippled. This celestial venerable secret technique was infinitely close to a ruler's mystic technique. Invincible 1 and Invincible 2 were powerful to begin with. Ordinary celestial venerable secret techniques wouldn't be able to shake their bodies. However, under this celestial venerable secret technique, one could imagine how powerful they were. Lin Fei retrieved them and used the restoration raw stone to repair them before letting them out again. With such a cheating item, Lin Fei and the other's speed was slow. They didn't encounter too much danger along the way, and they had a better understanding of the place. There were more dangers in the sky. The seemingly harmless sky hidden celestial venerable secret technique. Lin Fei and the others flew close to the yellow sand, and basically didn't encounter too much trouble. This made them heave a sigh of relief. There's a corpse. Not long after, a corpse appeared under a patch of yellow sand. It had been beaten to pieces and its belongings had been taken away. Invincible 1 and Invincible 2 soon found several corpses nearby. This immortal paragon Myriad Fiend flew down from the 1,000 Fiend sarcophagus. He flipped over a purple leaf beside a corpse and said, "Master, there should be something good nearby." Something good. Lin Fei couldn't recognize what the leaf was, but he could see that immortal paragon Myriad Fiend was very excited. "Isn't it just a leaf?" "Master, this isn't an ordinary leaf. It's something good." Immortal paragon Myriad Fiend hurriedly explained. "This is a purple gold eternal tree. It's a unique existence in the land of extermination. It blooms every 100 chaos years, and ripens after 300 chaos years. It seems like one of the fruits on the purple gold eternal tree is about to ripen. Immortal Paragon Myriad Fiend was very excited as he spoke. What's the use? Lin Fei asked. Something that could make Immortal Paragon Myriad Fiend excited was definitely not ordinary. It blooms in 100 chaos years and bears fruit in 300 chaos years. It wasn't something an ordinary fruit could compare to. The fruit on the purple gold eternal divine technique is called the Fruit of Eternity. After consuming it, you can use it to break through the level of great Tao power. For example, you're at the 4th level. After consuming it, you can break through to the 5th level. The great Tao power will transform into immortal venerable power without any side effects. It's much better than an immortal venerable fragment. There's such a good thing. Lin Fei was currently at the 4th level. It was extremely difficult to break through to the immortal venerable level. This fruit of eternity had appeared at the right time. Purple gold eternal trees only grow in the land of extermination. They absorb all the great Tao power in the land of extermination and turn it into essence to bear fruits. Immortal Paragon Myriad Fiend said excitedly, "Normally, the leaves of the purple gold eternal tree can't be plucked. They can only be plucked when they're about to ripen. Since this person has plucked them, there must be a purple gold eternal tree nearby. Master, you've accumulated a lot. Perhaps with enough fruit of eternity, you can advance to immortal venerable. The great Tao power in your body will transform into immortal venerable power." Lin Fei was indeed moved by Immortal Paragon Myriad Fiend's words. The great Tao of truth was already very domineering. Lin Fei always felt that as long as the great Tao of truth transformed again, it would release its true power. Since there was such an opportunity in front of him, Lin Fei didn't want to give it up. He had to give it a try no matter what. Perhaps he would really break through. The discovery of the purple gold eternal tree. Both Lin Fei and Immortal Paragon Myriad Fiend were very excited. The evil sarcophagus was carefully pushed forward. With the existence of such a tree, it would definitely be occupied by someone, so they had to be careful. After searching for half a month, there was still no trace of the purple gold eternal tree. Lin Fei couldn't help but suspect that this thing might not be in this area, but had come from somewhere else. Lin Fei decided to expand the search area and sent Invincible Number 1 and Invincible Number 2 out. No matter what, he had to find the whereabouts of the purple gold eternal tree. A few days after Invincible Number 1 was sent out, he was attacked and was beaten to the point of death. Lin Fei followed the direction and found Invincible Number 1 in a yellow sand field. This guy's whole body was tattered and almost destroyed. When Lin Fei saw his puppet Immortal Venerable being beaten up so miserably, he couldn't help but be angry. "This is my thing, it's priceless. Don't you know how to be gentler?" After using 8 restoration raw stones to repair Invincible Number 1, Lin Fei felt his heart ache. No matter what, he had to get back at them. After Invincible Number 1 woke up, Lin Fei asked what was going on. Finally, he got the answer from Invincible Number 1. It turned out that Invincible Number 1 was searching in a direction. When he approached a yellow sand field, he was attacked by the power of an array. Hence he barged in and saw a big tree. He was surrounded by a group of immortal venerables and was severely injured on the spot. Due to the extraordinary material, he managed to escape. "Master, they must have used an array to conceal their aura and waited for the eternal fruit to ripen." Needless to say, Lin Fei also knew why they did this. It seemed that there were many immortal venerables there, and they were preparing to split the eternal fruit. "What do we do now?" Lin Fei smiled. "Of course we snatch the eternal fruit. They beat up my Invincible Number 1, so they have to pay the price." Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil shrunk his neck. "Master, if we go like this, I suspect we will be beaten up." Lin Fei glared. "I knew it. If you don't go now, you will be beaten up immediately." I'll go. With Invincible Number 1's guidance, they arrived at that place. They saw a yellow sand field in front of them. "Master, in front of us is the power of the array. It has sealed off a large area here." Invincible Number 1 said. "I just touched the power of the array and they rushed out." "Myriad Evil, go and break the array." Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil pointed at himself. "I don't think so. You just have to lure them out." Lin Fei's eyes flashed with cold light. After killing a few immortal venerables, they will know whose fist is bigger. If Lin Fei wanted to snatch the fruit of eternity peacefully, he would have to use his fists. Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil had no choice but to control his immortal venerable treasure. The huge cauldron collided with the array, and was attacked by the power of the array. The yellow sand dispersed, revealing a hill. A tree that was billions of miles long appeared in front of Lin Fei. Someone is coming. Kill them, leave none alive. The immortal venerable secret techniques turned into bright streams of light, and locked onto Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil. Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil's expression changed. There are a few auras that are very strong. They are immortal venerables that are stronger than him. The sky was filled with Immortal Venerable secret technique attacks, causing Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil to vomit blood. He smashed into the yellow sand, and his Immortal Venerable treasure was also sent flying. More than 10 Immortal Venerables charged out with a murderous aura. Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil stood up. With a glance he felt immense pressure. Good Lord, among the 10 Immortal Venerables, there were 6 mid-level Immortal Venerables and 8 low-level Immortal Venerables. There were even a few peak low-level Immortal Venerables. Being locked down by 14 tyrannical auras, Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil also felt immense pressure. Chapter 1428. Immortal Venerable Infinite Evil was locked on by the 14 Immortal Venerables, and he even threatened them. I know you. You're Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil. I remember your aura. A powerful aura stood out. He wore a brocade robe and glared at Immortal Sovereign 10,000 Evil. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me. Everyone, he's Immortal Lord Myriad Evil from the Immortal Court era. He's long since fallen. Now that he's resurrected, his strength isn't as great as it was in the past. You don't have to worry at all. So it's him, the notorious guy. No wonder he's so arrogant. He's an expert from the Immortal Court era. The spiritual senses of the 14 Immortal Venerables came into contact. So it's you, Immortal Yellow Dragon. Immortal Supremacy Myriad Evil also recognized him. You actually became an Immortal Supremacy. The roped man was Immortal Yellow Dragon, now known as Immortal Sovereign Yellow Dragon. Yellow Dragon Immortal Venerable's eyes flickered with cold light. This is all thanks to you. Back then, you forced me to use the Immortal Venerable Immortal Talisman. If it wasn't for you, this Immortal Venerable wouldn't have obtained an Immortal Venerable fragment, breaking through the shackles and becoming an Immortal Venerable expert. Taoist Yellow Dragon, don't waste your breath on him. He's just an intermediate Immortal Venerable. Let's kill him and strip his Immortal Venerable fragment. There were Immortal Supremacies who could not wait to make a move. Son of Heaven's Divine Fist. Immortal Huanglong waved his sleeves, and a tyrannical celestial venerable level fist technique shot through the air. Its might was more than 100 times stronger than before, and it directly attacked a middle-stage celestial venerable level cultivator. Immortal Lord Myriad Evil, you're dead meat. Yellow Dragon Immortal Venerable laughed. His face was filled with pride. Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil laughed instead of getting angry. A small character like you dares to boast shamelessly in front of me? The Immortal Venerable Treasure Cauldron fell into his hand. Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil controlled the treasure to shatter the Son of Heaven's Divine Fist. After a few more clashes, Immortal Venerable Yellow Dragon coughed out blood non-stop. The white bone world pressed down and 5 fingers flicked on Immortal Venerable Yellow Dragon's body, causing cracks to appear on Immortal Venerable Yellow Dragon's body. Killing you is as easy as flipping my palm. Everyone, hurry up. Yellow Dragon Immortal Venerable was too confident. Myriad Evil Immortal Venerable's strength was already at the intermediate stage of Immortal Venerable. As his strength increased, so did the power of his Immortal Venerable treasure. Naturally, Yellow Dragon Immortal Venerable vomited blood. First, 8 low-stage Immortal Venerables attacked. As soon as they made their move, the world of bones exploded. Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil also felt immense pressure. There were a few peak-stage low-stage Immortal Venerables among them. These 6 low-level Immortal Venerables cooperated with tacit understanding. Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil fought to a draw with them, and was unable to take them down. Master was still watching from behind. Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil shouted. His Immortal Venerable treasure released a terrifying light. Beams of immortal light blasted towards them, causing them to be blasted away. The world of white bones blasted towards one of the immortal venerables. Absolute killing art struck over, wanting to get rid of one of them. Immortal venerable myriad evil, you have a notorious reputation. Yet you still want to kill people in public. You think too highly of yourself. The absolute killing arts were blocked by a jade disc. An immortal venerable appeared behind the jade disc. It was an intermediate stage immortal venerable. His tone was cold. You have an immortal venerable treasure, but so do we. The disc-shaped immortal venerable treasure smashed over. The two immortal venerable treasures clashed in midair. The destructive power of each collision was so great that nothing within billions of miles was left intact. Only immortal venerables like them could withstand it. I wonder why immortal venerable myriad evil is here. There were 7 intermediate stage immortal venerables standing in the sky. One of them had 3 eyes. It was three-eyed immortal venerable. He said, "Will more people come? Three-eyed immortal venerable, you don't have to worry about that." Myriad evil immortal venerable was an expert of our immortal court in the past. He never cooperated with anyone and always acted alone. What he said just now was just to scare us. Another immortal venerable carried a black sword case on his back and said coldly, "There's no need for us to act. Immortal venerable vast expanse alone is enough to overwhelm immortal venerable myriad evil." Everyone nodded. Immortal venerable myriad evil's strength was not much different from theirs. He was not a threat. 6 low-stage immortal venerables and 1 intermediate-stage immortal venerable. Immortal venerable myriad evil was at a disadvantage. If not for his immortal venerable treasure, he might not have been able to hold on. The immortal venerable treasure blossomed with light again. Immortal venerable myriad evil retreated. "Master, I can't hold on anymore." Immortal venerable myriad evil consumed a large amount of immortal venerable power, and said with a bitter smile, "Dealing with 6 low-stage immortal venerables and 1 intermediate-stage immortal venerable is my limit." Invincible 1 and Invincible 2 walked out of the void. The moment they came out, some of the immortal venerables' expressions changed. "Isn't this young master's puppet immortal venerable? It looks like Black 7 and Black 8. Immortal venerable vast expanse's expression changed. "What's going on? Why are they here?" Divine senses collided. They were stunned. Invincible 1, Invincible 2. Deal with them together with immortal venerable myriad evil. Immortal venerable myriad evil was overjoyed. "Let's do it again." With the addition of the 2 puppet immortal venerables, immortal venerable myriad evil's strength increased greatly. He charged towards the 6 immortal venerables. Invincible 1 and Invincible 2 easily suppressed them. Immortal venerable myriad evil faced immortal venerable vast expanse. "Weren't you very arrogant just now? Now let's have a good talk." Immortal venerable vast expanse was an immortal venerable who rose up later. In a one-on-one battle, he was at a disadvantage against immortal venerable myriad evil. He vomited blood repeatedly. The situation changed. Three-eyed immortal venerable, quickly go and help immortal venerable vast expanse. Three-eyed immortal venerable was called Three-eyed immortal venerable. He was an immortal venerable expert from the forsaken immortal land. His 3 eyes shot out immortal venerable light, locking the void and charging towards immortal venerable myriad evil. The remaining 6 immortal venerables felt immense pressure. They couldn't believe that their young master's puppet immortal venerable appeared in the hands of an outsider. Their young master was the strongest existence in their eyes. Someone actually managed to snatch the puppet immortal venerable from his hands. It was as if the heavens were playing a huge joke on them. After Invincible 1 and Invincible 2 appeared, Lin Fei walked out unhurriedly and faced the 6 of them. Divine senses collided in the air. "The 6 of you really have guts. You even dare to attack my puppet." Lin Fei shouted at the 6 immortal venerables. "It's you." Immortal venerable yellow dragon was suppressed by the puppet immortal venerable. He immediately recognized the other party. It was the person who fought evenly with him last time. He didn't die inside and instead appeared here. "Immortal venerable yellow dragon, we meet again." Lin Fei smiled. Immortal venerable yellow dragon had been brooding about not being able to kill him last time. Now that he had become an immortal venerable, he laughed sinisterly when he saw the other party. "Do Do you remember what we talked about last time? I believe you haven't forgotten. Now, try to take on my Son of Heaven's divine fist. I don't believe you can block it. Immortal Venerable Yellow Dragon didn't believe that Lin Fan could block his attack last time. Last time, he was Immortal Emperor Yellow Dragon. Now, he was Immortal Venerable Yellow Dragon. Son of Heaven's divine fist arrived. Many emperors appeared. The might of emperors covered the sky. Lin Fei shook his head. He waved his hand and crushed the emperors one by one. He pointed out with a finger. You couldn't do it last time. You can't do it this time either. When this finger pointed, Yellow Dragon Immortal Venerable felt immense pressure. He raised his arms and blocked the power of this finger, but his entire body was sent flying billions of miles away. How is this possible? I can't even block a finger of his. Under the sand, Immortal Venerable Yellow Dragon opened his eyes wide as he looked at the sand flying across the sky. Chapter 1429. The 6 intermediate Immortal Venerables glared at Lin Fei angrily after hearing Lin Fei's arrogant tone. They were indeed shocked that Yellow Dragon Immortal Venerable was sent flying with a single finger. Someone with battle prowess that could transcend realms and send an Immortal Venerable flying. But this guy dared to threaten them. Fighting his way in if they didn't let him in was simply looking down on the 6 of them. Sir, you talk big. Do you know what's inside? One of the Immortal Venerables walked out with a long axe and glared at the other party. I don't know. The 6 Immortal Venerables wondered if this guy had a problem with his head. Trying to barge in with just a little bit of strength? This place has already been reserved by the Immortal Court and the Forsaken Land of Immortals. Do you think it's useful for you to go in? The Immortal Venerable said coldly. The axe in his hand shone with cold light and emitted the might of an Immortal Venerable. So you've reserved the entire place, but I'm still going in. Reserved the entire place? Lin Fei didn't care. He wanted to get one eternal fruit. The Immortal Venerable almost coughed out blood. It turned out that everything he said was for nothing. This guy really wanted to go in. Didn't he see that they had 6 Immortal Venerables on their side? Moreover, they were all intermediate Immortal Venerables. Sir, if you insist on going in, that depends on whether you have the ability or not. As for letting you in, that's impossible. As soon as he finished speaking, the Immortal Venerable took a step forward. His Immortal Venerable aura soared into the sky, shattering the yellow sand in the sky. His long hair fluttered as the huge axe in his hand turned into a black stream of light. The might of an intermediate Immortal Venerable's attack was extraordinary. Ha ha ha, sir, you're too weak. The Immortal Venerable's axe landed on the other party's body. His laughter was filled with disdain. It turned out that this guy looked good but was useless. He couldn't even block one of his axe strikes. Yet he still dared to say that he wanted to fight his way in. He had overestimated this guy. Your axe doesn't seem to be very powerful. The voice that came out of nowhere startled the Immortal Venerable. Only then did he realize that even though his axe had struck the other party's body, it had not managed to break through the other party's physical body. This doesn't make sense. This celestial sovereign was given a fright. He waved his hand and slapped out with his palm. He raised his axe and hacked down once more. Celestial sovereign power surged and immortal light shone resplendently. He didn't believe that he wouldn't succeed this time. So cool. The immortal venerable power entered his body and was instantly devoured by the great Tao of true self. Lin Fei exclaimed in satisfaction. Damn it, he's fine. This celestial venerable was overwhelmed with shock. He had never seen someone with a lower cultivation realm than him not being able to block 2 attacks from his axe. This was the attack of an immortal prime treasure. If you don't have enough strength, then get someone else to do it. Lin Fei shook his head in disappointment. This time the other party couldn't take it anymore. Who said this immortal venerable doesn't have any strength? This immortal lord clearly couldn't take this blow, especially after being ignored by a junior. He was an immortal lord. The celestial venerates attacked again, swinging their black axes, which turned into rays of black light. Each strike contained the might of an celestial venerate. There were no less than 100 of them, and they smashed into Lin Fei's body without any regard for their lives. Harder! Harder! Lin Fei didn't move at all. He allowed the celestial venerable's power to enter his body so that his true self Tao could devour it to its heart's content. Did you see that? My master is awesome, right? On the other side, immortal Lord Myriad Evil was fighting against two middle-level celestial venerates. When he saw Lin Fei's valiant appearance, he laughed loudly. It was really rare for someone who wasn't in Celestial Venerable to block the attack of a middle-level Celestial Venerable. What's the background of this guy? Celestial Venerable Qing Xian's strength was at the middle-level Celestial Venerable for hundreds of chaos years. He shouldn't be like this. What kind of physical body cultivation technique did he cultivate? The Celestial Venerate's divine senses kept colliding. They were also shocked by this scene. When did such a terrifying existence exist? If the other party's physical body couldn't be broken, wouldn't their Celestial Venerate's battle prowess be useless? When they thought of this, they immediately felt uneasy. Another axe attack landed on Lin Fei's body. The Celestial Venerable's power was quickly absorbed. He slapped the axe away with a palm, affecting the remaining 5 Celestial Venerates. He can't do it. All of you attack together. At this time, they no longer dared to underestimate this young man. Just because of this ability, everyone had to look up to him. This was the first time they encountered such a strange person. When the 6 middle-level Celestial Venerates attacked, their Celestial Venerable aura filled a range of billions of miles. This area instantly turned into a land of death. Other than Celestial Venerates, outsiders would definitely die if they came in. The 6 Celestial Venerates each took out their Celestial Venerable treasures and attacked without saying a word. They attacked openly and without holding back at all. Whatever attack they had, they greeted the other party's body. Awesome! The Celestial Venerable's power that filled the sky surged over. Lin Fei's eyes began to light up. The Celestial Venerable's power of a middle-level Celestial Venerable is vigorous. It's really awesome after devouring it. The Tao tree of the Great Tao of True Self in his body grew upwards at an extraordinary speed. Blazing Flame Sword Art. A blazing sword stabbed onto Lin Fei's body. Flames filled the sky. This was a terrifying flame that specialized in burning the physical body. Its name was the Flame of Nothingness. This flame isn't bad. Lin Fei didn't block it and allowed the Flame of Nothingness to burn his body. He revealed a look of being unable to withstand it and began to counterattack. His power was also suppressed. In the eyes of the 6 Celestial Venerates, this kid couldn't hold on any longer. This made them heave a sigh of relief. This was the first time they had encountered such a monstrous fellow. Other than the young master of the Immortal Court, there was almost no one else who could compare to him. Fortunately, this guy's body wasn't invincible and he could continue to resist. Everyone, let's work harder. They weren't willing to let such a strange person stay. Seeing that the other party's power was inferior to theirs, they weren't worried that they couldn't deal with this guy. Only Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil, who wasn't far away, was secretly sneering and thinking, Master is too shameless. He can clearly block it, but he pretends that he can't. He's even more shameless than me, Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil. I like this kind of shamelessness. Oi! The 6 Celestial Venerates attacked with all their might. There were very few people who could make the 6 of them attack at the same time. Unless they encountered a powerful middle-level Celestial Venerable, it would be amazing if 1 or 2 of them attacked at the same time. This attack lasted for half an hour. All kinds of Celestial Venerable's power interweaved. He vomited blood. They attacked for an hour, but the other party was still persisting. They couldn't help but feel suspicious. When they saw the other party vomiting blood, they put down another stone. This kid couldn't hold on for much longer. The 6 Celestial Venerates attacked fiercely again. Lin Fei kept vomiting blood. His face started to turn pale. He felt that victory was right in front of him. As time went on, more than half of the Celestial Venerable's power in their bodies was consumed. The other party was still vomiting blood and didn't look like he was going to lose. They started to feel suspicious again. What kind of physical body did this guy have? Even a high-level Celestial Venerable's physical body wouldn't be so strong. At this point, seeing the other party vomit blood, they wouldn't give up. They continued to attack. They activated their Celestial Venerable treasures and attacked Lin Fei crazily. All of them exerted all their strength. Another 2 hours passed. The 6 Celestial Venerable's power was only left with about 20%. But the other party kept vomiting blood. They also felt that something was wrong. Since he was vomiting blood, why did he fall down? Wasn't he deliberately whetting their appetite? He was so close every time. The 6 celestial venerates directly stopped. Why aren't you attacking? Lin Fei was still enjoying himself. Suddenly, the other party stopped attacking and all of them stared at him angrily. Good skills, you did this on purpose. Celestial Venerable Qingxian panted and stared at him. His hands were trembling. No, I was born with thick skin and flesh. Lin Fei said in a serious manner. Since all of you are tired, then it is my turn. Great Sword Energy Secret Technique. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed. 1,000,000,000 miles of Great Sword Energy swept the 6 celestial venerates. The terrifying Celestial Venerable Secret Technique caused them to vomit blood and fly billions of miles away. They only had 20% of their Celestial Venerable strength left. With Lin Fei's explosion, they didn't know where they were and were all sent flying. A few of them even had their bodies destroyed. Shameless. Too shameless. Those celestial venerates that were sent flying kept vomiting blood. They were in a sorry state. They had schemed against them. 20% of their celestial venerable strength couldn't block the attack of the Great Sword Energy. All of them suffered a huge loss. Do all of you still want to fight? Lin Fei held the Great Sword Energy and slashed down, smashing an celestial venerable who had just revived. That guy felt extremely wronged. He was an celestial venerable, but he actually attacked at this time. How shameless. The 6 immortal venerables looked at each other. They were also shocked by this huge sword energy. Even their bodies that were as strong as theirs were split apart by this huge sword energy. Sir, you are so strong. Why are you playing with us? They all thought that the other party was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. They became clowns instead. They didn't know where their face was lost. They didn't dare to attack anymore. The other party's body was undamaged. How could they fight? They were wasting their celestial venerable strength. They were attacked by a secret technique and were tortured beyond recognition. Lin Fei let them guess and didn't expose them. He was happy to let their imaginations run wild. Those 2 puppet celestial venerates are my helpers. You injured them, so you have to pay the price. Lin Fei smiled and said to them. They had seen people stand up for their subordinates, but they had never seen someone stand up for their puppets. Lin Fei pointed at Celestial Venerable Myriad Evil. And that person, he is also my subordinate. Look at how he vomited blood after being beaten up by you. Don't you think he should be comforted? Shameless. They had finally seen the most shameless person. Master, it hurts. My whole body hurts. Celestial Venerable Myriad Evil retreated. I want compensation for mental damage. The other 2 celestial venerates glared at Celestial Venerable Myriad Evil. This shameless guy actually dared to say that his whole body hurts. Didn't he just vomit a few mouthfuls of blood? We have more than you. Celestial Venerable Myriad Evil was also full of evil tricks. He naturally knew that his master wanted to extort them and get benefits from them. Sir, you. One of the celestial venerates opened his mouth. Before he finished speaking, the great sword energy swept over and swept him away. I'm really sorry. I'm not too familiar with this secret technique. Sometimes even I can't control it. Another great sword energy secret technique appeared. It swayed up and down as if it would slash out at any time. I'm a good person. I don't want too many things. I just want you to hand over all the celestial venerable fragments on you. Lin Fei said with a smile. I'm a good person, right? The 8 celestial venerates started cursing. Is this good? Chapter 1430. That move was too ruthless. The 8 immortal venerables were sullen, but they had no other choice. The guy in front of them wasn't someone they could contend with. Their combined attacks couldn't hurt him at all. On the contrary, they were exhausted and didn't gain any advantage. Helpless, the 8 immortal venerables handed over all the immortal venerables' fragments. At first, they didn't want to hand them over, but they couldn't withstand Lin Fei's sword chi attacks. Sword after sword swept over, sending them flying and vomiting blood. With the immortal venerables' fragments in hand, Lin Fei didn't attack anymore. Let's go in. After extorting them, Lin Fei wasn't worried that they would attack. Taking the immortal venerables' fragments was already very good to them. If they didn't know what was good for them, things wouldn't be so simple. Immortal Venerables One Evil's face was full of pride. His master was awesome, directly extorting Immortal Venerables. Now you know how powerful my master is. Before leaving, Immortal Venerables One Evil didn't forget to sprinkle a handful of salt on their wounds, provoking them quite a bit. However, they didn't dare to attack. That young man was too terrifying. When did such an expert appear in the myriad worlds? Could he be the kind who cultivated in seclusion and never came out? Lin Fei swaggered in with Immortal Venerables Invincible 1 and Invincible 2, leaving behind the 8 Immortal Venerables and 6 low-level Immortal Venerables. What do we do now? The 8 Immortal Venerables looked at each other. They really couldn't take this lying down. They're courting death. The eternal fruit has long been reserved by us. We're no match for them. They're still lured inside. Once they attack, that kid definitely won't have a good ending. The 8 Immortal Venerables had a flash of anticipation in their eyes. Invincible 1 and Invincible 2 were at the front breaking the array. The array's power was extraordinary, but it couldn't withstand the attacks of the 2 puppet Immortal Venerables. Master, look, that should be the purple gold eternal tree. In front of them was a dazzling purple gold, like a purple blazing sun. Lin Fei looked in that direction and saw the purple gold eternal tree, mentioned by Immortal Venerables One Evil. It was 1,000,000 zhang tall, standing between heaven and earth. On the tree, a ball of light bloomed, and the legendary eternal fruit could be vaguely seen. Swish, 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 Lin Fei and Immortal Lord Myriad Evil broke in. Not far away from the 3,000,000 zhang tall tree, sharp gazes shot over, as if they could see through anyone's background, causing one's heart to palpitate. There were more than 10 such powerful gazes. Immortal Sovereign 10,000 Evil felt a certain amount of pressure, but with his master beside him, he suppressed his fear and said loudly, "What are you looking at? Have you never seen an Immortal Sovereign before?" Immortal Venerate 10,000 Evil was a mid-stage Immortal Venerate. His voice contained the power of an Immortal Venerate. When it spread out, it exploded like heavenly thunder, shattering the gazes that shot over. Not far from the tree, there were a total of 18 Immortal Venerables. All of them were intermediate stage Immortal Venerables. There were even a few peak intermediate stage Immortal Venerables. Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil, it's you! Among the 18 Immortal Venerates, a black-faced Immortal Venerate emitted a cold light. He was very surprised to see Immortal Venerate 10,000 Evil, as if he had seen something unbelievable. A commotion broke out among the Immortal Venerables. Clearly, they had heard of Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil's name. Immortal Venerate Pashian, long time no see. Back then, you were still a low-stage Immortal Venerate. After so many years, you are only an intermediate-stage Immortal Venerate. You are already so old, but your cultivation has gone to waste. Immortal Venerate 10,000 Evil was now full of confidence. He recognized the Immortal Venerate who spoke and directly reprimanded. The black-faced Immortal Venerate was called Immortal Venerate Pashian, an intermediate-stage Immortal Venerate of the Immortal Court. Now that he was reprimanded by Immortal Venerate 10,000 Evil, he immediately felt embarrassed. In addition to his low seniority, he couldn't speak for a while. Immortal Venerate 10,000 Evil, you are an old senior, an expert of the Immortal Court. Now that you have revived, why did you attack our people and barge in? What are your intentions? From the Immortal Court side, a white-browed Immortal Venerate walked out. His Immortal Venerate power rippled around him, emitting layers of cold light. This was an Immortal Venerate who was even more powerful than Immortal Venerate 10,000 Evil. This white-browed Immortal Venerate already knew what had happened outside. The 14 Immortal Venerates couldn't stop them, and were even extorted of their Immortal Venerate fragments. He was extremely shocked and his gaze couldn't help but fall on the black-robed young man. Immortal Venerate 10,000 Evil was an expert of the Immortal Court in the past. His arrogance was still present and he was unmoved. Are you all fools? My master is very interested in the eternal fruit and wants you all to give up one. Immortal Venerate 10,000 Evil's words infuriated the 18 Immortal Venerates present. Immortal Venerate 10,000 Evil, do you still have any shame? You actually recognize someone who isn't an Immortal Venerate as your master. You are simply a disgrace to Immortal Venerates. At this moment, Another immortal venerate walked out. One of his vertical eyes shot out killing intent. He was a relatively ferocious immortal venerate from the forsaken land of immortals. His name was One Kill Immortal Venerate. Seeing this immortal venerate appear, Immortal Venerate 10,000 Evil's expression changed slightly. You actually didn't die. Even you didn't die, how can we die? One Kill Immortal Venerate laughed. Back then, when we were of the same generation, you didn't have such a big tone. Now that you have a master, do you think you can ignore us? Lin Fei's expression did not change as he saw everything. There were 9 immortal venerates on the immortal court side and 9 immortal venerates on the forsaken land of immortals side. Their auras were vigorous. There were traces of battle on the scene and some immortal venerate power had yet to dissipate. Master, that's One Kill Immortal Venerate. He was extremely vicious and evil in the past. He was exiled to the forsaken land of immortals by the immortal court. I didn't expect him to still be alive. Immortal Venerate 10,000 Evil transmitted his voice. These guys are all powerful. Master, can you do it? Immortal Venerate 10,000 Evil knew some of these immortal venerates very well. After so many years, their strength must have increased by several levels. Even Immortal Venerate 10,000 Evil didn't dare to underestimate them. Just watch from the side, Lin Fei said with a smile. Each of the 18 immortal venerates was a powerful mid-stage immortal venerate. Compared to the immortal venerates outside, their strength was several levels higher. Facing these 18 powerful immortal venerates, Lin Fei didn't feel the slightest bit of pressure. What Immortal Venerate said is exactly what I said. I want the eternal fruit. Lin Fei took a step forward. A tyrannical aura soared into the sky. The void rumbled and exploded all the way to the 7th layer of the void. Not a single part of the void was intact. Under this step, a terrifying combat power was displayed. The 18 immortal venerates' feet trembled and revealed a look of horror. There was actually someone so powerful that a single step could make their expressions change. This was a public challenge to them. What a mystifying junior. Immortal Venerate Paxian was infuriated by Immortal Venerate 10,000 Evil's words. He had long suppressed his anger. Now that a junior had appeared, all of it directly erupted. Mysterious underworld hand. Immortal Venerate Paxian directly attacked.